that nice shit is that shocking. Ours wasn't great, we even be alive. Gotta be crazy to y'all, nigga, we surprised. Shit is too much how we grew up. Shit don't even feel real to us. OG sold to those you call kingpin. But those are drug lords, and who are we then? Hove is a real nigga's dream. My only goal to make a real nigga feel seen. Sometimes I make a fake nigga hate life. Never my intentions, the consequences of my way of life. The way we used to play with life, I'm now careful with the sentences. Them only jail bars of life. I never wanted to be the state's custodian. The laws are draconian. With those married to the life, it's holy matrimony. Somehow I outfox every box that try to throw me in. With great ceremony, yeah. Folk in them told me how Holly Caddy spoke of him. And bloke in them from London, Harrow Road, Western End.
Are you cold? Are you cold? You are? Ah, sorry. Eh? If this place is hot now, we will say, Niger is too hot. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited to be here today? Are you? I'd like to see that on your faces. Okay. Let me tell you something. More like a confession. So I have a confession. This is my confession, if you know the song. But that's not a song. It is my first time of comparing in a tech event. And I must say, it's been very cool. And you guys are cool. To the tech enthusiasts, to the entrepreneurs, to everyone who is making it happen in the tech industry, tech hub, wherever you're coming from. Are you students? Are you in business? Or you're still looking to find your feet, but you're very interested in technology? You're welcome. And speaking of first time, I have been comparing for about a decade, but coming in your midst, yesterday was amazing. It was beautiful. And to start with, on Wednesday night, we had a meet and greet dinner. And I must say, the moderators, the speakers, even you guys who attended yesterday, you're cool. Very cool. You know, when I thought about tech before now, I thought, tech people are too serious. There is no fun to them, right? They're just there. But my expectations were exceeded with what I saw on Wednesday night and then yesterday. So, speaking of meeting cool people, I have met quite a number of people, from the moderators to the speakers, and I believe that's the spirit of the Harcourt Tech Expo 2025, providing the opportunity for networking, meeting new people. And I met this guy who you're going to be hearing talk to you at the point where we'll have a session on creativity and tech. His name is Banigo. Banigo, yes. Banigo, I met him and then we talked and he told me about the podcast he's doing in tech, and amazing job. And he inspired me to start up a podcast I've been delaying to start. That's the power of collaboration, networking with people. And I was so pleased I met him. Now, I've also met quite a number of great people. From the organizers, I met Belema, I met Mrs. Chioma, and they were great people doing great job. Donald, great job with the branding and making this place look amazing for us to sit in today. I met Chima, I met a number of them, David, Alo, people who are assisting me, Christian. They are doing a great job. The volunteers, the organizers, everyone. And you seated here yesterday, you were so patient. And I know you learned a lot. So I'd like for us to give a round of applause to the organizers of the Harcourt Tech Expo 2025. Everyone has been doing an amazing job. Talk to yesterday. Talk to someone new. Know someone new. Okay, let's do that today. Talk to someone new. Know someone new. Okay, let's do that. We have a minute. Let's go. We have a minute. Let's go. I'm watching you. I might just give you the microphone to tell me. You don't know if it's one of the criteria for winning iPhone 16. Are you moving? You don't have to sit where you are. You can move around. Talk to someone that you've not talked to before. Maybe that answer you've been seeking, maybe that business opportunity that you've been looking for, he may or she may have the answer. Move around, say hello, good morning, what's your name, how you day? How you day? Are you okay? Yes. And do that with a smile on your face. Yes, I see people smiling, I see us connecting, and that's one of the beauty of the Harcourt Tech Expo 2025. And it's an opportunity to network, it's an opportunity to collaborate, because there is no emergence in isolation. The theme is emergence. And for the future that you want to see, we're starting today to build connections, to network with people that matter, and the ones seated close to you matters too. So we're moving forward. At this point, I'd like for us to stand, and then we will start with our national anthem. Could you please stand? And we'll take the national anthem. The new national anthem. Should I remind you, Nigeria, we hail thee. Thank you so much. Did you feel like dancing? These people there. Please have your seats. You know, yesterday's rendition by Perry Jackson was so electrifying, and then today, they gave us Bedu. I almost danced. Okay, my name is Ezine Harry A, and I am one of those who would be here hosting and comparing for today. So, Harcourt Tech Expo 2025 reflections from yesterday. One key word that I got from the Managing Director and CEO of NDDC, Dr. Samuel Obuku, yesterday was sustainability. He emphasized that word and its stock. Now, NDDC is a firm believer in leveraging technology to address various challenges, including environmental issues, and they are all about using technology to ensure sustainability in development. And that's one of the reasons they are powering this event, among many other sponsors that we'll mention much later. So, talking about the things that we heard yesterday, from the deep tech to the ed tech, we had a lot of sessions, we had a lot of lessons to learn, and we also had the cybersecurity session, and that one hit very well. According to Statista, now there is a statistics that by 2029, Africa will be hitting about 1 billion internet users. That's like, wow. And I remember one of the things that was said during that session yesterday is that that sector, the cybersecurity, holds a great potential for those of you who are interested in maximizing the opportunity for jobs, whether you want to be an expert there or you want to do whatever it is. And I also was privileged to meet one of the people at the booth behind, and they said that you and I can be part of a training for free. I don't know if you know about that. How many of you have explored the booths behind? How many of us have done that if you were here yesterday or this morning? How many? Nobody has gone to the booth. Okay, I see some hands. Have you gone there? Great. Yes, there are many things that you can explore here, so it's not just to sit and to listen and learn. You explore, you connect, you find out opportunities that are here, all in this room for Harcourt Tech Expo 2025. And I learned that you can go to LinkedIn if you're on LinkedIn to Cyber Skills Bridge. Follow them on LinkedIn. If you're on LinkedIn, Cyber Skills Bridge, like Cyber Skills Bridge. I just gave you that one now for free. So there are many other things lined up for today, but before we delve into that, we would like to reflect. I told you already I had the word sustainability. So I'll need someone to help us with a microphone. Let's reflect together from yesterday. What did you learn? What stood out for you, whether it's from the EdTech session or from cybersecurity? Let's, reflection helps us to keep whatever lessons we have learned in, and then we can take more for today. Who is helping us with the mic? Ushers. So if you would like to share with us what you learned yesterday, do us a favor by stepping forward, and then someone would give you the microphone to share. We have a few minutes to do that, and we move. Okay? Who is helping us with the microphone? Okay, thank you. Who would like to share what they learned yesterday, if you were here? Okay, I think we have a microphone. The usher is there. Okay. Thank you. If you would like to share, please step forward, and then we learn from you. You also learn from another person. Yes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Celestina Onyekanle. I'm a student of Uniport. I was here yesterday, and I'm going to share with you all the few things I learned. First of all, I'm an ESL tutor, and yesterday it was said that technology will never replace teachers, but teachers who cannot operate technology will be replaced. And also, when it came to cybersecurity, who spoke about it, he also told us that You can start with whatever you have. We have materials out there on Google, YouTube, Coursera, and the rest. So you must not necessarily sit down and be waiting for someone to mentor you. You can start on your own with the materials. That is why we have internet. And also, we can prevent ourselves from harm by stop sharing things we don't want people to know on internet. We should stop sharing our privacies on internet. And also, when it came to AI, they also taught us that, okay, when they asked the panels about AI, making it culturally AI, so they said that AI can be modernized, can be modernized in such a way it can help our students, our children to learn their mother tongue or their native language. And me as an ESL tutor, I also learned that we as teachers, no matter where we are teaching, we should try as much as possible to learn this technology. Any field you are in, it doesn't matter. Technology can be used there. And also know that if you are not learning, in the next future to come, it's not an illiterate person is not someone who cannot read or write. It will be someone who cannot operate the technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very comprehensive. I thought you would clap. It's not easy to come here and take the microphone. If you think it's easy, I'll come to you and give you the mic. Thank you. I like what you said. Technology cannot replace teachers, but teachers can be replaced if they don't have the skill, if they don't know tech. All right, go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Glory Journey. I'm a content developer and strategist. I'm also a PR strategist. And also, one of the things I learned yesterday was that we have to look beyond creating solutions for problems outside, that it is time for us to start creating solutions from problems within. Now, that was from Mr. Alex Onya's sections, and that got me thinking on the fact that as someone that works in the fintech place, I've seen where when people want to start creating solutions, it's always about what is happening in the outside or like outside of the scope. But it just got me thinking that we can start from within our reach and start creating solutions for where you are, for the people you can see, for the people that can easily test and use your products. It is good that, you want to create for people, non-Africans and all of that, but I just got this revelation that you can start creating from here. And I'm really looking forward for people that will create solutions that would also reflect from what we do on a daily basis. So as a PR girlie, I'm looking for people that will create solutions for real-time insight that will help us create compelling stories and perceptions around brand across the fintech. Because right now, so many things are happening in the fintech space. So I'm looking at people that will create solutions that will tackle some of the things that we are currently facing, okay. Not just in fintech, but across every sectors and industries. Thank you so much.
Glory, if I let you, you will take one whole session. Thank you so much for sharing that. Start from within. Keep it short and simple. I'll time you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fortune Enyina Chumekele, and I'm a recent law graduate. Okay, so I was here yesterday, and I have particular interest in a couple of things I would mention. Particularly, Mr. Alex Onya, in his session, gave us a number of perspectives and forms of money. He mentioned cash, that's the liquid form. He mentioned cash, that's the liquid form. And he particularly mentioned the other form which we do not really monetize, and that is the mind. Sorry, that is the brain. So he spoke about the fact that the brain, when developed, would materialize into the money we want to build. All right. And I know he actually ended that session when he made a particular striking statement that the superpower in us is in our brain. On the intersection and technology, if you are into If you're into technology, there is the need to look into the legal perspectives, right? If you're creating an intellectual property, there is the need to look into the legal aspect, how to protect your copyright, how to protect your patent, how to protect your industrial design and all that. So I look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for keeping it short and simple. And we'll take one more, and that's it.
English, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ma. So one thing I learned from yesterday's section by Mr. Alex, he said we shouldn't build on someone else's future. And we should also we should not build in someone else's future, and we should not build in someone else's infrastructure too. So that word got me going. And he also talked about money. I'm a money girl. I love money. So he said, four states. He talked about money being in liquid form, money being in gaseous form, and money being a credibility. So he said he doesn't believe money is cash. He believes money is credibility, because when you can get something on that credibility. So I think that's what I got.
Thank you so much, Shirley. Let me add the fourth one for you. Mind money.
Mind money.
In the mind. Yes, he believes so much in that. About the need to be in the moment, maximizing the moment. He spoke about collaboration, how he became. He collaborated with other names that you hear today as Spacestack, Flutterwave. They were collaborators. They did it together, and they all became. So networking, collaboration is key. Pay attention to people beside you today. And he also spoke about not playing too much. So yes, there are lots of things around here for you to have fun and be entertained, but don't play too much, right? Yes, I remember he said something yesterday about paying attention to his studies and then focusing on the future. So you know the theme for the Harcourt Tech Expo 2025 is Emergence. Emergence. Tell someone, emerge. You don't want to emerge. You don't want to emerge. Tell someone close to you, emerge. I didn't hear you. Tell the person, emerge. Tell the person again, emerge. Shaping the future today, and that's what we'll do together on Harcourt Tech Expo 2025. At this point, I'd like to make welcome the person who will be sharing the security, the safety and cybersecurity tips for us before we get into other sessions that we have lined up for today. Like you know, there is law and tech, there is agri-tech, and many others. For startups, today is your day. We have masterclass for you, and we're going to be introducing the many great minds we have in the house just to engage with you. Thank you so much. DJ. while we wait for the safety and cybersecurity tips, remember that someone, not just someone, some people will be going home with iPhone 16 today. Samsung phones, laptops, amazing. I need to network with such people though, so that I'll see what I can also get, right? That's amazing. And we also would like for you to prepare your mind if you're a founder, if you're a startup person, you're looking for guidance, business strategy. We're going to have masterclass for you in a different hall. And I saw Mr. Ife, they walk in, and many others who would be hosting that masterclass. I trust that you're going to have a great time, so prepare your mind for it. We have many other discussions that we would have today, carrying over the Agri-tech and the law and tech sessions from yesterday. It's going to be power-packed, so get ready. Get ready for an exciting time of learning together in Harcourt Tech Expo 2025. We have many other sessions lined up for today. Energy-tech, we're going to be talking about digitalizing local content. Now, driving the indigenous capacity we have here in Nigeria, in Africa's energy sector. So if you're interested in the energy sector, you want to know what's there for you, today is your day. We're also going to be talking about the creatives, creativity and tech. How you're going to explore technology to, of course, show your creativity to the world. It's a global village we're in now, and technology is fastly growing. It's very dynamic, and there are lots of things that you can catch today to make you shine more than ever out there. Okay, we're also going to have business strategy, scaling and funding masterclass. Many other things that we're going to do today, sustainability and circular economy. So there's a lot for everyone. There's something for everyone to get today. So please sit tight. I hope you have your writing materials, whether you're using your phone or you're using your notepad. Shall make sure you write something. Something could hit you very, very hard today, and that could be a breaking point for you. Thank you for staying put, and we will ensure that the technical team brings the next line of program, which is the safety and cybersecurity tips. Thank you.
Fine girl, got your body, so no, let me have it. Smell a sheen over, you cannot deny me. Now for me, I go for you, show loving.
Hope everyone can hear me. Sorry for the slight inconvenience. So right now, I think my screen is being shared. So let me just give a brief introduction. My name is Joel DK, and this morning I'm going to be giving a talk on the topic. Please, the next page. Password security. So before I dive right in, let me ask you, how many of us have ever had any one of our social media accounts, I don't really say hacked, but taken over? Let's say someone takes over your Facebook and posts a different profile photo, or someone takes over your WhatsApp and just starts sending messages to people or just posting in groups. But then imagine something else totally different, like your email being hacked, or your bank accounts being hacked, or your company's private file database being hacked. These are all as a result of poor passwords, very, very poor passwords. Let me tell you a quick story of a brilliant tech enthusiast I knew of. His name was David. He was a web developer. David usually codes a lot. He codes a lot for fun. He makes web apps, he makes games, he makes a lot of things. So one day, out of curiosity, he decided to make a web app, and he used the password123 as the admin login. He used the password123 as the admin login. Within just a week, someone cracked the password, took over his account, hijacked his project completely, and wiped out all his files and documentation. So all his efforts went away just like that, just because of one simple something he could have fixed. Now, here's how you can avoid being the next David. Please, next slide. Here are some basic tips that you can use. First being, use strong and unique passwords. No simple words or birthdays or just like what was talked about yesterday, things that people can easily find out about you online. Don't use things that are easily noticeable or things that someone can just guess, okay, this can be his password or this may be his password. Don't use simple things like that. The next we have is use passphrases. Use passphrases. They can include symbols, text, numbers. Just make it difficult to actually guess that, okay, this is it. Or just make it a bit confusing that even you sometimes you will find it hard remembering it. Next, enable multi-factor authentication. This includes security questions or facial verifications or fingerprints or just that added layer of security that just makes your account more secured. The next, change your passwords regularly. Change your passwords regularly. I think most of us encounter this problem where we use the same password for like different accounts. I know most of us encounter this problem because me personally, I do it. So what the problem is with this is that if you use just one password for different accounts, if one person finds a way to just get that password, that simply means he has access to all your several accounts. That is what it means. Use a password manager. I'm sure we've witnessed when Google tries to offer up a password to us. They normally mix in capitals, lowercase, words, symbols, and all. Sometimes it's actually best to just let Google do what they want to do because it's a far better means of remembering your passwords. Cyber threats, next slide, please. Previous, okay, thank you. Cyber threats are evolving, and our defense starts from you. Your defense of your account, of your profile, of your social media presence, it starts from you. It can be something as simple as better securing your passwords. And speaking of cybersecurity, if you're serious about learning more, wanting to know more about cybersecurity, about online tech, about just bettering and more securing your social media presence. Cyber Skills Bridge offers free training, mentorship, and internships. Last year, we successfully trained 20 young professionals, and Cyber Skills Bridge 2.0 is happening very soon.
Secure, and don't use very familiar names that people know you with as your password. Stay safe out there online. Thank you so much for the cyber security and safety tips. And we're going to be introducing the next program shortly. But for now, let's have a feeler with music. DJ, please.
Fine girl, got your body, so now let me have it. See me rushing over, you cannot deny me. Now for me, I go fight for this your loving. Fine, get it walk, but me like when I mess you up on me. I know my actions got the worst up on me. You go let the devil take this moment from me. Not to follow the gas, now you fast, now you take my heart go. If I ask, see me, I lose on you. My mistress, take all my money and go. Not to follow the gas, now you fast, now you take my heart go. If I ask, see me, I cheat on you. My mistress, take all my money and go. Oh, I go. Feeling me, I'm a die before my time. Feeling me, I'm a die before the sunset shines in the morning. Right before you wake up. Oh, I go. Feeling.
This is your favorite DJ.
You borrow 100,000 naira for 3 months.
If you no be spark, you no be anybody.
She want marry me, yo. I hope so she sabi kukuwache. Hope your love go sweet past the sheet up. Baby girl, I swear your body na killer, oh. Oh, I need to diet of your body, oh, only on your body. That girl for the corner, there's somebody made a call, I'm where see the wine, I'm see fire for her body, oh. And if you follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill, I'm 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 okay. Baby girl, you are, tell me where you are. I demand over you, girl. I demand over you, girl. Say you are my woman, my superwoman. I demand over you, girl. I demand over you, girl.
It's your international boy, DJ Spark.
Love me non-stop, I will love you non-stop. Always place you on top, baby, yo. All over the world, I want you. Play the music non-stop. Tell them dance to my song. Tell them shake it bum bum. Oh, hey. That girl for the corner, there's somebody made a call. Oh, hey. Where see the wine, I'm see fire for body, fire for body. And if you follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill. Baby girl, you bad. Tell me where you are. I demand over back away, they make me feel amazing, girl. I guess one way they give me things I need. I guess one way they make me feel nice. She slow, that's enough to leave, I'm girl. I guess one they want give me keys and leave. My bedroom is final. We see baby, baba now. I get wear designer. Everything way I give, I'm final. Yeah, I know like voila. But we see baby, baba now. Say my bedroom is final. When it drop, everybody know they tired. All of the girls go do anything for my love. All of the boys go do anything for the money. Then they dance to my music, then they show me love. Girls wanna touch, wanna love, they want the love. Say I got one life, make I leave, I'm see I don't try. Us hustle for street and no life. Now see me, I done the job life.
Announcing our first session for today on Agri-tech, harvesting the future, Agri-tech for food sovereignty and sustainable growth in Africa. It's about food and technology. I'd like to welcome Nauna Usoro, who will be moderating the session. And of course, we have the speakers who are also here to take that session. She looks very beautiful, a delectable lady. Would like to see her. A round of applause for her, please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. A show of hands if you're cold. A show of hands if you're cold, please. So last year, I don't know how many of you were here last year. On the first day of the session, they had challenges with the air conditioning at the venue where we had it. And I think this year they determined that rather than be hot, we'll be cold. So thank you for coming this morning, and welcome to the first session, the most important session of this event. Isn't agric the most important session of this event? During COVID, what was working? Nothing. The only industry that was still functional during COVID was what? Agriculture, isn't it? Isn't it? So oil and gas shut down, transportation shut down, everything shut down. The only industry that was working was agriculture. So I call this the most important session of this whole event. Saying that, I would like to start inviting some of the most important people in the room. Today we have a 4-member panel. And please, as I call their names, please welcome them with a round of applause as they come in, so that they'll be encouraged to share with us from their wealth of knowledge and inspire us to, for some of us who will take up agric after this session, right? Okay. So the purpose of this session, what I aim for us to achieve, is that we'll begin to understand what the opportunities are in the space. Because I realize that agriculture is still in its infancy in the Niger Delta. And there's a lot of opportunities. And things have improved. Technology has enabled efficiency. Technologies has improved productivity, profitability. And there's a lot of opportunities that tech provides in the agri sector. So I'm hoping that one of the things that we'll take home after this session is a desire to, come into the industry, into this agri sector, and participate as members of, contributing to food security in the Niger Delta. So there's a lot of opportunities, and I hope we'll see that after this. So I would like to invite our first panelist in the person of Patrick Aswama. Please, a round of applause for Patrick. Patrick Aswama is a dynamic force at the intersection of innovation, investments, and public leadership. Patrick is a venture capitalist and strategic thinker committed to positioning Africa as a global financial hub. He is currently serving as the Director of Project and Conference Execution for the Women in Africa for Transformation Initiative and the Future Women Conference and Africa Woman of the Year Awards. He's a he for she. Please, a round of applause for Patrick. He's also the visionary behind Mechanic Africa, pioneering the continent's first automobile chain workshop, revolutionizing the automotive industry across Africa. Patrick holds an MBA from the Harcourt Education Ventures in the USA and is currently pursuing another MBA in strategic management from Babcock University. Please join me in welcoming Patrick on the stage. Patrick, you're welcome. I would like to invite our next panelist. So this next panelist, I met her. We both stay in Abuja, and I met her. We've met on a couple of platforms. We've been panelists together, and I had no idea she was a daughter of the soil. So when I was curating speakers for this session, I reached out to her and said, look, you're doing amazing work in tech. I would like you to come for this session. And I was trying to explain Port Harcourt, and she said, oh, no, Port Harcourt is home. I was like, what? I never knew she was a daughter of the soil. So I'm really glad that she's here. I would like to invite Dana Mayaki. Please, a round of applause for Dana as she comes up the stage. Dana is the co-founder and CEO of Agri-tech. Agri-tech is an agri-tech company transforming key processes in the agricultural value chain through digital innovation. She has a background in health, logistics, fintech, and technology. Dana brings a unique cross-sector perspective to the future of food systems. She's an alumni of the Stanford Seed Transformation Program, a fellow of the leading African Women's Fellowship, and a participant in the IFC She Wins Africa initiative. Her work has been recognized in the Rising Women Series 2023. Originally trained as a pharmacist, Dana has spent the last 5 years building solutions at the intersection of agriculture, finance, and technology, unlocking access to markets and capital for thousands of smallholder farmers. Please, a round of applause for Dana. Our next panelist, I would like to invite to the stage, is the person of Mr. Luther Lawoyin. Please, a round of applause as we welcome him. Luther is a serial entrepreneur and visionary who is transforming how urban Africa accesses food. Luther is the co-founder and CEO of Price Pally, a digital food cooperative platform that connects consumers directly with farmers and wholesalers. By leveraging apologies, the battery on that mic died. So Luther is, like I said, enabling access to foods for consumers. By leveraging technology, Price Pally enables group buying and bulk purchases, making fresh produce and packaged foods more affordable, more accessible in Nigerian urban centers. Beyond Price Pally, Luther has a rich entrepreneurial background, having founded and led several ventures, including Lucy.ng and passjam.com.ng. He's also a fellow of esteemed programs such as the Westerwell Young Founders Program and the Alibaba E-Founders Fellowship. Luther, you're welcome. A round of applause for Luther. Last but certainly not the least, final panelist for today is Mr. Zia. I'm not sure he's in the room. Mr. Zia? Okay, all right. So Mr. Zia is unavoidably absent. I'm sure once he comes in, he will join us on stage. Okay, so let's move to our session. Are we looking forward to hearing from this panelist? Please, if you're looking forward, a show of hands. A show of hands, thank you very much. You just check that your mics are working, just so that's okay. Once again, welcome to our panelists. We are happy to have you. We're happy to, dig into your experiences so that we can learn. Because one of the things that I wanted us to achieve, like I said, is that young people, and I'm glad that I'm seeing a lot of young faces in the audience, will begin to see the opportunities in the agri-space, particularly agri-tech, and how you can use agri-tech to drive productivity. One of the challenges that we're having is food security. So how can we use tech to solve that problem? So we'll dig deep into the experiences and, we'll begin to tease out opportunities in the sector. So my first question is to you, Luther. Luther, let's find out from you, what is the genesis of Price Pally? What personal experiences led you to establish Price Pally? And how did you identify the gap in the food supply chain?
All right, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for having me. Price Pally started 2019 officially, but a year before that, I was in China, and for the Alibaba Founder Program, and they took us around many technology companies, and there was a particular one called Pinduoduo, which is one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms that enables group buying and all of that. And they were critically solving that farm-to-table issue, which is like, you know, there were several inefficiencies that they are taking out of the way in China that made food really affordable. And before then, I always, you know, it was an obvious problem that we had in Nigeria. It's still a problem. And so that kind of inspired me to look at what we have and see what was possible. So that pretty much led to the problems. But on a personal note as well, I got married in 2018. You know, we're young couples. My wife and I would go to the market together, and it was always a very frustrating experience. We were either coming back angry, you know, frustrated, and we always kept data as well, data of our expenses and things like that. And the expense on food was just not predictable. If you spend 200K this month, you're spending 500K next month. So all of that problem just got me interested and started looking into it and looking at how we could solve it. And today, we've really gone far in solving that problem. And hopefully, we'll eventually be able to critically solve it for many urban cities in Nigeria and Africa.
Thank you very much. My next question is to Dana. So we are moving from B2C, Luther solving the challenge of access to food for consumers. Now let's move to B2B. Dana, please share with us your origin story, the origin of Agri-tech. I know you're smiling, but share with us the origin of Agri-tech. What inspired you to start Agri-tech? And how did your background in fintech influence your approach to digitizing agriculture?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Okay, my name is Dana, and I'm happy to be here back in Port Harcourt, sharing my experience, and thank you, Noana, for inviting me. So my background is actually in pharmacy, right? And it was a lot of things. I can't pinpoint one thing that really inspired me. It was a combination of so many things. And I'll start from when we were in school and we were about to graduate, and our course rep decided to do a field trip to pharmaceutical companies.
Sorry to interrupt. Please share with us what school you went to.
I went to Uniport. I studied pharmacy in Uniport. So we went to Lagos for a field trip. We were invited to WHO-approved pharmaceutical companies, Swiffer, Emzor, and the likes. And then I saw they had a unique challenge amongst all of them. They were struggling with their procurement processes. They couldn't have access raw commodities or raw materials as they ought to. But as a young girl, I was just inquisitive and very curious. I asked the questions and I left it there. You know, from there to here, it's very far. I left it and I worked in the hospital. I worked as a medical practitioner. I was in the community pharmacy. I wanted to be in industry, but the opportunities were not there. So again, I met a pharmacist when we started discussing. He was into fintech, and that sparked an interest, right? Because I knew maths at that point, and which is very serious. I'm happy that young people are listening to us. You know, sometimes it looks like maths and English are very relevant, but they are the basis of everything that we do today. I tell you, I kid you not, if you know maths, you are far ahead. Just hold it very tight, right? So, and on the basis of that, I became a data analyst, like just reviewing data on how they need to phase into a state to build their fintech structure, etc. And this was so many years ago, about 7 years ago. And then I was employed to be an intern in that firm. Lo and behold, the firm was going to work for Dangote, and they were going to provide fintech services to farmers in Zamfara. Now, bear in mind that I was new, I was a pharmacist, and Zamfara was already a red zone, so nobody wanted to go, but then I jumped into the opportunity because I was looking for a challenge. And that was...
Fantastic story. This is a round of applause. Fantastic story. So please welcome Mr. Zia Ayibakro. He's finally here. Zia, we were eagerly waiting for your arrival. So I'll give once I get to Mr. Zia with his questions, I'll give a brief background of Mr. Zia's bio so that we get to know him better. Now, Mr. Patrick, the investor, venture capitalist, and strategic politician.
Only one.
There's a very important question, and I think I discussed this with you yesterday. What criteria do you employ to evaluate the viability? I'm asking you this question because it's very important. A lot of us are here trying to set up businesses. A lot of us are here trying to get into a sector, but we don't understand what a viable business looks like. That's why I'm asking Patrick this question. What criteria do you employ to evaluate the viability of agri-tech startups for investment? How do you gauge their potential for scalability and impact? And you know, how can we use this knowledge to transform businesses, particularly in the Niger Delta?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Port Harcourt. Thank you very much, Naomi, for that question. You know, basically, having worked with a lot of investors across different regions in the world, you know, in Africa, Europe, Asia, there are 5 core pillars that investors actually look at if they are to invest in your business. And, you know, unlike when after COVID that investors were just dishing out, writing checks anyhow, this time they are very, very stringent when it comes to writing checks. So first thing they do is, what problem are you solving? Are you actually solving a critical pain point in that sector that you're involved in? Like, for instance, like the agri-tech. Are you solving is it production, is it processing, is it logistics, is it distribution, is it financing? So they look at the problem that you are solving. Is that problem really a pain point in that particular sector? That's one of the first things that they look at. Then, secondly, they look at scalability. Can your business scale, is it adaptable? The problem you are solving or the solution that you are providing for that particular problem, is it scalable? Is it adaptable? If someone in Port Harcourt is actually, if the solution is actually working in Port Harcourt, can it also work in Bayelsa? Can it work in Akwa Ibom? Can it work in Ghana? Can it work in Kenya? So they look at the adaptability of that particular solution. And then now tailor it down to the technology that you are even deploying to solve that solution itself. Is it smart? Is it effective? Can people in the rural area actually use it? Just like you are trying to create a solution for somebody, a household farmer, you know, and you know that she cannot navigate the smartphones. So is your solution tailored to her in such a way that she can just dial like a code and she get access to a particular services? Then another thing investors also look at is the team. Does the team have the competence to drive this particular project? So you are a co-founder, or you're a founder, you have a co-founder, you have a CTO, you have a CEO. Do you have a team that can actually help you drive success when investors actually write a check for you? Then also, apart from that, if you ever have an opportunity to sit with an investor, the first question they ask you is, what is the most important thing in your business? Or what is it that you need? And a lot of people will tell you they need money, but they'll tell you that it's 4-letter word, and that 4-letter word is TEAM, which is your team. So even if I've seen a lot of startups that raise millions of dollars, and in less than 2 years, they shut down. Because why? They do not have the right team to drive the success of that particular project. Then the last thing is the success metrics. You know, so people want to look at the impact metrics rather of that particular solution that you are doing. And once that impact metric is measurable in a broader light, definitely they write you a check. So those are the 5 core pillars that investors actually look at whenever you are pitching to them. They look at those things, and it's very, very critical. Take a look at right now, currently as of today, Nigeria has raised over $1 billion in terms of investment. It wasn't like this last year. You know, it wasn't like this last year. So once you are pitching to an investor, ensure that those 5 core pillars, you take them into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. So one of the recurring, I would say, themes that I've heard across these 3 participants is a couple of things. One, be curious. Ask questions. Identify a problem that you want to solve. And then assess whether that problem will bring money, because that's what it's about, right? How sustainable is that solution that you want to proffer or provide? So thank you very much for sharing your stories. My next, I'm moving to Ziga now. So Ziga, welcome. We've been waiting for you. Ziga is Zia. It's Zia, please. Zia is the Managing Director and CEO of Zia Ayibakuro Limited, ZAL Group. ZAL Group is an enterprise development firm with strong investment in tech-enabled agriculture. He is also a certified agri-tech and food business expert with training from institutions across Nigeria, Benin, France, and Italy. Thank you, Zia, for coming. Zia is into soilless farming, and I'm really curious as to what led you to start soilless farming and focus and start it within the Niger Delta. What opportunities did you see in soilless farming for the Niger Delta that led you to start your business?
Yeah. Hello. Okay. So basically, for us in ZAL, we've been in business in the last 15 years plus, and we started out providing enterprise development support for small businesses. We started out consulting for PIN Foundation, Grofin, MAID, SDN. All these are international organizations that see the need to help with the concept of food production and security in the Niger Delta specifically. So we started out that conversation. We were not really interested in getting involved in agriculture as per becoming active in the value chain opportunities in agriculture. We're more interested in providing basic support services, linkages to markets, linkages to finance, and technical supports. But by 2014, just like you said, that the earlier speakers have said, we saw the opportunities in the Niger Delta. You know, we have an estimate of about 30 million persons in the Niger Delta. An estimate of 30 million persons as of probably 2015 record. And we realized that virtually everything we eat comes from outside the region. A large percentage of what we eat comes from outside the region. And we decided that, okay, if that's the case, how can we step into that gap and see what we could do locally to produce food? Just like you said, the first thing we did was we went for knowledge. I always advise entrepreneurs, you know, when we attend conferences like this, event like this, there's always this concept of just feeling like everything is possible. You can just do anything. It is important to identify that you can't do things without processes and procedures. There are, I don't want to use the word rules, but there are certain things, certain norms you need to observe. You need to understand who is in that sector, what they are doing, what you need to learn from them. And living things grow. Growth takes time. I don't preach overnight success. Every person you see talking on this panel has something he's not saying to you, how they started, the challenges they went through, and all that. So starting out in the Niger Delta, let me put it clear. One of the major challenges we had starting out in the Niger Delta is the entitlement mentality. Living in an environment where you decided that We want to do things differently. But somehow, the system around will want to force you to depend on the existing systems that have been created. So you're here thinking about doing any sort of business, whether it's in agriculture, like we are doing. In this environment, you must understand that you're on your own. Don't try to leverage on the existing systems and structures within the entitlement framework. That's what I mean. So systems like BOA, Bank of Industry, you can leverage them, but not the entitlement mentality systems I'm referring to. So what brought us in was the market opportunity we identify. We also identified the fact that farmers, when I introduce myself as a farmer most times, the comment I get is, are you sure? Does farmer look like this? How does farmer look? So jokingly, I will just tell people, I say, I keep my head the way my plant grows. Because my plant grew like this. We have to stick them from different, so that's why I keep my hair like that. But yeah, I just do that jokingly. So people keep asking me, how can a farmer look like this? Particularly in the Niger Delta. Because it's a bit strange. Our farming population is around, the age bracket is between 50, 60 and above. That does farm in the Niger Delta. However, we identify the market opportunity. There is a big market opportunity. Now, we also identify the need, the fact that the Niger Delta hosts, we have major challenges around flooding. We have issues around environmental degradation, oil spill, and all that. It's a major challenge. You can hardly find a region within the Niger Delta that is not having these issues. So one of what we did, was why we went into Soilless, that's what I want to say, is that we looked at the fact that the basic reason why you use soil to grow plants, that they taught us in primary agriculture, is basically aeration, holding of water, and all those basic stuff. There are 4 things. I can't say all of them right now. So now we realized that there is a science component of agriculture. It is called agricultural science. There is a need for that. Farmers plant, they have a lot of post-harvest losses, they have a lot of crazy things that happen in the farm. It's tied to the fact that there is the knowledge gap, the scientific part to drive in agriculture. So we now start looking at alternatives we can use to grow parts. So I will salute our big brother in Soilless Farm Lab, Advocacy, Farmer Samson. In fact, we spent time with him. We spent time with Farmer Samson to understand how the Soilless agriculture work. We spent time also with Pastor Debo at BIC Farm. We spent time with them also. So from what I'm sharing, understand that what you see today is a function of a lot of things that is going on behind the scene. So when we saw that there's a big market there, we provided the alternative. And how did you do that? We use the waste from rice as a substrate to grow plants. And that's what we currently do. So there's a big market opportunity, and we're leveraging on that, and we're taking it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I move to the next panelist with the next question, I just wanted to... So last year, I gave the keynotes for the Agri session. And, I was very excited about my keynotes. I came and spoke about my experience in Kaduna. I visited a factory called Tomato Jos. I don't know how many of you know Tomato Jos. They grow tomato and they make it into paste. So I shared my experience. I wanted to, show what the potentials are. She needed some investments for her irrigation facility. And I was trying to share numbers. And I realized that 3/4 of the people in the room didn't understand what I was saying. Because I was speaking, agric lingo. I was speaking yield. I was speaking hectares. I was speaking irrigation facility. I was speaking, irrigation, solar-powered irrigation, etc. And I realized that the audience was almost lost. And it just, I didn't feel good about it. Not for the fact that they were not getting it, but because we don't understand what the opportunities are. The Niger Delta. I think in terms of agriculture, there's a lot of opportunities. There's a gap. There's a big gap. And if you're wise, you take what these experts have and do your research. He mentioned Farmer Samson Obole. I don't know how many of you. Does anybody know that name? 1 person, 2 people, 3 people in a room of over 100. Do we know anything about soilless farming? Hands up if you do. There's opportunity. I hope you are seeing that. So I'll move to Dana. Dana, let's talk challenges. So I'm happy also that 3/4 of the panelists, you are children of the Niger Delta. We are not strangers. Dana is doing fantastic in Abuja. I think go on LinkedIn and connect with her. She's doing fantastic work. She has an app that links farmers to that enables market access. And I would like to talk to her about the challenges that she has faced trying to scale her business, trying to scale usage of her Kasoa app.
Okay, thank you again. But just before I come into that, I mean, it's all part of the challenges. I want to say that I think there is a fundamental problem with our education system. And I noticed this as a young person in Uniport. If they want to grade you, they will sort of like, okay, people with very high JAM scores go to medicine and pharmacy and all of those things. And then people with lower JAM scores go to agric and fishery. Let me tell you the truth. As somebody who studied pharmacy and now doing agriculture is more scientific. It is heavy on science. It is something that brings the entire body of knowledge together. In agriculture, there's physics, there's chemistry, there's sales, there's marketing, there's business development, there's economics. There are so many things in agriculture. When I started doing this process, I realized how we have, as a nation, as a people, undermined the very thing that we should have held up high. You know, Africa has over 80 million hectares of arable land available. But we all go to school to do the things that other people have thought about and told us what to do. The major things that we are supposed to be the knowledge holders of, we have neglected. And that is part of the problem in the first place. Secondly, when you tell people that you're in agriculture, there's a stereotype. They just want to box you, oh, this one no follow. I'm telling you, there is wealth in the mud and there's wealth in debt. For some of you, your parents are probably, I don't know, but your parents are probably maybe farming in the village and you're looking at that thing, not knowing that you can actually, with your knowledge in school, package whatever they are doing, even if it's ugu or it is watermelon, package it and export it out of this country and earn a lot of money. In that way, you have maximized the things in your very presence. You know, they say you are leaving what is in your Sokoto to face what is in Sokoto. You know, so for me, coming to agriculture, being somebody who has gone to school and has gained knowledge in working in government, in the health sector, also working in fintech, I was looking for how to combine my entire knowledge so that I can bring value to agriculture. The problem I saw was that, first of all, the major challenge in agriculture is that finance is frustrated into the sector. They don't think they can finance farmers. The village, the people, the farmers in the village, they keep becoming poorer and poorer because nobody wants to finance them. They are not on any credit bureau. They don't even have bank accounts. So it is, I'm not blaming the financial institutions. I'm just saying that it is risky. And it is true that it is risky to finance them. Now, when we came on board, we wanted to bring them, to make them more financially investable. Because if we don't do that, we will suffer. Today, you are not seeing food. Food is getting higher. You don't know the reason why the supply is frustrated. It's because that farmer does not have money to farm again for you to eat. So as much as you are in Lagos, you are in Abuja, you are in the city in Port Harcourt, it is that farmer who is in the village that is responsible for your upkeep today. And you know, some of us just like it to do, okay, yeah, I love AI, I am an AI, I'm a tech-driven person, but when it comes to agriculture, we had to make it really granular. And now what are the challenges that we faced? Things like technology adoption. Because we have neglected them, we did not educate them. So bringing technology to them will further force, they will look at you, oh, me, I just want to eat every day. That is what the farmer has been reduced to. He just wants to sell his commodities and eat. He doesn't even know if he's making money or not. And let me tell you the real scenario today. Nigeria is importing food. You can grow food. These farmers have farmed last season. They have brought their food to the market. So because the government is importing food, they cannot sell at a competitive price. And so if they cannot sell, they cannot buy fertilizer to farm again in the next season. So as much as we are all happy saying that the food prices have reduced, the people who are responsible for making sure that we have food for the next season do not have a means. So we as agri-tech companies, we go there. See, what I can do without tech. What in agriculture has an advantage because what you can do without tech. But technology helps us to make our processes more efficient. When I look at those farmers, in the next 10 years, if we don't give them technology, we would have killed our entire food system. We would have killed it beyond repair. That's one thing. So we as the agri people, being their face, now you're seeing me, okay, I'm in the city because I can afford to, because I am knowledgeable enough to be here. But then everything I do here translates to a farmer that is on the field every day. So the challenges they have, technology adoption, they were not educated, finance is frustrated because nobody thinks that they ought to be there. If we have more young people taking up the task, going to your villages where you have the right of jurisdiction to do certain things, to educate these farmers, even teaching them maths, teaching them basic English, or teaching their children, because they are transferring skills, but they are only transferring farming skills. The other things that border around farming, they may not know. So that means their farming will not transcend beyond their local government. Right? These are some of the challenges. I just want to stop here. So now, no.
Thank you, Dana, for that insight. There's wealth in the mud. You've heard it from Dana. There's wealth in the mud. And even as she was talking and, listing out all the challenges, all I kept hearing was there's opportunity. There's opportunity. How do we de-risk farmers? How do we build capacity for smallholder farmers? So there's opportunity. When you hear challenges and people are talking about problems, take a pen and a paper and start writing it down. What are the opportunities in this problem that this person is telling me? So let's move to Luther. We are still on challenges. Luther, you expanded from Lagos, if I'm not mistaken, into Abuja and Port Harcourt. I want you to tell us, as briefly as you can, how these challenges differ. The Abuja challenge, I know they're different, because Niger Delta, we are unique. The Abuja challenge and expanding into Port Harcourt. What challenges did you face in these two areas? And then how did you address these challenges?
Okay, thank you very much. So I think the co-panelist has mentioned a few things. It's been, we are even in Ibadan as well. And out of the 4 cities that we're in, Port Harcourt seems to be most difficult. And the reason is that in the cities we're in, we serve our customers using a farmer network. Here, we've not been able to find reliable farmer networks. And it's so important, it's so tragic that Port Harcourt has out of the 4 cities we serve, Port Harcourt has the highest cost of food from our data. You spend more on food than even Lagos, and everybody thinks Lagos is where it's more expensive. So that strikes a lot of chord. That speaks volumes to what the co-panelists have been saying around what can be done here. If you are able to grow food substantially, especially the very highly consumed food items here, you can take over this local market because you would be cheaper than somebody bringing it all the way from Kano and all that. I know there's also weather, there's soil types and all of these things that affect, but there are technologies like they've mentioned around soilless farming that could still achieve the same thing. So I would encourage anybody who is here that who has interest in that to really look into that. It's a lot of opportunity. But back to the question. So, well, challenges are similar, but can be, different locations have peculiarities. So Lagos was our first, and Lagos was very tough, but it was doable because there was an encouraging ecosystem. From the wholesalers that we started with to moving to farmers and all that, they are all available. So that made it quite easy, but easy is not the word anyway, because it took us years to really crack that. So what we do at Price Valley is enable everybody here could buy whatever they need to buy, and we gather that that request and match to the best possible supply. So over time, we now have data where farmers are farming ahead of what our consumers would consume. For example, the next 2-3 months of supply for tomatoes, peppers, and all that, we have farmers already farming for them. So that kind of like helped us. So when we get to other cities, creating that ecosystem is number one challenge, and that creating the ecosystem also comes with the problems that Dana was mentioning, which is financing those farmers, giving them the right, being able to have them farm rightly to your standards and all of those things. So different challenges, different environments, but it's been a wonderful ride, and hopefully we're able to figure out Port Harcourt in a couple of years to come. Months to come or years, depends.
Years to come. Thank you, Patrick. My question to Luther. Given your involvement in various initiatives, how can we use technology to transform, to empower young people? I know this is a weighted question and we don't have the time, but if you could just give us 2 points. How can we use technology to empower young people and transform agriculture in the Niger Delta? 2 minutes, please.
Sure.
Thank you. So like I said, the government needs to also digitalize our land ownership. It's very, very key. Now, another thing the government needs to do is the government needs to create tax incentives. Tax holiday for people that are interested in going into this sector that are tagged as non-sexy. If I'm not talking about the fintech, the health tech, or the edu-tech, they feel that they're not doing something really relevant. But I tell you that the agricultural sector has more blue ocean potentials than even this sector. Because everybody here needs food. You must eat, whether you like it or not. Before you write a code, you must eat. Before you do anything, you must eat. So so these are, if you look at the potential in the agricultural sector, people just, another thing we need to do is, apart from creating tax incentive, the government needs to create certain zones that are agro-innovation zones. You can decide to say, okay, Port Harcourt, 2-3 local governments are agro-innovation zones. Those zones, you create certain amenities that will aid agric to actually thrive in those particular areas. So that's what I feel the government needs to do, and also the youth need to really embrace this, because I'm from the Nigeria Delta, so I can say some certain things. Very soon, there will be no oil. Oil will not have any value. As of today, the price of Brent crude has dropped to less than $65, which was even the benchmark for federal government budget. So what it means is that if the war in Ukraine and Russia is solved, the price of crude oil is going to crash further. So what it's telling you is that it will get to a point in which the oil becomes so irrelevant. So we need to start embracing other sectors that are going to make us sufficient in everything that we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. He's mentioned a few key things that I think are very important for all of us. Digital literacy, enabling government enablement, the right policy environments, agri-tech hubs, and 3 other points that are very important and critical for us to develop as a people and transform the agri-tech space and the agriculture space in the Niger Delta. So final word, Ziga. Zia, what's your final word? If you were to say 2 things, what are the 2-3 important things that a young person or anybody who wants to set up a Soilless farm, what are the 3 things that they need to do? Please, in 1 minute, please.
Okay, let me just borrow from what my colleague said. He mentioned issues around the difficulties being able to get credible farmers to be able to raise data that you can work with. That's primarily because of the Niger Delta is still an emerging conversation when it comes to agriculture. So we need to pay more attention to deliberately build systems and institutions that will help this young formative process we're trying to set up to be more effective. Then also to add to what he said, you see, for every young person in this place, I don't want you to leave this place, we talk about agriculture, and you feel that it's something you cannot relate with. It's something you cannot do. It's too big. It's too very massive. So let me try as much as I can to just give you something you can go back with, to relate to what you can do as a young person in this place. So say, for example, there is fruit markets in Port Harcourt. There are several locations. There are several farmers markets. All of these markets in Port Harcourt require pepper. Pepper is a daily conversation in every household. And like he said, young people, we should embrace agriculture. If you're able to raise as low as 200,000, 100,000, you're able to buy seeds, good F1 seeds, you'll be able to start a pepper farm in your house, and you can comfortably start producing 20 kg, 10 kg on a weekly basis with the right knowledge. Having said that, there's something we do in ZAL that I would like to share. And I think currently we just onboarded new people. Some of them even came in from Port Harcourt to Bielsa because our farms are in Bielsa. So we have a program that is called Agro-Yield. It's driving agriculture with technology in our greenhouses. So we are growing. We have over 40 greenhouses that we're growing, and they're all soilless. Now, Agro-Yield is a 3-month intensive program that is free for young people. So if you're in this place, you want to learn soilless agriculture, we can't teach you here, but we can give you the opportunity to learn in our facility. We provide you accommodation, we provide you stipends, you stay in the facility for 3 months, and you learn for free. If you're able to meet up all these things, you can start. The next set, probably I'm sure will start by next month. We just started one set 2 days ago. So that's one practical thing we can do to help you. Fantastic. My final word is this. Nobody is coming to help you as a young person. You'll be the one to help yourself. So agriculture gives you an opportunity where you could create a future for yourself. Like she said, on our team, we have scientists, we have MedLab, we have a lot of engineers working with us. Yes. It's not just tilling the ground, but there's money in tilling the ground, like she said. Yes. So I wish all of you well, and I look forward to seeing you being part of Agro-Yield. Thank you.
Before, I want all of us to say final words, but I just want to ask this question. Did anybody here study agriculture?
Not at all. I didn't do
I didn't study. I studied economics. I have a background. Luther, what did you study? Business admin, pharmacy, accounting?
Political science.
Political science. Please, a round of applause for us. So, final word. Patrick, 30 seconds, go.
Okay, my final word is African next unicorn can come from the agric sector. And it's going to be from our soil and code. And I believe the Niger Delta can lead that revolution if we are ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Dana?
Yes, I want to say two things. First of all is that they said 60% of our population is employed by agriculture. That means 6 people in 10 people. Please ask your neighbor, are you a farmer? No, because that was before, not now. So if Nigeria is going to feed itself, we need 6 people out of every 10 people to actually be farming. So do you understand the gap that we have? It's a huge problem, and it's estimated to be about $1 trillion by 2030. We are 6 years or 5 years away from 2030. So the next agripreneurs have to come from somewhere. So are you the one or not? Secondly, we all want to be like Elon Musk. Elon Musk has his farm that he's farming, right? And that is digital technology, because people have taken responsibilities to make sure that he is where he is today. Where is your farm, right? It doesn't have to be agriculture, but you have to leverage on something. There are no blueprints everywhere. Don't wait for the government. You can do it from the back of your house, from your villages, and you will become a globally recognized person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dana. A round of applause for Dana. Luther?
Yeah, I'll just add that despite the challenges in the space and all the downsides of it, things are changing. There are a lot of young people in the space that are doing really good work, and in a couple of years from now, the story will change. We had something like this about 2-3 weeks ago, a summit bringing together our farmers and all that. We have farmers who work with us who are millionaires. Like, they earn a lot of money. So this is going to change. It just takes time, but it is the right time for you to get in the space. And there are so many opportunities there, like so many spots in the value chain that you can pick up and really develop to become something. Because everything as of today is at ground zero. But in a couple of years now, you see that people have owned some spaces there, and this is about the right time to get into agri. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panel. I would just like to add this. Every challenge, within every challenge, there's an opportunity. I've said opportunity on this stage, I think maybe 50 times. Within every challenge, there's an opportunity. When we are having conversations like this, not just on this platform, everywhere we go, where we're having conversations, our attitude towards things not working is not to complain endlessly. Your complaint is not going to solve the problem. What is going to solve the problem is you using your brain. Uber was someone thinking about the problem of moving from point A to point B. Every solution you see today it came from someone's mind. So, after all said and done, what problem are you solving to drive agriculture, not just in the Niger Delta, but Nigeria at large, and even Africa? Very soon, I'm hoping that Price Pali Kasua will start seeing it in Kenya, in South Africa. That's the goal. That's the goal. So, what problem will you solve? Thank you very much. We hope you've enjoyed the panel.
Sorry, just a moment,
okay,
panelists.
It's Q&A.
Q&A,
Apologies, Q&A.
We'll take 2 questions. Okay, let me take yours first.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is a great panel, and it's been very, very thought-provoking. But I observe a gap, and I want to ask a question concerning that. Actually, Luther subscribed to that, in that the farmers in Port Harcourt or River State, they are not really maybe together. So I've not heard any talk about an advocacy group for agri-tech in the discussion. I think that is a major gap. If it's a situation we don't have an association, there has to be an association for effective interaction or engagement with NDDC, with the Ministry of Agriculture, especially with greater opportunity, like I now also mentioned, in Africa, with respect to the African Continental Free Trade Zone, which Nigeria is a signatory. So it's a huge opportunity before us, but there has to be effective advocacy. Do you have any advocacy group, arrangement, or what is the state of advocacy? Because it's very, very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. That's a good one. No, it's part of the reasons why we are here. It's part of the work we're doing. We're trying to network to figure out where the nexus of the farmers are in the region. And that has been difficult, but I met someone here yesterday who's with the NDDC, and he kind of gave some glimmer of hope. So I'm here to connect, to figure out that together with anyone who can help. We just need to find the cooperatives or the farmer network that serves Port Harcourt as a city so that we can connect with them. It's been difficult. We've had pockets of them, but that has not been effective. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm available for any advocacy group to join and all that, but not that I've done anything personally. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, sir, Prof. Yeah.
I'm from here, so it really breaks my heart to see that we are not doing as much as we ought to do. In the north, there's every other week, there's an agric conference, there's an agric discussion. Food will always be expensive in Port Harcourt, but I hope it doesn't continue because some of my customers are here. We transport food all the way from Kano or Adamawa or something down here. So the logistics cost will always frustrate whatever interventions you want to do in Port Harcourt. So if, I don't know, like Luther has said, if we can see those avenues, we have a lot to give to the farmers that we can see here in terms of access to markets, making their processes easier, and just making sure that we begin to build that community here. Thank you.
So Prof has mentioned advocacy group, association, agri-tech professionals or experts or businesses. Dana has mentioned opportunities for farmers within the Niger Delta to join their platform. So I'm hoping that you are taking note of these opportunities and then you approach them later.
Good day, everyone. Okay, my name is Nedima Clara. I'm a microbiology graduate, but I'm trying to migrate into agri-tech or sustainable agriculture, to be precise. So my first question, she kind of threw light on it, that's logistics. Because I've actually started something on agric, but it's not like a personal something. Like I was getting my goods from the north, but I was so frustrated with that logistics, and that is the main question I have. Like, how do we improve that logistics and all? And another question is, I did a project while I was in school on genetically modified organisms, and I concentrated on plants. And there are a lot of ethical hindrances concerning anything that is non-natural, because he was talking about soilless farming and all. So I don't know if there is a way to sensitize people, because now WHO, if you are marketing a genetically modified product, you have to state it on the pack that is genetically modified. So this soilless farming now, I know a lot of people will be, it's not natural, it will have underlying health issues and all. Like, how do we also solve that problem? Thank you.
Okay, so let me speak to that. It's 100% natural. There's no GMOU with soilless agriculture. Like I said, we'll offer you the privilege to come and learn how it works. But if I just give you a background, you grow the substrate you use for planting is waste from rice chaff. When you mill rice, that chaff, that's what we use to grow plants. So your seeds are your regular seeds that you use, and you can grow it. And all you need to just do, like I think one of my colleagues said, is understand the science behind it. Just like you said, understand the science behind it. There's a body of knowledge around soilless agriculture. Because at this point, you're talking about precision farming. it is what you give the plants that the plants will grow. So you need to know what level of calcium you're giving the plants, what level, you need to know all these basic conversations. So we are willing to help as many that want to learn about it, but have it in your mind that it has nothing to do with GMOU. It's pure, natural, all the things. In fact, we use the urine of rabbits as organic pests in the greenhouses. You catch it. So one waste from one commodity is actually an input to another commodity. So it's just a body of knowledge that you need to learn. And I will encourage young people, please, let's take advantage of that. Just like they said, there is massive opportunity. Just this morning, 2 persons are leaving Port Harcourt to our farm to buy pepper. Just this morning. From Port Harcourt, they are going to Bayelsa to buy pepper. 2 persons. And they are begging you not to sell it to another person. Just like you're saying, solving logistics is we have to grow locally. We have to produce what we eat. And we have every resources we need to be able to do that. So I will encourage young people. This is a gold mine. It requires a lot of work, a lot of learning, a lot of commitment to the process. Then we'll get it right. Thank you very much.
So on the logistics part, see, my sister, on the logistics part, that is part of the inefficiencies that we ourselves, we are trying to solve. Agriculture lacks infrastructure, including roads, logistics, security, right? So that is the major challenge. Imagine young people like us, we've put ourselves under the risks. You know where we go to farm? Very, very, do you know Mubi local government? Very close to Sambisa. Do you understand? That is where farmers are, right? So, but then we are trying to partner, and we are open for partnership to people who want to do CNG trucks, just to reduce the cost of fuel and logistics. It is a major challenge, not even with the lack of infrastructure, but the talent for truck driving is missing. In Canada, if you're a truck driver, you are highly paid. In Nigeria, and we don't even have the number of drivers and the number of trucks on the road to be able to close the gap. So these are some of the challenges, but like Naona said, in the challenge, there's an opportunity, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me just briefly add something to the logistic aspect. Now, you've just identified a very critical pain point in the agricultural value chain. And, you know, when people think about agric, they just think about maybe going to the farm. No, there are a lot of value chain when it comes to agriculture. You have the production, you have the processing, you have the distribution, you have financing, and logistic as well. Now, so you've identified that problem. What you need to do is you can provide a solution to it. What you need to do to reduce that cost for now is get people that are like you that need that same product. That way, you can actually reduce the cost of transportation from wherever you are bringing it into this particular state. So you can begin to solve that problem bit by bit. It can start from you to your friend, to your next neighbor. Before you know, you have a chunk of customer base that, okay, every month you help them to buy particular produce and the like. So it's a pain point that you can actually solve, but you need to identify people, and that's where the research has to come in. Identify people that need the same product that you're always, you know, trying to purchase from a particular location and bringing it down to this place. Thank you very much.
Well, why not produce it here? That's the thing. You have to check if it can work here, right?
Yes.
To cut off the cost of logistics, and then you have something going here. Instead of them to go there, you produce it here, and your prices are cheaper and more competitive.
Yeah. Like my brother has said, Zia, it's a gold mine. Agriculture is a gold mine. It requires learning, it requires hard work, and it requires commitment. Thank you. Any other question? We're good?
I think we have a couple of more questions in the house. So what I will appeal to the panelists. We have another room upstairs. If you have questions, you want to have further interactions with the panelists for 30 minutes, please, because this seems very exciting. People want to speak to you. There are practitioners here who also want to learn. Just give us 30 minutes. Choma will lead the way. If you have questions, you want to network, you want to build relationships, 30 minutes. There's a room just behind the hall. You can join them there. Right. So Zal, what we'd also do is would send out a registration link for people who want to work with you. We'll coordinate those details and push them to you, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope we've been inspired. I hope we've learned. And a round of applause for our panelists, please.
Thank you. Please step down for photographs.
Thank you very much. The picture session when you step down, please. Thank you very much. Whilst they were on stage, a very special guest walked into the room, Dr. Dare Akobo, Chairman, Group CEO of Pana Holdings. You're very welcome, sir. We'll be looking forward to hearing from you very soon. We also had President of FASIMA, Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce, walked in, Dr. Chinyere Woga. You're very, very welcome to today's sessions. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're happy to have you here.
Like you are my baby, getting down with the sounds around. Oh, the smell of the morning flower as we pass away an hour. I want to do it again.
Today we're going to move very quickly because we have loads of sessions.
In the summertime.
Our next speaker will be giving a keynote address. Mr. Chukwuma Okpaka, Azure Business Group Manager, Microsoft Africa. Mr. Chuks is the Azure Business Group Manager for Microsoft Africa subsidiary. In his role, he's strategic subject leader for Azure infrastructure business and responsible for planning and directing the execution of Azure business strategy in the continent. He's the strategic go-to-market lead for Azure infrastructure business, Azure, I beg your pardon, Azure. Prior to joining Microsoft, Chuks spent 20 years at HP Nigeria, where his last held position was the regional managing director, role responsible for Anglo-West African region. Chuks is an astute IT professional and business leader whose industry experience spans financial services, public government, education, oil and gas, telecoms, retails, media, and entertainment. He has also spent 2 years as a senior lecturer at Durban Polytechnic, where he helped to blend and infuse current technological trends into the students' curriculum. Distinguished guests, tech enthusiasts, please let's welcome Mr. Chukwuma Okpaka as he takes the center stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chuks Okpaka, and you have seen the loud and lofty profile, but sometimes we appear smaller than the profile. I will be talking about, very briefly, a platform we consider the hub for innovation and creativity today. That's Azure. I'm going to talk about it and paint a picture of what it is and what it's not, but most importantly, to see how I can make connection with everyone here, to look into technological trends and how we can take advantage of it in automating what we do and how we do what we do today. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and join me in the next few minutes. Let's look at the Azure platform. Can you see the screen? Is it? Ah. Maybe I will need a little help. So first and foremost, so we say Azure. Azure actually means Azure actually stands for Microsoft Platform, the cloud platform, what we call hyperscaler today. There are a couple of hyperscalers in the industry. These are people who build data centers across the world so that organizations, instead of building out their own data center, they don't have to do that. They can very quickly roll out their businesses or business ideas, taking advantage of infrastructures and services and solutions already available all over the world. So Azure is the platform that Microsoft have built out so that customers and individuals can continue to take advantage of services that are available, and then they can spin out or spin off their ideas and turn it to business very efficiently and very effectively. Thank you so much. Okay, so we say that Azure is actually the platform for innovation and a lot of creativity because of what we have in there. Today we say it's the center for innovation, and that's because Azure is not just or much more than just a cloud platform. There are hundreds and hundreds of tools and solutions that are available within Azure that customers, individuals can lay their hand on and then begin to train themselves. I don't know whether you're aware that Microsoft's mission is actually to empower every single individual and every organization on the face of the earth to achieve more. And that is what we do today. If you see how we have infused technology into our lifestyle, you can see that we're actually helping people to achieve more, to accomplish more in their day-to-day life. So the Azure in particular, this is the technology platform where we have built out solutions, like I hinted earlier. What is the impact of this to organizations? Very quickly, if I remember what it takes for an organization to say, listen, we need to roll out, let's say, a banking application, or we want to change our CRM, or we want to change our ERP. Normally, you go through processes which includes like procurement process and so on and so forth. Even when you want to buy typical tools for your office environment, you have to provide a PO to the vendor needs to go place order with the distributor go to the manufacturer, and then the chain begins to come back when it's manufactured until it finally gets to you. Sometimes you provision like 6 weeks, 8 weeks, sometimes months before the equipment ultimately reaches the customer, and then you now begin to do what you're actually supposed to do. In this era, we believe that actually, we need to cut out that. So if you have an idea, you can actually go to Azure portal and then spin off services immediately. Okay, within a few minutes, you can actually begin to roll out what you want to do. So we say this is a platform where you can rapidly build out your ideas, turn it to solutions, and go to market very quickly. Also within Azure space, which is really where I'm heading to today, is that we have infused so much AI capabilities into this platform. Okay? We're going to talk a little more about this, but AI is changing the way we engage, the way we do business. And take a typical example. In my portfolio with Microsoft, I cover the African continent. And in East Africa, they have gone a little step ahead of us in the way they consolidate data. They have been able, in the health sector in particular, they've been able to consolidate all the data coming from different hospitals, different countries. And then there's an HMO within this region. This HMO reached out and said, listen, we have 10 people dedicated to servicing brokers, health brokers in the health sector industry. And they attend to like between 1,500 to 2,000 invoices every single day. And then these 10 people need to work 10 hours, 9 to 10 hours every single day to be able to finish this number of invoices. So they took advantage of fast technology, be able to consolidate all that, and then they realized that within 2 hours, the job that would normally take 10 people like 9 hours, they were able to consolidate it. But that's not the story. The story is that they realized that one part of the story was they realized that they were overpaying their invoices by 40%. That's a lot of money they are throwing out. By human error, process error, they were overpaying their brokers. And then because they were in the health sector, they've consolidated patient records, patient medical histories, and so on and so forth. They now infused AI into the whole environment. And guess what they realized? That the source and cause of death among old people, most of their patients, was actually due to wrong medication. With the solution they put in place, AI was able to help them to intervene from the time a medical professional recommends medication for a patient. AI was able to check the patient profile against the medication that was recommended, and then they realized that they can actually now intervene in the health sector and help people to become more alive. So the creativity that people are yearning for today, they can actually take advantage of. The Azure platform is already enabled. Most of these services are in there. There is the one today that is actually becoming very pervasive. It's what we call agentic AI. Let me talk briefly about this. I know I have a few minutes, but let me talk briefly about this. An agent AI actually is like a co-pilot sitting beside you that understands what you do and helps to automate your daily activities. So, of course, there is the adoption of AI for the whole organization, but agentic AI is actually adopting the organization for you as an individual. What do you do where you work? How can technology help you as a person to become more effective at what you do? So this is actually where it is heading to. So it's not just about look at the organization and automate everything, but how do you automate your own process? How do you automate what you do in the organization? How do you become more efficient at what you do within that organization? So the Azure platform helps to amplify clearly the AI adoption by organization. The other part also is how we are helping developers. I'm sure in this audience there are a lot of people who are into development, software development. All the conversations that have been ongoing since yesterday. You hear about Agri-tech, you hear about the aerospace, you hear about a whole lot of ventures that people are into. At the horizontal component of the whole thing is that somehow technology needs to be infused into those whole line of business conversations. If it is the supply chain that the lady talked about here, how would they get product from the north back to the south? That supply chain somehow can be automated so that from here you can see what is going on in all the order you have placed in the north, the truck that is conveying them, and then you'll be able to actually forecast how long will it going to take, all things being equal, to get to you, and then how long will it take you to begin to also supply to your own customers. So these are what developers help us to do. They understand the process. Even the agentic conversation I talked about, developers help to understand the business, understand what you do, and then are able to develop AI to assist you at what you do. Within Azure, we have tools. Over 60% of the codes that developers use today are AI generated. The advantage of that is that instead of spending months by developers building thousands and thousands of lines of code, they can actually leverage AI-generated code. And what we are doing today also is that instead of actually writing those complex codes, we use what we call low-code, no-code conversation, meaning that you can actually tell AI in simple English, and then it will help you generate the code and generate the solution that you're looking for. We also have repositories of solutions, codes that are ready to be used by developers. Those who use GitHub, and GitHub is hosted within Azure, and this is also phenomenally changing how developers do their work. They take advantage of GitHub, and then they can ensure that things like security from day one is infused into what they are doing. The other part also is that with AI and with the whole integration going on within the data space, customers, how they engage, how they do business is also fundamentally changing. I was talking with an energy provider in South Africa earlier this week, and I said to the person, I said to this group CTO, I said, what is one thing that you're looking for to take advantage of or to want to see that AI helps you to do? he said he wants to understand how his customers are feeling. And I said, that is very, very important, because it's not just we trying to do business with you as an individual. We want to see how you are also doing your own business. And the success, if you're successful in the business that you do, then I can actually count that I will be successful. But if you're not successful, if your customers don't like you, then how can I expect my business to grow with you? So there are today what we call AI bots. These are things that go and check, for instance, sentiments. What is people saying about my organization? What is people saying about my MD? What is people saying about different lines of business? And then that way you're able to plan and be able to run your business a lot more faster. So we are helping customers to become more efficient at understanding how their customers are responding and how they do it. The other part, which is always where people are very afraid of AI and technology, is always around security and around compliance and around governance. And I think the good news for you is that we have been around. Most of the players in this space, not just Microsoft, probably have been around for a long time. There are governance models, there are center of excellence templates that have been put in place so that no matter the aspect of use case you want to do, if you ask questions, we can on how to go about it. And I think also that helps you to become more sustainable at what you do. But the most important part is always the understanding that AI projects and digital transformation projects are not just IT projects. So leaders and CEOs and executives in organizations should understand that AI transformations or AI journey is not an IT project. This is because it touches every fabric of the organization, from the leadership to the front-end people. Everyone needs to be tuned, need to be plugged into it. Otherwise, it's never going to work. And also, in that space, when you're going about that kind of big transformation within your organization, it's always important to choose the, bit by bit, instead of having to embrace it completely end to end, and then you struggle with actually measuring the outcome out of it. So if you have one piece, you can measure it. Is it successful, not successful? When it's done, you move to the next one. So it's actually done bit by bit. Okay. The other part about cybersecurity, I think a lot of fears around cybersecurity and attacks when you go to the cloud. I will tell you something very important. It's not the era where we feel as though we don't understand what is going on, because the bad actors are also using AI to gain access to corporate organizations. And this is why I believe the best solution also is for you to use AI, to infuse AI as a formidable platform to help you stay on top of what you're doing. It's only AI security solutions that will help you to track threats coming to your organization, that will help to dictate even when you are sleeping and be able to give you priorities in terms of criticality of those threats that are coming to your organization. So if AI is infused into your security architecture, that helps you to remain on top against all the threats. People also talk about, what is the return on it's very expensive, the ROI, how will I be able to justify it to my organization? What if I tell you that for every $1 you spend on an AI project, the return on it is about between 3.5 to about 3.7, almost 4 times. Think about it from an investment you're making in yourself. Like, we have all these money doublers and so on and so forth, where you go and put 1,000 naira, so you get 5,000 naira in 1 week. But in AI solution, if you invest $1, they guarantee, based on report coming from the likes of Forrester, the likes of Gartner, and all of them, is that the return is about 3.5 minimum, and it can get to 4 or even more. So there's a whole lot of benefit when you actually take the time to invest in yourself. And then the TCO for it, the fact that fundamentally you're moving away from CAPEX investment to OPEX investment, I think that's actually one important thing that gives you an advantage. And then there's a whole lot of model in terms of how you consume, how you provision. We can also look into that to ensure that you have total advantage that you're looking for. I talked about this briefly, and I really want to actually now comment and say, listen, the platforms are available. Azure Space provides those services. There are Azure native environment that developers can tap into. And to the younger ones looking into go into IT, there are a lot of solutions that you can go into. Instead of flipping on your phone from morning till night, you can actually go into those platforms and begin to learn. Like the investment I talked about in AI, that if you invest $1, you're going to make 3.5. If you invest 1 hour in understanding AI, you're actually gaining in time to come. Yesterday, there was a conversation and somebody said, listen, AI is going to take away our jobs. And I said, no, it's not going to take away our jobs. But if you don't train yourself, if you don't get connected to it, you're going to lose your job. Because in the next few years, this will be very fundamental to virtually every of our operation, how we relate. You know, we talk about Azure, which is really what I'm talking about today. It looks as though it's somehow far away. It's not far away. Because maybe since you came in here, you have interacted with Azure, but you don't know about it. Maybe the email service you're checking. Maybe the search you're doing. Maybe one thing or the other. Maybe you checked your email using M365 applications. Maybe you did PowerPoint. These are global applications that people are using all over the world, but Azure is the one delivering and making sure that you have access to these applications, ensuring that they remain available 24/7. You wake up in the middle of the night, it's still there for you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the platform that powers innovation, that powers creativity. So for those who are looking for how to innovate, how to emerge in their business, how to take on the next leap in their direction using technology, you can always count on Microsoft platform. We are here to empower every individual, here to empower every organization so that you can do more. The efficiency we bring into organizations today is unparalleled. And at this point, I would like to find out if there's any question. I know that this is a probably generic conversation, but fundamental is that every investment you make in IT, okay, today we are looking for over 5 million security experts all over the world. I mean, employment opportunities that are looking for who to fill them, okay? So every investment you make in yourself, it's not a wasted investment. You're going to have it in multiple returns. I don't know whether I have opportunity to take questions or so, but thank you so much. That is it from me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chukwuma Baka. Thank you. What we'll do is, the reason why we have the room is if people want to engage further, you would meet at the room upstairs. Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate him once again. Thank you very much. We would like to warmly recognize the presence of the Director General, Border Community of Border Community Development Agency, I beg your pardon, BCDA, Dr. D.A. George Kelly. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much, sir. We're also looking forward to hearing from you, your session, which is applying the Blue Ocean Strategy in a world of emerging disruptive technologies. We look forward to hearing that. Thank you so much for joining us on day 2 of Harcourt Tech Expo. We'd like to go to the next session before we take Dr. Daira Akobo's session. We'd like to quickly call on the moderator for the Law and Tech, Barrister Smart Opera, please, so that you can introduce your panelists. Please quickly join us. Let's appreciate him. Law and Tech. Before you get into trouble, let's hear from them. That thing that you have created, how do you protect it? This is the conversation that we're going to be having. Thank you so much.
To welcome you to the most important session of the Harcourt Tech Expo. I know earlier in the day, Ms. Nauna made a bold claim that the Agri-tech session was the most important session. But I dare say that without law and without policy regulation, whatever it is that you do, whether it's medtech or agri-tech or fintech, whatever type of tech you do, without a sound understanding of the law, you're going to have a lot of issues. So this is actually the most important session. And I want to encourage everyone to pay rapt attention. And I trust that we're going to have a very wonderful and insightful conversation as we proceed. My name is Smart Okpara. I'm a lawyer, chartered arbitrator, chartered mediator, and conciliator. I work in the law firm of Aluko and Oyebode. It's a full-service law firm. My areas of specialization are dispute resolution, fintech, artificial intelligence, and international trade. I'm also a legal tech professional, and I do entertainment law once in a while. So you can call me a round character, a man of many parts. I am also privileged to be, yeah, it's a good place to clap if you want to clap. Thank you. Thank you. I'm also privileged to be the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum and the Port Harcourt branch. So I'm going to be introducing the panelists for this session. Interestingly, every single member of this session is a lawyer and a legal practitioner, but they are also tech experts in their own rights. In no particular order, I'll read out the profile of each and every panelist and then have them come up the stage, and I trust that as I do that, you will give them a resounding applause. The very first person I would like to call up stage is Ms. Chinonso Quinesta Emeka. Ms. Chinonso is a legal practitioner with about 6 years of diverse experience spanning litigation, corporate advisory, regulatory compliance, and legal research. She has a growing specialization in data privacy, artificial intelligence, and legal technology, having recently completed a privacy by design, data privacy, and AI training and certifications. She also has advised startups, participated in high-profile legal proceedings, and also served in pivotal roles within the judiciary and private legal practice. She is currently, or she was recently a legal assistant to a judge of the High Court of Rivers State, and she's currently a member of the Data Privacy Lawyers Association of Nigeria. In addition to her professional roles, she also is committed to legal education and innovation in the legal profession. She currently serves as the alternate chairman of the Continuing Legal Education Committee of the Young Lawyers Forum, Nigerian Bar Association, Port Harcourt branch. She is a member of the Emerging Practice Area Committee of the Young Lawyers Forum at the national level. She is passionate about innovation and digital skills, and she brings her practical legal lens to evolving privacy challenges, leveraging her background in corporate commercial law and her strong interest in financial technology, intellectual property, and data governance. Ladies and gentlemen, Chinonso Emeka. So because I have very limited time, I'm going to also call up my other guests today. The next person I would like to call up stage is Mrs. Titi Okon. Mrs. Titi Okon is a Christian mother, lawyer, wife, writer, and founder of the Haven Legal Practice, an all-female law firm based in Port Harcourt, with particular emphasis in helping startups navigate the legal landscape regardless of whatever area of tech they specialize in. She is also the host of the Zion Rising podcast, which essentially gives startups a practical guide in navigating markets from a Christian perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome Mrs. Titi Okun. And last but definitely not least, Princess Edima Sharon Bassi is a Nigerian-born technology lawyer, Web3 educator, and you can keep the applause coming, thank you. An operations strategist working at the intersection of law, innovation, and digital empowerment with a strong background in corporate legal practice and a growing focus in emerging technologies. She's passionate about making Web3, artificial intelligence, and blockchain accessible to creatives, professionals, and business leaders across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome Princess Edima Sharon Bassi? Thank you. So before we move into so yes, interestingly, this is an all-female panel with the exception of my very humble self. So I'm trusting that we're going to have very meaningful conversations. Thank you very much. So before we move into the panel session proper, I would like to set the tone for the session so we all know what to expect. This session is titled Digital Governance, Shaping Law and Policy for Africa's Tech-Driven Future. And the purpose of this session is to critically examine the intersection between law and technology, especially in an age of rapidly evolving technology. We are witness to the fact that technology is making an inroad in virtually every single space of human affairs, and it's important to understand the legal dynamics and legal framework that underline this sector. So sit back and trust that we're going to have a wonderful conversation. Thank you very much. This is the point where everybody claps. Thank you. All right. To my very distinguished panelists, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for being on the Harcourt Tech Expo. I'd like to also mention that this is my second time moderating the Law and Tech session, so I count it a rare privilege, and special thanks to the organizers for develops in geometric progression, right? The legal frameworks and standards that we have grow in arithmetic progression. So there's a large gap. So more like the laws and policies and everything that we have are trying to play catch-up with the current technology. And it's no wonder why there's a lot of innovative areas that we don't have any single regulation at all. So my very first question will go to Mrs. Titi. So I'm going to say, so how are African legal systems adapting to the rapid pace of technological change, and particularly in areas as disruptive as artificial intelligence and blockchain?
Thank you for that question. Let me start also by saying thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers for putting this together. I think we're definitely moving forward. We're definitely trying to catch up, play catch up, like you said. We have different laws now that address that. We have the NDPR, we have the NIDTA, we have Cybercrimes Act. We have so many laws actually that already try to address, AI, that try to address blockchain technology and all that. But the issues, I think it's that it's a rapidly evolving space. Like you said, you have a law that maybe came out in 2023. You know that technology changes every day. It comes out so much faster. So these laws, even though they are trying in this space to address these things, they're trying to put regulations in place, to manage how data is handled, to protect people's privacies, to make sure that we're not, misusing these technologies. But yes, it's not doing enough to catch up. There's a lag in the regulatory system. There definitely is. We are trying to catch up. Yes.
And I think it's important because I also know the level of work that goes into making a law. Like a basic law For those of us who are familiar with parliamentary procedure, first reading, second reading, and sometimes there's a lot of politics involved to even get it passed and get it assented by the governor or the president. Do you think those are also like things that contribute to the slow pace and also the conservative nature of the legal profession?
Well, definitely. But that's why it needs to be decentralized. You know, we need to make sure that we're bringing in other people, stakeholders, to help us with these things. You know, back when I went to school, tech law was not a thing. You know, and you find out that a lot of people that are in place to make these regulations and these policies now don't have that background either. You know, these are people that are my seniors, in fact. So how do they understand, or how do they regulate a technology they don't even understand? Do you get what I'm saying? So we need to bring in people that are in this sphere. We need to, you know, thank God that now in school, tech law is now a thing. So lawyers are getting trained on this, you know, but people that are already in the regulatory body, they need to have that training in this tech, in tech law, you know, they need to be exposed to these things, because that's how it will come out in the regulations that they create. You know, they have to have that understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. So my next question will go to Nonso. You're the data protection and data privacy experts on this panel. But just to clear the air, because I don't want to take it for granted that every single person knows what, I mean, I feel like everyone has an idea of what data privacy is, but could you, as the expert, could you break down what's the relationship between data privacy, data protection, and cybersecurity?
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the question. And then before I answer the question, I want to say something. There's something Titi said when she was making reference to the fast-growing space of technology and how law cannot be able to meet up with some of this fast-growing pace. And it just threw my mind back when I was trying to get into the tech space as a lawyer. I actually had to go for some trainings, get some certifications. I went to some hubs. I went to talk to some tech people, startup owners. I didn't just want to read the law that regulates them. I wanted to know how it operates, because that's the only way I can be able to appreciate that law and see how the law works for them. So getting stakeholders involved is very, very important. Then as regarding the issue of data protection, data privacy, and cybersecurity, I've been to so many gatherings where these three terms are used interchangeably. But I'm here to give you a basic understanding about it. Data privacy, data protection, cybersecurity are different entities on their own, but they are interconnected. So people tend to use them somehow, like, oh, cybersecurity has to do with data privacy, it has to do with data protection. But I'm here to tell you that they are different entities. Now, data privacy is your rights as a person, as a citizen of Nigeria. You have a right to privacy. It's enshrined in the Constitution. That is data privacy. Your right to control the kind of personal information that you're giving out and who you're giving that information out to and what that person is using that information to do. So you don't just say, okay, for example, all of us are here. We all use WhatsApp. Am I correct? If you can screw, oh, we don't all use WhatsApp, but okay, fine. Most of us use WhatsApp. If you can check your WhatsApp, you check your settings. When you go to your settings on, as I'm talking to you, you can actually be doing that. When you go to your settings on your WhatsApp, scroll down, you see where they wrote privacy. When you open that particular clock, you see a lot of things that are stated there. What is WhatsApp trying to do? They are trying to get your consent. They are trying to tell you that, see, we know you have a right to privacy, so we want to tell you that these are what we need from you. Are you okay with it so that you can be able to use our application? Then when you talk about data protections are mechanisms, rules, regulation, like the NDPA, like the GAID, like the GDPR in Europe, that organizations put in place that make use of data. All the technical organizations they do to make sure that your data is protected, that is data protection. But data privacy is your right. They want to talk about in our society. So when you're talking about the three terms, please, just understand that they are intertwined somehow, but they are not the same. Thank you.
Okay, so since we're still talking about data privacy, thank you for that distinction. So essentially, what rights do individuals have over their personal data? Could you just speak to that in like 30 seconds?
So, under the NDPA, that's the Nigerian Data Protection Act, from section 34 to 38, there are some rights that are outlined there that you as a citizen has over your data. I will not want to bore you with what is inside it, but I want to show you a basic clip of what it means. For example, all of us in this hall, the attendees most especially, we sent in our personal information to the organizers of this event. And when I say personal information, I mean your name, your phone number, your email address. Am I correct? Am I correct? Now, when you send those information, you have a right to ask them, what are this information used for? What does the organizers of this event want to use this information to do? Okay, my name, you need my name to identify me. I can see my picture on my tag. My picture is used to identify me. Am I correct? I can see my email, okay, so that I can be able to send me an update on what is going on before the event. Do you necessarily need my phone number for this kind of event? Have we asked ourselves that question? There are certain information, when people ask them from you, you need to ask them, what are you using them for? Then when they collect the information from you, you need to still ask them, for how long will you retain that information? Because you have a right to irration. You have a right to know that, okay, at this particular point in time, we have this information, and within the period of 3 months or 4 months, this information will be deleted from our system. You have that right. You have the right also to withdraw your consent and tell them that, see, I don't want to give you this information because you're not giving me cogent reason why I should give you this information. For every information you give out as a data citizen, or we call it data subject, but I don't like using the word subject. As a data subject, you need to ask the person asking for that information, what do you want to use my information for? That's your right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that's very profound because looking back, I just think about how many times I've had to fill certain forms. Let's say I'm just trying to buy bread, for instance, and I'm seeing a form that is asking me for my BVN, my NIN, like things that are not necessary for that particular purpose. And I don't think that, and sometimes it's even harder online when you're trying to like progress to, let's say, register for something and it's marked as asterisk, and if you don't fill in that thing, you can't even make progress from that area. So I think this is very, very, very profound. But I know that the more we have advocacy and increased awareness, because a lot of these organizations that are asking for this data don't actually know that they are breaching your data rights. But I think with the more awareness that we have, we can find a way to sort that out. So thank you very much for that. Princess, so we've talked about legal frameworks. We've talked about, she's mentioned briefly from a data protection perspective. She's talked about the NDPA, and she's also mentioned the cybersecurity laws. What specific frameworks, what specific legal frameworks do you think we need to support the growth of the digital economy and essentially protect digital rights in Africa? Not just Nigeria, but Africa as a whole.
Thank you very much for that question. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you. The world as we know it is gone. We are in a new era. And I'm sure that the fact that you're here goes to show that to a large extent you already know this. I think this is the conversation that we need to have. We need to keep having across board in the legal space. Because now we need to reevaluate how we make our laws. What are the frameworks that we have in place? I would want to ask, when was the last time you signed an e-signature? In the last 10 days, I'm sure you have signed one form or something at work. We need to look at laws that protect e-signature validities, digital contracts, consumer protection, like you spoke about. You're giving your information out. Do you know what it's being used for? Every other day we are asked about our identity online. Almost everything that you want to fill, they're asking you questions. So where are you from? What's your mother's maiden name? These are frameworks that we need to put in place. It's not just the big conversations, but even the tiny things. Because trade, civic interaction as we know it, all of those things have changed. If you have a business, most of your customers are probably online. in this conference, you can see so many sectors here. It means every sector is impacted. And that means that our frameworks need to follow the nature of the problems that we are facing today. And that's just one. We also need to build frameworks. We need to build frameworks around how these laws are made. Because it's one thing to say, okay, this country is doing that or that country is doing that. But how about here in Nigeria? How about here in Africa? Do these laws align with our own customs? Are they based on principles that we actually agree with? Because if you don't do that, we will not adapt it. You know how stubborn we can be as Africans. So we need to build frameworks that mirror our cultures. And that's another thing, or one more thing rather, that we have to add to that conversation is collaboration. As a continent, we need to have regional collaborations. Because the internet is a very big world. If I'm talking to someone today, the person that built your app might not be a Nigerian. The person that you are buying from might not be an African even. So there has to be cross communication. We have to think about how we can transcend the shores of our own borders and ensure that if you break the law here, the other country, how does the breach, how is it settled? So I think that these are three ways or three frameworks that we need to solidify as a community, as a country, and as a continent to help us promote digital transformations in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When talking about, it's a good place to clap. It's a good place to clap. When talking about regional frameworks, I think one thing that just came to mind is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I know that as in one of the protocols, I can't remember the specific one, but I know that there's a conversation around technology and essentially putting systems in place that ensures exchange of technology, not just movement of goods, creating a borderless Africa, but also in terms of services as well. Technological services are not off the table. So I think that's another, that's a very profound point that you've raised. My only concern is usually around the jurisdictional points. You know, African countries have different heritage. So the Francophone countries are most generally civil law countries, while the Anglophone countries are generally common law countries, imitating the British legal system in terms of their resolutions of disputes, right? So in just 30 seconds, considering that we are really pressed by time, what do you think that, what role do you think these international legal standards and collaboration, because you talked about collaborations, what role do you think it can play in shaping technological law, or technology, law and policy on the continent?
Technical assistance, capacity building. When we have roundtable conversations like this, and I don't even think it's just the government, right? The big tech companies, the people that are leading the different sectors, when we sit down and have these conversations, what happens is that for maybe developing countries like some countries,
are you afraid to say Nigeria?
We are more than developing. Anyway, as I was saying, when we have conversations with these big players, first of all, some of these countries have gone way ahead of us. Some countries are ahead of, have done something. When there is a roundtable conversation, you can then say, oh, we have tried this and it worked. Or we tried this and it did not work. Or we hear things like, oh, we don't have the technical know-how. We don't have the experts to do these things. Some of these countries have. And what you can see is trainings can come in. Help can come in, facilities can come in. So when we have these roundtable regional conversations, it does a lot to carry everybody along. Because I tell you the truth, one person cannot make it work. One country will not make it work. It is an error. For it to actually work, we all have to move along, maybe not necessarily at the same pace, but we have to move along nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think another thing that comes to mind, so I just remembered at the last year's edition of the Harcourt Tech Expo, we had Mr. David Sinoturu. for those who don't know, Mr. Davis Inoturu led the team at the National Assembly that came up with what we now have as the Nigerian Startup Act. I think it's also important that you mentioned something about understanding our own sensitivity, our own peculiarity as a people, as a continent. Because with due respect to our parliamentarians, most of the time, a lot of laws that we have are copy and paste. Right? A lot of the laws we have, like, they'll just check what works in Singapore, and before you know it, the National Assembly has come up with a very brilliant bill, and you wonder, the person who is proposing this bill does not have the technical competence to understand that space. So I think it's important, even in this room, and that's why it's important to have association and advocacy groups, so that when the conversations around making law and policy around your area of tech is being brought up, you can be in the conversation and you can even be a consultant. You can help in drafting the policies. I don't think somebody who is not a data protection or data privacy expert, I don't see any reason why that person should be part of putting together laws for that sector. So it's important that whether it's agri-tech or med-tech, whatever type of tech you do, push the advocacy so that when the conversations around making recommendations to the National Assembly come up, you can be in the middle of that conversation and you can be a focal point to be referred to. Thank you very much for that.
Can I add something to that? You know, it's a very important point that you just made, because we can't wholly adopt these laws. You have to look at our own realities. You have to look at our own social, political, issues here. When you say maybe you take an AI that was designed outside the country, you bring it here, we don't look like them, And when you create those kind of laws and you adopt them, our culture, we're not individualistic, we're people that the solidarity, that's how we relate. So if you just take those things and you just put them in copy and paste, then you find that it does not translate. The people that you're supposed to be helping, or the people that this technology is supposed to enhance, they are not, thank you,
On a lighter note, something just came to mind. I just remembered a joke that someone made years ago when the whole conversation around self-driving cars came up, to Elon Musk, and someone said self-driving cars can only work very well in developed countries. That if you bring a self-driving car and put it on Lagos traffic, only God knows what will happen. The AI that powers that car will run mad. Maybe it will even wind down the glasses and start cursing people. Yeah, so it's important that we make sure that these policies are things that address our Nigerian situation. Yeah, Nonso?
I want to just say something to this regional and collaboration issue. It's something that we must embrace wholeheartedly. I was in a training, an online virtual training, and it was, I think the professor was from from Cambridge, and he was taking us on artificial intelligence, basic knowledge on artificial intelligence. And he made a statement, and the thing struck to me personally. And he was like, why will you be using applications, drones, robotics that are trained outside Nigeria or outside Africa? You guys have all the potentials you need to do it here. And then when I go to some websites and I see copy and paste privacy policies, some things I see there, I'll say, and actually, sorry, it's not actually privacy policy, it's privacy notice. Policy is the one that is regulating. Privacy policy is for you and your business, like internal. The one you share to your customers or to people that use your services is called privacy notice. And I see big companies post on their website, privacy policy. And then when you go through the privacy policy, you see that it's a copy and paste. It does not in any way align with the NDPA, Nigerian Data Protection Act. And believe you me, even though we are data protection lawyers, we are still advocating to the NDPC, which is the commission that guards data protection. We are still advocating to them that, see, we have to make it more Nigerian than ever before. So please, the collaboration is needed. And I know that something is already going on, because there's a convention that took place in 2014 from African countries came together. It's called the Malabo Convention. And as I'm speaking to you right now, so many African countries have refused to sign it in as a treaty. So they are still dragging their feet on the ground. And it's killing us. Because if we can actually have a general treaty for all of us, and then we have some exception when it has to do with the peculiarities of each country, believe you me, we will go far. And we will do it in a way that it will just be for us. We don't need to copy from the Europeans. We don't need to copy from the US. We can actually build our own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to come to you, Titi, and I'm going to be talking, so I'm going to ask you questions around legal tech. I dare say that as far as the infusion of law and practice, of tech and justice delivery system is concerned, Rivers State is leading the country as far as that is concerned. So I think we should all put our hands together for Rivers State. And I will explain why. Rivers State is the first, so the Rivers State Judiciary, let me not say Rivers State, the Rivers State Judiciary is the first judiciary in the country to build and sustain a fully online filing system. Fully online. Fully online. And it's called the Reef Commons Platform. And what it does is that it essentially creates an opportunity for you to file cases, institute actions from the comfort of your room with your mobile phone. Totally paperless. Totally eliminating the need for filing clerks, totally eliminating the need to tip somebody, right? And at the same time, raising significant fund for the government because the system is powered and there's a payment gateway company at the back end, and there are payment gateway charges for that. So it's also increasing revenue that it would ordinarily not have been able to raise. It's also minimizing corruption, right? So I think it's a very important innovation. Now my question is, how can, I've just given an example of one legal tech solution, right? And I know there are quite a couple of them. So how can legal tech solutions increase improved access to justice, efficiency, and transparency within our African judicial system? Because I trust that a lot of people in this room, nobody likes going to court. Does anybody here like going to court? Even me as a lawyer, I don't like going to court. You understand? If I had a personal matter, I would not take it to court. But I don't mind if you take yours to court and pay me. Sure, I don't mind. Right? And the reasons are not far-fetched. Delays, undue adjournments. Today the court will not sit. Tomorrow the judge is sick. The next day you come to court, the judge says he cannot find the case file. And just a lot of crazy things. So how do you think legal tech solutions can improve our access to justice so that we can regain our confidence in justice delivery?
Thank you for that question. So I think we're already doing that actually. So like you just gave the example of Rivers State government, the Rivers State judicial system. It's, and let me just say this first. I agree with you because we're in Port Harcourt, but don't let the Lagos lawyers hear you say that, okay? So here's the thing.
I would say it, I'm not afraid of it.
So, you know, legal tech is really helping us. It's definitely adding to transparency. It's helping us, you know, like you said, you're from your home, you can file anything. From the village, you can file anything, you know, and you don't have to go to this office, push this here, push this here. It makes it faster, you know. And then now we even have platforms that are coming up with online dispute resolution platforms. You know, these are like places where we can both decide that, you know what, we don't want to go to court and spend, you know, all that money on big lawyer like you know, and stay for years just fighting each other and showing that we have muscle. Both of us can come on this platform. The fees are not so much. We submit our matter and, you know, an arbitrator will come together and settle us, and we are bound by it. These are things, technologies that are coming up every day. You have platforms, you know, like Law Paddy. There's so many of them where you can get legal advice without having to go and pay a big-time lawyer. You know, there's so many of them. And the thing about this is that why we have to embrace them is that they will make the process faster. They will save money. It's not everybody. A lot of people, in Nigeria, we have that whole thing of, just leave it for God. It's because you cannot afford a lawyer. Because when you calculate how much you lost and how much it will cost you to fight this, you're just like, okay, leave it for God. But these platforms that are coming up now, these technologies are allowing us to be able to stand up for our rights, to be able to say, you know what, this happened and it's not right. Okay, this is a cheaper option on how I can get the law to enforce my rights.
So that's basically moving towards online dispute resolution, mediation, embracing arbitration, and other forms of alternative dispute resolution.
Yes.
All right. Nonso, you want to say something?
Yes. I want to just throw more light to what Titi has said. 3 months ago, I was amongst a hackathon, justice hackathon, and the major thing we were asked to do was how technology can be able to help the justice system. And we looked at the rural areas, places where they are more of illiterate than literate. And you don't have, because we had challenges of lights, no better service, like in terms of network and the rest. And then one suggestion that struck my mind, I know one of the panelists has said something like that in other tech, I think it's either Agri-tech or something. No, not Agri-tech, sorry, it was yesterday. And we talked about offline, how we can build apps that can allow people have access to justice offline. And we made that proposal. I think the hackathon is still ongoing right now in Lagos. I believe that by the end of next month or thereabout, the results will be out. And then another thing also that technology can also help. We as lawyers, we have what we do about case laws, because we practice a stare decisis system in Nigeria, where we make reference to judgments of the higher courts and the rest. And there's somebody that had produced something that is helpful, because I've worked for a judge. I know how hectic it is to be able to summarize cases, especially when you have to look at that of the defendant, the claimant, and the rest, and then you now arrive at a judgment. And then Law Pavilion came, where you can be able to search for cases, like you just type what you're looking for, and it pops up. And then they brought a new innovation that was earlier last year, where they now impute ChatGPT, that's AI, into their system, where you can just ask the AI, okay, I'm looking for a law or a case law relating to murder. And it will bring, and you can even choose the court. You can say, I need a judgment of the Supreme Court. I need a judgment of the Court of Appeal on this particular principle of law. And everything will just come out. So tech is doing a lot in the justice system, but we still need more solutions. We still need more solutions. Like this offline I'm talking about now is just the one we just happened to say, okay, fine. We are enjoying it here in the urban area. What of in the rural area? What are we actually doing for them? How can they be able to know their rights and reach out to us? Then we also saw something that happened it's what happened in the UK, where we have an automated court. Like from the processing to the justice to the judgment, everything is automated. Believe you me, if we can do such here in Nigeria, it will be very good. And not just doing such here in Nigeria, but doing it with our own case laws, with our own laws. Make it as simple and as easy that even a market woman on the road can be able to access justice. And that's what tech can do for us. And I believe that there's people here that are hearing me, software developers, people that are into tech. You can think of something that will help the justice system move faster. Thank you.
And if I will add, the founder of Law Pavilion. So Law Pavilion is a legal tech company doing massive stuff in Nigeria. The founder of Law Pavilion is not a lawyer. And even the Reef Comics app that we have, I think it was set up by Sinforest. And the MD of Sinforest is not a lawyer as well. So by all means, we are open to collaboration from non-lawyers as well in the space.
If I could add something to that.
Yeah.
We also, the thing is, I think part of the challenge we have is because our how would I put it now? Our industry is a bit conservative.
Very
we already
conservative.
have virtual, like I did a virtual hearing just a few months ago, and we had a witness that was in London. And because the laws we already have in place allow us to do this now. But because of the people are so conservative, they don't want things to change. They think, oh, AI is going to come out. AI cannot replace a lawyer, but it can help us.
It's so conservative that we are still wearing wigs and gowns till now. And
you
sometimes
have to embrace
I've had to, I have to say it because I've suffered in this thing. I've
anywhere.
had the privilege of practicing in several states, visiting several courts across the country, and I've had terrible experiences. There are some courts that there's no bulb, not to talk of fan, and the judge will insist that inside that heat you still wear wig. You're wearing shirts and jackets, then you now wear gown on top and still put wig on top of your head. So like the conservative nature is so choking, but I think it's something we can do. So I have one final question for you, Princess. I know that we're pressed for time. I don't even know if we have any time left. Do we have any time left? Okay. 2 minutes. Thank you very much. So I have a question for you. We're having a blockchain and fintech session after. And this is a very disruptive technology, right? So you're the experts in this. You're the experts in Web3, artificial intelligence, and the like. What are the key considerations for regulating digital currencies and decentralized finance in a way that fosters innovation whilst mitigating the risk in our African economies?
So I can think of 3 things that will go hand in hand. Financial inclusion, anti-money laundering, and consumer protection. They have to go hand in hand, because whilst we want to carry everybody along, my Leonard colleague talked about, going offline to the marketplaces. These laws don't matter if people are not using them. They don't matter if people do not understand how to use these currencies, what this currency is even about, how to protect themselves. I keep talking about the risk on my LinkedIn every day. We need to know what the issues are so that we can resolve them. But because we are now saying we want to carry everybody along, bad guys exist too. Some people want to use it for fraud. Some people want to use it to hide money, claim money, all the English that we used to speak. We have to create laws that also protect or predict those problems, right? And then there's the consumer protection, you and I, that are just using these facilities and are trying to integrate with these systems. There has to be laws that also protect us, the consumers. And I also think that another way that we can look at regulation is to make it 2-tiered. So for startups, because we want to encourage people to come up, do these things, build an app. We are the ones sitting out here pleading to our software engineers to come up with solutions for the law tech, right? For legal tech. We want to include people. We want more people to try things. So we definitely want a situation where the laws are not so stringent on these people, right? Not that it is not, it's too soft, the laws are too soft too, but enough to encourage participation. But on the other hand, remember I said 2-tiered, on the other hand, for the bigger corporations, for the big players, we need stronger laws that can police a lot of things, right? Even down to environmentals. What are they using to create these apps? What are they using to create, how are they running these systems? Is anyone looking out for the environmental hazards and stuff like that? So we need softer laws for startups, stronger laws for the big players. And then I will say it every time, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Without collaboration, we are going to be crawling to where we are trying to get to. So we need to have collaboration across border, continental, international, and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So since we've come to the end of the session, can we just have, in 10 seconds, final words from all the panelists? Okay,
I'll say for every startup owner or startup founder or anyone that has a tech company or you know that your company uses data, please, it is necessary that you get a data protection officer. A data protection officer is not a cybersecurity expert. There are 2 different offices. Let your company get a staff, maybe an already existing staff, or employ someone that has been licensed as a data protection officer. And then one last thing I'll say is, I am a product of this expo, this Harcourt Tech Expo. I was here last year as a volunteer. I was a lawyer already, I was working for startups, but I came in as a volunteer. And the reason why I came in as a volunteer was because I wanted to see what happens at the backstage. So for every volunteer out there, one day you can sit up stage here like me. So please do your job well. Thank you.
Any last words, Titi?
I'm going to go with Haz. So last year, I actually was an exhibitor here. My firm came in and we spoke with a lot of startups. And, a lot of them had questions how do we get this off the ground? How do we get this rolling? And one thing I want to say to you is that I know that the road might seem tough now, but when you're starting, start right. Get a law firm. If you can't, there are lots of law firms. My law firm, we help startups pro bono. We're going to stand by you. We will help you through the process, get you set up on the right regulations, make sure that you're protected. Of course, when you start making money, you pay us. But, for a startup, we're with you. And there are lots of law firms in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, in Abuja that do that as well, that are, know how to protect you and are willing to give their time to look out for you. So don't just sit back and say, I don't have money, and then you do the wrong things and you get into trouble. And thank you so much for the organizers, or rather to the organizers of this exhibition, for giving us this opportunity to speak to you. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Titi. Unlike you, I will not do pro bono. Please pay me for my work. So I'm willing to advise you for a fee. Thank you.
I've been around for some time, so
you see? Exactly. You can afford to do pro bono. I can't. Thank you. Any last words, Princess?
Last words sounds very last words. Okay, everyone, I'll just stay in team with my colleagues here and say that I don't know is not an excuse. Putting myself on the spot by saying that as of last year, all I knew was corporate law. Early last year, corporate law was all I was doing. And then I found out about Web3. And I'm like, this is where the world is going to. So I don't know is not an excuse. And I say this for both our sakes, for all of us. Because when the risk happen, when these things happen, nobody will say, there's knowledge everywhere, free information on YouTube. You don't have to know you don't have to code, you don't have to know just learn the basics, understand what this digital world is about. Speak to your lawyers, speak to your tech bros, speak to the people around you. Position yourself, your business, your company, your trade, position yourself so that, except you are not building for the future. But if you are building for the future, you need to learn what the world is about today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I have last word now. I'll just say something in 1 minute.
After the Q&A.
Okay, after the question.
So we want to take 2 questions.
All right.
But please, panelists, 1 minute response, please. But Titi, I'll build the app. You aggregate all of those documents and we'll sell it.
I didn't get that.
Your service for startups.
Oh.
I will build the app. We'll aggregate everything and we'll sell it.
Right after this.
Thank you. Chief.
I think this is a great panel. Let's give them a big round of applause. Great ladies. Actually, this expo, I think from next year, should be called Port Harcourt International Tech Expo, indeed. Because we have really spoken globally about what is going on internationally. But I just want to illuminate it a little more. Data governance is a very important thing all over the world, and as you underscored. But I wanted the audience to know that it's taken up seriously at the United Nations. In fact, last year, there was a Pact for the Future. And one of the Pact for the Future treaty talks about Global Digital Compact. So it was signed in New York, September 22nd, at the United Nations headquarters. And this Global Digital Compact asks 5 key objectives connected to the digitals. And number 4 of it is talking about to foster international data governance framework. So right now, in that document, we're talking about setting up a working group. So I will want you to Google down the line the working group and follow their work. I used to be in many United Nations working groups too. So we need to follow what is going on internationally. Then in regard to Africa, we have the Africa Data Governance Framework, Data Policy Framework. It's kind of a superset wherein nations are encouraged to derive their own policy and laws, and Nigeria has benefited from that. So just to bring that into our perspective, and to say indeed that there is what we also call Net Mundial Plus 10. Net Mundial Plus 10 multi-stakeholder statement. In fact, this multi-stakeholder statement was brought forth last year, and it's been adopted by the United Nations. In fact, we'll be speaking about it later this year, later this month, at the Internet Governance Forum taking place in Norway. And so it's talking about what you have spoken about, that everybody must be brought to the table. Don't say this one doesn't know this. Bring in the youths, bring in the primary school, bring them to come and listen. So everybody that is interested in digital governance must be encouraged to be at the table. So just to really congratulate you because you have covered this topic actually very well. Well done.
Thank you, sir. Okay, one before we go.
Okay, good afternoon all. My name is Marcel Ebo. I'm a top-rated email marketer. So my question is, I work online remotely with clients, and before we commence our working agreements, sometimes these clients send me a non-disclosure agreement to sign before we begin our working. So I have two questions. Firstly, are these non-disclosure agreements, are these really binding? Secondly, if such agreements are breached, based on talking about jurisdiction, which laws are going to take effect? Because some of these clients are in the USA, some are in London, some are in Canada. So which laws are going to come into effect if these laws are breached? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So here's the thing. If you sign a contract, it's definitely binding. And when you read through those NDAs, most of the time, you're going to see the jurisdiction where that contract will be enforced. You will definitely see it in there. So, for instance, the fact that your client is in the US does not mean that it's not legally binding on you. It just means that, are they willing to come after you? Because if they are, a contract that you signed can legally be enforced against you.
And
Just to add to what she said, when you go through your contract, there are clauses that you have to pay attention to. Now, one of those clauses has to do with jurisdiction. You have an option to actually opt out and say, I'm in Nigeria. In case anything should happen, I want the Nigerian law to bind both of us. It is not compulsory that it must be the US law, except you're the one not obliging to it based on the fact that you need the job. You don't know if you understand what I'm saying. There's no binding on you that it must be the US law that must bind you and your client. So you have a choice. Thank you.
Okay, so I think a round of applause for our panelists. I think this was really enlightening. So please, you can step down and take a group photo. Next year we hear.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
Just to remind the startups, the founders, if you have more questions for them, they will be upstairs for you to interact with them. And also to remind us that there's a master class that will be following after their breakout upstairs. Mr. Ifedi will be having a master class for people who want to understand the legal side of corporate structuring, fundraising, intellectual property, and regulatory compliance. If you're a startup, if you're a founder, we'll have a room for you upstairs. Mr. Ifedi Eze will be waiting to engage with you at exactly 2 p.m. Thank you, Law and Tech. You did a fantastic job with that session. Whilst they are rounding up with us, the picture session, we'll be getting ready for Dr. Daire Akobo. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to respectfully honor the presence of Engineer Felix Omoshola Obe, Executive Secretary of Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, who is here ably represented by the Supervisor Stakeholder, Management and Government Relations, Mr. Nyongi Ita. Thank you so much for honoring this invitation. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Igoweli. Thank you so much, sir, from SPDC. Thank you for joining us. Very warmly, we would like to welcome the director from NDDC, Barrister Lina Okara. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us this day 2 of Port Harcourt Tech Expo. You are all very welcome. I beg your pardon, earlier had mentioned Mr. Igoweli from SPDC. We know the story. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Igoweli from Renaissance Africa. Thank you so much for joining us. Very quickly, we are going to have a keynote speaker. Earlier, I had mentioned that he is a very special guest. I'd like to tell you a bit about Dr. Dare Afonya Akobo, fellow, Chartered Institute of Directors, London and Nigeria. Dr. Dare Akobo is a visionary entrepreneur, business mentor, and philanthropist, celebrated for his unwavering commitment to excellence and innovation. As the chairman and group CEO of Pana Holdings, he oversees a dynamic portfolio of companies, including PE Energy Limited, Synergy E&P Limited, AKD Digital Solutions, PE Goldland, Pana Academy, Pana Infrastructure, Africaners, Aterasia Diplomatic Village Limited, and the Dara Afonya Akobo Foundation, popularly known as DAF. He's a fellow Chartered Institute of Directors, London and Nigeria. He's a member Young Presidents Organization, YPO, member Forbes Business Council, member Netherlands African Business Council, member Norwegian Business Council, member USA African Chamber. He's a country chair, African Leadership Council, among others, other achievements that he has and appointments. Awards, Heart of Gold Award from Red Ball Committee of Eve Afrique Empowerment Initiative. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Dare Afonya Akobo, fellow, Chartered Institute of Directors, London. Ladies and gentlemen, tech enthusiasts in the room, let's welcome Dr. Dare as he takes the center stage. Thank you, sir.
Hello. 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 Wow. Everybody, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let me attempt to observe some very limited protocols for this great event. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Chinyere Woga, who is the president of the Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce. I believe is a gentleman that was collaborating with all the speakers and panelists. It is a great pleasure of mine to also recognize my brother, my friend. We've come a long way in person of Dr. Alabo George Kelly, who is the Director General of Border Community Development Agency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I also want to recognize the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development Board, my friend, our business leader, Engineer Felix Ogbe, FSNSC. He's here represented by my good friend here, Intia, you are here. I heard your speeches yesterday. It was well prepared and delivered. Thank you so much. Word will not fail me today to celebrate, and I would like to ask all of us to celebrate my brother, my younger brother, who has distinguished himself to put together this international event. It is worthy of note, and that is Honorable Enemy Alabo George, the convener of the Port Harcourt Tech Expo. My brother, you have done very, very well, and I'm so happy to be here making a presentation. The topic or the theme of the event is Emergence, and the sub-theme that I'm here to talk about is data sovereignty in the Nigerian petroleum industry future. But suffice me to mention that I listened carefully before I arrived yesterday, and I'm a proud Rivers indigene, and I'm very, very proud to be here as a Rivers indigene, particularly from Calabari. Please give yourself a good hand of applause. All Rivers people, you have made us proud. Listening to every speaker from yesterday all the way to the last legal presentation makes me to summarize that we could have what is called information obesity. The biggest problem is not about data, but the biggest problem is the obesity that data will create if you don't assimilate data. Because we consume what we call unstructured data. So I will do a little bit of a recap, because what I'm about to talk about will essentially put a very good perspective to everything that we have just said here. And I'll start with the legal people. I hear the word copy and paste laws. It is very correct. I hear the word technology for judicial system. You are very correct. But the problem is then what we call decision support. Ladies and gentlemen, data exists in human beings. God created water before he introduced fishes. He created the bush before he introduced animals. Already we have the cloud. So God is a cloud. We are only just tapping from the cloud. I was born at a time when we used to have people call rain to fall. Today, I have invested in an AI technology that does cloud seeding. At that time, we call it witchcraft seed. So AI can be likened to be a witchcraft agent. Yesterday, I listened to, by the way, let me also welcome my good sister who had not only, she had done contribution in the oil and gas. Yesterday, she mentioned that she worked in Fortune 500 companies, but I know that she worked in companies like General Electric, where I also was brought out, Baker Hughes specifically, and that is Eshet. Please welcome. I heard your section yesterday on technology for drone. But I can tell you another use case for the technology for drone where you need to use the drone now to do painting, offshore painting. It's very, very important that you don't limit your drone services to the civil aviation industry, but also use it for the oil and gas. So don't leave us out of the game. Yesterday, I also learned about people, or this morning about logistics, about the agricultural system. In the course of my presentation, you will see the solution to that. The biggest problem in this tech industry, I told you about information obesity. So in the course of my presentation, I'm going to show you how those problems will be overcome. So, and again, I heard about Alternative Dispute Resolution Council last few months because I was also inaugurated as a member of the ADRC for the oil and gas industry, and we had a section with professionals, and the argument was, can dispute resolution be recorded? And then I referred them to the convention in Singapore. But unfortunately, because of lack of data, most of them are alien to those laws. So the problem is also where the data resides, data residency. You will see that in my presentation. I've heard about agricultural technology, and I will show you, it's not part of my discussion, but I just realized that I should talk about that. And last minute, the guys who did on educational technology fantastically did well. So, what is the history of data? Data did not just start today. Data started several years ago before the birth of Jesus Christ. And we are only aware of the importance of data. We are only aware of the importance of data. It started several years ago. But in 1822, Charles Babbage, he created different engine, which was considered as the first computer in the world. But in 1958, the command started coming, and now data is becoming very useful. Very quickly, let's look at what data does to the government, because 80% of our discussion is centered around governance, data governance, and so on and so forth. But the most important thing is data democracy. Yes, we talk about data governance, but we need to also talk about data democracy. Yeah? So data does a lot to several people, to the government. Unfortunately, the military system of recent does not have a combatant curriculum for data security. So the biggest threat to life is no longer guerrilla warfare. The biggest threat to life is data fighting. And so data governance, data residencies, data security, data democratization becomes a center point of discussion. It's not only in Nigeria. It's a lot of discussions everywhere in Europe. But for corporations, data can actually increase sales and boost profitability. It can actually define the market strategy. It can set the price for you to go to the next level. How is data being collected? The biggest problem that we find in our country is not about data. There is a lot of data residing here in this room. But how is data being collected? And that is the creation of platforms. The problem we have in the legal system is not because there are no data or people are not intelligent. The problem we have in the legal system in this country is because there is no platform. There is no platform because the domain expertise have not been able to sit down together to look at what is called data architecture. And I'll give you an example of what I have probably come to solve in the oil and gas industry about putting down an architecture for the entire oil and gas production. So data adoption has a lot of influences all over the world. Nigeria is about 37%. In the north part of the world, they have data literacy. So you cannot convince somebody who is ignorant of a fact. So data literacy has to be put in place in our educational curriculum because the fundamental of that has to come into play. That is about structured data because we have both structured and unstructured data. The idea that a country or jurisdiction has the authority and the right to govern and control data generation within its borders. My own good brother is physically a border controller. My brother, Dutch Kelly, is a border controller. But I guess that within the border control is a physical substance, but also there is a soft substance of border control. Because one of the speakers here said, and when the man asked about jurisdiction in terms of mutual non-disclosure agreement or non-disclosure agreement, it has to do with data source and data residency. So when you look at all that, there are common practices. And today, my brother Kashifu is not here, but if you go to the NITA website, there are so much of consideration. Unfortunately, the solution has not been provided because our country has refused to annex the reason why NIPS was created, why National Orientation was created. And Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce, please take very, very serious note. The biggest problem of this country is not about data. The biggest problem of this country is about data structures, data interoperability, and data usage. Therefore, government is not connected. When you eat rice, you know where the digestive system goes. When you take rice, it gives to a carbohydrate. Protein go to amino acids. So the problem of society was that before this time, Isaac Newton's definition about momentum was the rate of change of momentum is directly proportional to the force applied. It takes in the light of the direction of the force. But today, that is wrong because data is exponential. Somebody mentioned it yesterday. So data transition, data usage, and regulation of interconnectivity is very, very key. What are the challenges? You have all said everything, the lawyers. But one of the biggest challenges is also domain expertise. There is no way a ChatGPT will replace a quantity surveyor because you must have to have a prompt. There is no way a ChatGPT will replace a lawyer because there must be a domain expert. There is no way. So my school leavers, you must understand that there is what is called irreplaceability in ChatGPT. The Microsoft guy talked about agent, talk about agency. Agency can only be, they call it Internet of Agency. It can only be done when you train a model. It cannot be done in abstract. You must train the model to be able to understand you. Today, Saudi Arabia have, in their oil and gas system, they have a coverall. The coverall, as you are talking, you are doing instrumentation calibration. The coverall is studying you and keeping all of those data so that tomorrow, when you are out of the job, somebody else comes in, then those becomes trend. And then it becomes decision support. So now, let me talk about the petroleum industry where I consider myself as a player. What are the sources of data? Our country, to be, as a matter of fact, should have what we call data lake. And that is what my friend in Microsoft was talking about hyperscalers. So they will have information, they will have very high computing speed, like Nvidia, like Cisco, likes of Microsoft and the rest of them. They have hyperscalers to be able to gather data in a structured form. When you take data from the well, for instance in oil and gas, measurement, which is one of the things that I did recently to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, take the measurement data, pipeline data, other reservoir information, then you put that through a gateway for integration. Integration of data is like digestion in your system. When you take a food, you take certain amount of food, you begin to digest the food in your system. So that is what you do with data. You integrate data based on what you want the output of the data to be, which is what is called data governance. How do you have access controls? What are the control mechanisms? What are the APIs that you need to implement to extract that data at different levels? So, national data control, NIDA is working on it for Christ's sake, but we're not talking about what is called industrial speed. The industry speed and response to all of this problem is not in tandem with the requirement of the use of this data. Yesterday, somebody mentioned it. I listened to the video yesterday. We call it industrial clock speed. An industry clock speed is when there is what is called unknown. You don't even know what is going to happen. And therefore, there is a need for us to do innovation. Very quickly, I'll talk about innovation in a while. We need to talk about data acquisition. The entire process about data is you have to acquire data. And there must be a deliberate reason, a deliberate structure to acquire data. When you acquire data, you do data integration. Then you talk about data display. It's likened to how you marry a woman, go for a wedding, and then show her to your people. You talk about integration and transformation of the data, storage or data warehouse, and data communication and data governance and so on and so forth. I will skip that slide and I'll talk about innovation. But before that, the most important thing about data activities and data science and everything is the mindset. Muhammad Ali said, your body will fail, your mind will fail 1,000 times before your body will fail. And therefore, this is what the Harcourt Expo is giving to us. The lady said they were here last time and they went back again. There is never a time, never a time that is too late for you to study. So we must have the mindset that government alone cannot do the work for us. Dubai has decided to decentralize the operation because they realized that it was centralized. Now they have decentralized. They were making losses until they decentralized the operation. That is why you can see that it can have a Dubai residency within 5 days now, which was never happening before. So there are different dimensions of emergence. The mind dimension is the most important dimension of emergence. How do you frame your mind? Because the brain is a data bank. What this brain can assimilate, what this brain can create is bigger than what it can think of. It's unquantifiable. What is innovation? Innovation simply means taking an invention and making use of it to make money. And that is why you discover that somebody who did not study agriculture, the ladies and the gentlemen that came here, none of them studied agriculture, but they are able to innovate by creating commercial entity, by inventing somebody's invention, they use it to commercialize it to make money. Isaac Newton said, it is difficult to sell a product than to solve terrestrial physics. So an innovator is a king in the jungle. So innovation means taking an invention and making it a commercial venue. What we are talking here in this event is probably technology innovation. Technology innovation is where you talk about disruption. Somebody has done something in the past. You have to disrupt. The legal term for innovation, it means that you must come in terms with both sides of the table. But innovation means you don't need to come into terms. Just disrupt. And that is why today you see that there are a lot of disruptors in the marketplace. That is the typical oil and gas. The failure of data, even in the legal system, is because you have not been able to provide the architecture. What we have done in the oil and gas is that we have what is called reference. We know from the drilling all the way to the ship rail. Unless that is done, the country will not make profit. Unless the architecture is stabilized, there will be no reference point. So what we have decided to do, my company decided to do, is to create the reference point. This is what is called a reference point of the oil and gas. Today, our country is operating at a level where they don't even know what the subnationals are doing. So I will encourage every sector today to begin to look at reference. What is the legal reference? What is the value chain of the legal system? What is the value chain of the agricultural system? What is the value chain of the communication system? What is the value chain of food production? What is the value chain of everything that you want to innovate, you want to digitize? There must be a reference. From the courtroom all the way out of resolution, there must be an architecture. Without architecture, the country is not going anywhere. The country has what is called quasi-processes. Everybody comes. If you go to the internet, and I use AI to look at what all the presidents of this country have been talking about for the last 25 years, and I could not correlate a symmetry. There's no symmetry. So we cannot move forward. I did it. I have the result. I correlated all the speeches by all the ministers of petroleum. There is no symmetry. So if there is no symmetry, how would we move forward? And today's legal system, there is no reference because the human brain cannot comprehend all of that. A typical judge today has a problem with his rent. A typical judge today has a problem with his children's school fees. A typical judge today does not have light in his house. So the only way he can make a decisive judgment is if he's able to use technology-assisted solution. How can you beat 7,000 pages of document judgment? You need assistance now. You need AI. You need to feed it very properly and prompt it very well to be able to move to the next level. So, ladies and gentlemen, above all, the major solution to the entire digital journey is to first of all create a reference. Because God created a reference before we came. There is a reproductive system in you. There is a digestive system in you. There is urinary system. All of those systems are the reference architecture for that process, such that when you feed the data, data is well used. That is why the moment you take the wrong diagnosis, the government, the doctors will come and they perform two things: time domain and frequency domain. When a medical doctor asks you about your biological science, it's in time domain. But the most revealer of secret is your frequency domain. That's where they take you to ECGs and the rest of them. But remember, when you go for your ECG, there is always what they call a neutral log. That neutral log is a reference architecture that God created. Unless we are able to identify the neutral architecture of any system, we are going to have information obesity. Agriculture has a system, ladies and gentlemen. My role is to provide platforms for people to operate. Agriculture has a platform. Do you understand that with agriculture you can unite communities? Do you understand that? How will you understand? When I went to Morocco during the African ADB event, Somulo, everybody came there to look for money. And I asked the president, Additional, I said, sir, what platform do you have? How do you balance the act? Lagos State does not have land. So how do you balance the act? How do you understand the kind of crop system Enugu State will have? How will you determine the kind of crop River State will have? Why don't you understand there are a lot of schools of agriculture in this country? All the agricultural universities in this country, they have a lot of data. There are crop sciences. What are we doing with those data? So that you can use agriculture to unite two communities, for crying out loud. It's very simple. So what we have done is that we have created a next generation agricultural platforms, where my community will be able to probably produce maize and the other community will produce okra. And we will cross-pollinate because we look at the value system. So agriculture is actually a peace driver. Unfortunately, we don't know about that. Do we understand the movement of data? All the way from Industry 1.0, now we have moving to Industry 5.0. Today, one of the problems of Federal Republic of Nigeria is that the government is disconnected from the censors. The censors are the farmers. The censors are the plumbers. The censors are the oil and gas operators. There is no transparency. And the only way to be able to get efficiency, organizational memory, repeatability, listen, data that is not repeatable is not reliable. So the qualification, if you go to the hospital today and the doctor diagnoses you of malaria, it means that there was a reference architecture to show that you have malaria, because it's titrated against a particular reference model. And if you look at the reference model of malaria classification or migraine in UK, it's different from America due to their genetic balances. That is what they call 4IR, Fourth Industrial Revolution. So the Fourth Industrial Revolution tried to tie ICT to biology. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, before you jump into data, understand the architecture and understand where you want to play. Which area in the value stream you want to play. Not everybody, no one person can play all. Therefore, there is need for collaboration. There is need for an orchestration. An orchestration is what we need to use data to create an economic solution in this country. We do not need other things. We tried to solve one problem recently. I will not advertise it because of this presentation, but we look at Nigeria. Nigeria oil and gas have been operating more than 60 years. In fact, oil and gas predicts the birth of Nigeria. And it's very simple. We wrote to the president 2 years, in 2018, I found a problem and I wrote to the president. Never be scared. That's why I talk about the mind. I personally wrote to the president. That was the time of Buhari. And I said, Your Excellency, I feel that you have a problem. The country has a problem. The country problem is a problem. And I provided a solution. And today, the technology that they use in providing that solution, I own part of that technology in Canada. Just by the mind. I came up recently and I showed it to the system. I said, listen, we have everybody, all the IOCs are operating. My good friend Igowal is here. They are operating. But their operations, according to the PIA, is not digitized. So there is no transparency. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us here in this room can solve that problem using the reference architecture. If I don't know how to program this, I can show you the physics behind it. Somebody mentioned here, one of the agricultural persons said you have to understand, the man said you have to understand the science. So understanding of the science is a reference, is a domain expertise. Then the data scientists will be able to do the program according to the mathematical formula. Because if you look at what is happening in today's world, if you walk into the hospital, you meet a nurse. She takes a vital sign. She does not even know why she's taking a vital sign. From there, she tells you to go to the GP. The GP tells you to go and do X-ray. The man taking the X-ray does not even know why he's taking the X-ray. He just tells you to open your hand, put your chest forward, bam, boom, tip. Then he asks you, what is the problem? No, I don't know. Then you go back to the same doctor. Then they need to talk about, so some of us are radiographic mentality. We need to understand that there is a value chain in the medical industry, so also there is a value chain in the data sciences. I'm not talking about data for dating sites. The data scientists for dating sites is different. We're talking about data to solve human problem. This section here talks about data to solve human problem, and not sex, and not to steal. Because the essence of the data governance is because it will be able to define what is called an economic profit. An economic profit is a profit that you do that will satisfy three regimes of people: the employees, stakeholders, and yourself. When your data science does not satisfy those three, it becomes a fraud. So while we're talking about data in this seminar, I also want to put a caveat that our country should not engage in data that will appear as fraudulent to nations. And that's the reason why everybody look at the Wayo scamming. So we try to do what is called real-time measurement. In the whole world as I speak, there is no country that have done what we are doing for the industry. We are trying to make Nigeria, the hydrocarbon industry, become a better place. And we took through a lot of roadmaps. We had serious roadmaps that we took, and I'm not going to make too much of noise about it. Again, we talk about data protection, but most importantly, we talk about opportunities around the data. Somebody mentioned here in this way, in every opportunity, they say opportunity risk has an appetite. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that you understand that there is risk, but every risk has an appetite. All what we need to do is to develop a strategy on how to overcome it. In summary, I want to talk about how we can foster indigenous innovation in the petroleum industry. And to foster indigenous innovation means understanding the peculiarity of our problem. I mean, one of the panelists here talked about inside. I mean, that was yesterday, that you need to understand the inside. When you understand the problem, you'll be able to solve the solution. When you have not worked, when you have not practiced, then that brings me between a scientist and an entrepreneur. Because an entrepreneur does not necessarily need to work. You also need to just know how to create markets. An entrepreneur, entrepreneurship is the persistent pursuit of opportunities without regards to scarce resources that are controlled by industry-related experience and founders' choices. And that is why you can see Dangote has a monopoly, because he was able to create a market. And that is why you can see Bua has a monopoly, because he was able to create market. Everyone that creates market has a monopoly, and that is the index of innovation. Innovation makes you to actually create market, and when you create market, everybody will follow. So we need to have an acceleration. I mentioned it there before. Not only one person. So my solution and my recommendation, Tech Expo organizers, is that next year, before next year activity, we should be able to create platforms and ask the students, we need to make this seminar, this event, a movement. River State cannot be the way it is. And I'll say it here. The government of River State should be able to talk about public-private partnership. If this event was done in Lagos, there will be a D room. There will be what? A D room. So, my brother, you are at the helm of affairs in the governance. We need to ensure that government should enable Rivers people. Government should enable Rivers people. And I will say it 3 times. Government should enable Rivers people. The amount of money we spend in legal issues, back and forth, can feed these people here to become tech giant. We need to create Silicon Valley in Rivers State. I'm not a politician, but I'm sounding this, that it is so disheartening that all the tech startups, Lagos State will launch, everywhere will launch, and the next thing they take $200 million, $500 million. The deal breakers don't come to Rivers State because they are scared that they will kidnap them. They are scared that even if they do something with the Rivers man, they cannot access it. So I want to appeal to all the governors, to all the political lords, using you, sir, as a point of contact, that we should shun acrimony, we should shun backbiting, we should shun not giving a power to people that are gangsters. But rather than that, this Tech Expo should be sponsored by the Rivers State government and bring giants out of this room. And I believe that when this thing is done, people that are going to be greater, that will be there. Final words. A dream without a deadline is a nightmare. A dream without a deadline is a nightmare. A dream without a deadline is a nightmare. On the lips of him who has understanding, wisdom is found. But a rod is for the back of him who lacks sense. If we don't transform this Tech Expo to the next level, Dr. Kelly, you are my brother. The little story I will say is that we schooled together. We had our primary school together. We went through the university together. And we have different paths. You went to the political echelon. I am on the technology echelon. I will hold two of us responsible if we don't transform this to see that by the next Tech Expo, we want people to come and talk about testimonial here. If not for this lady who came and talked about testimonial, I'm not aware that there's a testimonial here. On that note, I want to thank everybody here to have taken time. People came from Lagos. Yesterday, I had people who came from Lagos. My friend here seated by me, I believe he came from Lagos. I want to thank you so much. Abuja, I want to thank you so much for attending this event, and I want to thank the organizers. The event was, in fact, it is beyond world class. It is beyond world class. The activities and everything is beyond world class. So thank you so much for your kind listenership.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daire Akobo. You did justice to this session. And thank you once again for honoring us with your presence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would love to make an announcement, and trust me, it's something you will be very much interested in. Would love to announce that PIND is giving scholarships to learn tech skills. Now, PIND is a Nigerian non-profit organization. They're established to promote equitable economic development and peace in the Niger Delta through partnership. And as part of its economic development program, PIND started the Delta State Youth Employment Program to provide marginalized young people opportunities to sustainable employment or enterprise development through technical, soft skills, and entrepreneurship trainings. Now, PIND is giving scholarships to learn tech skills, and they include graphic designs, digital marketing, full stack web development, hardware networking. Port Harcourt Tech Expo has 30 slots for you, and it's really easy to apply. You go to olotosquare.co. I'll take that again, olotosquare.co. It's spelled olotosquare.co. Or you can just meet any of the persons wearing Oloto Square t-shirts within the vicinity, and they would help you with entering. Now, the criteria are pretty simple. You have to be within the age of 16 to 40 years of age. You also are unemployed, and then you need to prove that you're registered for Tech Expo Port Harcourt. I'll take that again, the criteria. You have to be within the age of 16 to 40, unemployed, and a proof of registration for the Tech Expo. These three criteria separate you from the general application, and we are already receiving entries. So,
thank you very much. Just a reminder that the masterclass will start at 2 for startups and founders.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So our next keynote speaker is one that you have heard and have been hearing about. He's going to be talking from Border Community Development Agency. And he's going to be talking about the application of the Blue Ocean Strategy in the world of emerging disruptive technology. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a very
close and warm friend to our previous speaker that you just had on the stage. He is no other person than Dr. D.A. George Kelly, the DG Border Community Development Agency. At this moment, please, a warm round of applause. Alabo George Kelly is not just a politician, but a technocrat. Born in Calabari, yes, here in the Niger Delta, here in River State. He is a surveyor, and he was appointed the Honorable Commissioner of River State Ministry of Works by Nyesu Wike, the former governor of River State. He was a principal manager, infrastructure, in the Niger Delta Development Commission. And he is a true technocrat at heart, and he joins us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please jam those hands for Dr. D.A. George Kelly. Dr. Kelly, the DG Border Community Development Agency. Dr. Kelly makes his way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again,
and my prayer for the Tech Expo is that it gets greater and greater each year. I'm having it in my mind that it should be like the offshore technology conference, OTC, we used to attend in Houston, Texas. And it should get bigger than that. And that's why I'm here, to encourage our techpreneurs with my own ideas that have been tested and proven. Yes, I'm here to share ideas and strategies with you, this time not in civil engineering or construction technology, this time not in terms of project descriptions like I used to do, but this time for strategy that techpreneurs can apply, can adopt to grow their businesses. It's not enough to set up a business. It's good to know how to manage your business and how to sustain the business. The worst thing that can happen to you is for you to start up now, you set up the business, and the business goes down in a matter of 4 or 5 or 6 years, or you fall into bankruptcy. And so I'm going to be talking about the Blue Ocean strategy. I'll talk a little about the lean management, and a little about the Sigma principles, which are strategies and principles you must be ready to use, especially in a world of emerging disruptive technologies. But before I go ahead to do my presentation right now, I would want to respond to what my brother, Dr. Dairo Akobo, has said. You know, because these are things we've always discussed. Sometimes when we fly together, we discuss these things. Like I've said, I want this to grow bigger, and this is what we should be doing, actually. and we'll continue to support it as an agency and also as an individual. I will encourage the local content to also support it very strongly. I will encourage NDDC to also support it seriously. I will encourage the federal and the state ministries of technology to support it vigorously. I will encourage the Chamber of Commerce to support it vigorously. I'll also encourage the state and the federal ministries of commerce to support it. But Dr. Dere, I want us to put some few friends together, and a few volunteers here too can join us so that we can raise at least 300 million for the startups people and encourage them. And so I'll be talking about applying the Blue Ocean strategy, lean management, and the Six Sigma principles in a world of emerging disruptive technologies. Now, you may begin to wonder what is disruptive technologies all about. I know you know. That's why I like the theme for this year, Harcourt Tech Expo, which is Emergence. What is emerging? What is a disruption? A disruption is probably a technology that comes in that changes the way you do things. I'm going to give you a few instances as we proceed. For instance, they've talked about different kinds of technology here. We used to use DVD those days. We used to use DVD those days. But today, who watches video with CDs? Those are all disruptions. Those are all disruptions. Kodak, several years ago, was one of the leading giants in the photography industry. Kodak had a strategy, but their strategy was not innovative enough. Kodak failed to adapt to disruptive technologies. Kodak was too conservative. Kodak was busy manufacturing cameras. And they wanted to use one other strategy, and that strategy is in, dealing more with the sub-products, that you produce. Kodak was also a giant in producing of films. Those days, you go and buy film and you put in your camera and then you go. But Kodak was not innovative enough. Kodak was not forward-thinking. The Bible says a man with a vision is dead. Just like I will always say, a man without principles is useless. A business without strategy is dead. A business without vision is as good as dead. Kodak failed to look beyond the years. Kodak failed to project their minds into the future. Kodak failed to transpose their minds to see disruptive technologies that are emerging. And so they failed to see that smartphones that had cameras were coming. They failed to see that digital photography was coming. And so rather than invest in the emerging technologies, they spent their money building more manufacturing industries to produce films, because they were found out that we're making more monies from films than from the cameras themselves. And so they started setting up more and more film manufacturing industries. Of course, the profit they made was short-lived, because the likes of Sony, the likes of Canon, saw that where they were going to is digital photography. And so they slowed down, and then they started adapting to that disruptive technology that was coming, and they kept being afloat. But Kodak kept doing this before he tried to do a U-turn to adapt to digital photography. It was too late, because they had spent hundreds of millions of dollars building film manufacturing industries. And so these film manufacturing industries have become obsolete. It has become useless. They had no more market value, and so they went bankrupt. They went bankrupt because of their inability to envision emerging disruptive technologies. I'm going to give you more examples of companies that crashed because they have failure to see or envision disruptive technology. Blockbuster, you may know about it. The change from VHS to DVDs made Blockbuster to crash because they failed to innovate. Nokia, you may remember, they were one of the first when you talk about phones, but they failed to innovate. They failed to innovate to produce products that will be attractive to the end users. So they crashed out of the market. Xerox failed to go digital because their management was too stingy. And they thought that being innovative or going digital would be too expensive for them. And so Xerox crashed. Mind you, Xerox was one of the first companies to produce a PC. But they could not innovate. And they could not invest in research. And so they crashed. There's the same thing that happened to Kodak also happened to Polaroid. The same thing that happened to... So these are 5 case studies I can give to you for free of companies that could not adapt to disruptive technologies, companies that could not innovate, and they crashed. They went bankrupt. Okay, what is, according to Peter Drucker, the best way to predict the future is to create it. The best way to predict the future is to create it. That is from Peter Drucker. Currently, there is a rapid emergence of disruptive technologies. And I've just listed a few here. AI, like some of the former speakers, the past speakers have spoken, AI and machine learning, neurotechnology and brain-computer interfaces, quantum computing, I believe you know about that, and then decentralized technologies like blockchain, Web3, and DeFi, which is decentralized finance, and of course, advanced energy solutions. When you talk about advanced energy solutions, you begin to talk about solar energy and wind energy and lots of emerging energy sources that we must, especially in Nigeria here, to go green and to, have a very good and stable energy mix. For now, I don't think we have a good energy mix, but I think renewable solar energy. Yes, for solar energy, the initial costs might be high, but if you amortize the life cycle cost over time, you find out that it is cheaper in the long run. So it's better to invest in solar energy here now. Especially then for coastal areas, we should be looking at the wind energy. For me, if you're living in Abuja or in the north, where we have about 6, 7, 8 sun hours per day, I think you might not be normal if I see you using, fossil fuel or generators. In the past 1 year, I have not spent 1 naira on diesel. I use solar energy even up to my air conditions. Solar energy. And it is cheaper in the long run because the amount you use to buy diesel for a year, you can use it to set it up. And so that is about advanced energy solutions. And then we have robotics. Of course, all of you know about robotics. So what we are saying in essence is that if you're planning for your business, you must look forward and look at those emerging technologies and align your businesses to those emerging technologies so that you don't crash. You take one step at a time. Don't gulp, don't bite more than you can swallow. Take one step at a time. Check where the technology is going and align your businesses with those technologies so that you don't crash. What is Blue Ocean strategy about? It's about creating uncontested market, make competition irrelevant, create and capture new demand, break the value cost trade-off, aligned the whole system of a firm's activities in pursuit of differentiation. Now, I'm going to break it down. I'm going to exemplify it. This is a summary of what Blue Ocean strategy is all about. But I'll summarize it in one word. Carving a niche, one sentence rather, carving a niche for yourself by putting value on the table. Carving a niche for yourself by putting value on the table and creating an uncontested market for your business. That is Blue Ocean strategy in summary. Now, let me exemplify it further. Let's take an ocean, for instance. Or let's take a smaller example of an ocean. Let's say we have a pool here. And inside this pool, I put a big shark. And then I put smaller fishes like tilapia and mullets inside this same pool. In no time, you see that pool red because the bigger fishes will cannibalize the smaller fishes. That is the red ocean, where there's so much competition. There are several people doing the same businesses you do. You have a chamber. There are several hundreds and thousands of law chambers all around. You have an event center like this. There are several event centers all around. What's your value proposal? What are you doing differently? What niche have you been able to carve out for yourself? What is your competitive advantage? That's what stands you out. Otherwise, you continue to be in the red ocean and you'll be cannibalized by the big fishes in the red ocean. If you try to set up a cement industry today and you don't know what you are doing, the Dangotes will cannibalize you because that is a red ocean. And so you have to move from the red ocean to the blue ocean. And doing that is through the Blue Ocean strategy. How do you do that? Your value proposal, the niche you've been able to carve for yourself, the satisfaction you are able to give to your end user. It's all about the consumer. It's all about the customer. Are they satisfied with your product? What are you doing differently? So look at every business you're doing, step out from the red ocean, and do things differently. Sometimes I tell those I tutor or mentor, I said, tread the paths that are rarely trodden. Tread the paths that are rarely trodden. I'm going to give you instances. When I started in my profession, and everybody was running to building. We have building quantities, we have civil engineering quantities, we have electrical engineering quantities. They didn't see renewable energy quantities. And so where the red ocean was building, I created a blue ocean for myself by running into renewable energy quantities, which was the emerging technology at that time. I'm talking about 2002. Then I was a staff of the NDDC. And so I said, we're going solar. You know, you make money by solving problems. You make money by thinking outside the box. You make money by profiling solutions to problems. Ask yourself, what is the problem of this country? What is the problem of society? Create solutions to that problem. And that's just what money is all about. So in every facet of my life and every kind of business I do, I try to create a blue ocean for myself so I don't compete with you. It's an uncontested market. It's like a monopoly. but you must be able to think outside the box. In fact, right now, while I was sitting there, I thought of something for Tech Pro. If I tell you people now, maybe somebody else will go and do it. Like Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu says, when you build up a strategy, hide it like a key covered by a back box. And then when it's time to bring it out with a big bang. So sometimes you keep those ideas. But you see, Harcourt Tech Expo can collaborate with some partners and make this event as big as possible. Technology is the way to go. The only way to bring out Nigeria from poverty now is technology. The Facebook guys, the Amazons, the tech giants in the US, they are richer than Nigeria as a country. They don't depend on oil. This is where the money is. So our ability to begin to support these guys that are innovative, fund them, support their ideas, support their researches, will pull us out of poverty. I have that very firm belief. And those are the kind of value we'll bring to governance when the time comes. And so that's what Blue Ocean strategy is all about. I'm going to give you these are examples of companies. Netflix is one of them. You remember, we used to buy, what did I call it? This video, this thing. Then you now put the video cassette. DVD. Now, after that, we started using DSTV to watch African Magic and all of that. So gradually, the DVD thing started dying. Netflix was innovative. He was able to think outside the box to say, look, for a very small fee, I can provide a solution for those that like to watch movies. A solution that for a small fee can watch any kind of movie you want to watch, and you can even use that same subscription for your whole family. People looked at it as more cost-effective and more flexible. And people keyed into it. And they got the market that they desired. The other ones that are coming up now, a lot of them. But Netflix is still leading the way because they were able to carve a niche for themselves. They were able to move from the red ocean to a blue ocean. And as the younger ones that are competing with them are coming up, they are moving ahead. Tesla is another example. Tesla is another example. Of course, you know about Tesla cars. Amazon is another example. You remember that Amazon, you remember the way he started. His father used to sell books from his garage. And so he was like serving his father, helping his father market the books and all that. He started from e-marketing. He started selling his father's books through e-marketing. And developed from there to today and has what we call Amazon today. So he has made his billions of dollars through technology, not through oil, not through politics. So technology will greatly determine the future and the wealth of this country. Uber is another example. Before, you may need to go to the park to take a taxi. But now, with the comfort of your phones, you can order for your Uber and get to where you want to do, what you want to get to. Another brilliant example is the Airbnb. Of course, a lot of you use Airbnb to book for your hotels when you travel, to book for your apartments when you travel. So Airbnb is another very, very good example of the blue ocean success stories. Nintendo is another example. Of course, your kids may have used Nintendo Switch. Nintendo is another example. iTunes is another example. And then Kodak is an example of a failure story and not a success story. Kodak, the last one, is an example of a failure story and not a success story. Now, I'm done with blue ocean strategy. For want of time, I will not dwell on that so much again. Lean management. Lots of companies these days apply lean management. Lean management principles can help to grow your company if you are a small entrepreneur or techpreneur or a big one. I will just summarize lean management by giving you straight to the point what the 6 basic principles of lean management are. One is value creation. That is maximizing consumer value. What are the similarities between lean management, Six Sigma, blue ocean strategy? They always talk about value. What value are you putting on the table? As a person working in an organization, sometimes just ask yourself, what value am I putting on this table to move this company forward? You know, so the value creation is the number one consideration in under lean management principles. Maximize customer value. 2 is elimination of waste. How do I do this operation differently to eliminate waste? How do I do this differently to eliminate waste? If I must manufacture a rod this high for a column that is this low, what if I just manufacture the rod this low to fit the height of that column and save the cost of the wastages? So waste elimination is the second very important consideration under lean management principles. The next is continuous improvement. How do I improve? How do I improve from where I am now? How do I improve in my operations? How do I improve in the quality of the product that I produce? The fourth is timely delivery, which we call just in time. We used to do this operation in 2 minutes. How do I get to my end user in 1 minute? How do I deliver my product to my end user in 1 minute? If I am a laundry owner, for instance, how do I get these products ready for the final users as soon as possible? Just in time. That is the fourth basic consideration of lean management principles. Consideration number 5 is employee empowerment. In total quality management, they will call it motivation. Are your staff happy? Do you praise them when they perform? How do you treat them when they underperform? Do you train them more and give them opportunities to grow when they underperform? Or you push them down? How much do you pay them? Do you pay them enough to make them happy to work for you? That would greatly determine their level of productivity. That is lead principle number 5. Then the last principle is respect for people. Sometimes I walk into a hotel. The first person you meet will be the person right there at the reception that will ask you questions and tell you what kind of room you want or this and that. The way that person treats you will tell you if you like to come back to that place or not. You walk into a restaurant, the way you are attended to, disrespectfully, you've already killed the business. That employee has already killed the business of the owner without the owner knowing. which is why it's very important to supervise your employees. It's very, very important. They will destroy that business without, so respect for people is very key, no matter how little that person is. No matter how little that person is. So that is the sixth principle under lean management principle. So I recommend for techpreneurs to, if you can, do an amalgam of all of these principles. Do an amalgam of all of these principles and apply them to your businesses. And I believe next year you will have testimonies. Examples of lean management success stories are Toyota. Especially when you have to do with continuous improvement. Toyota, employee satisfaction. Toyota is number 1. Zara is number 2. Amazon uses both blue ocean strategy and lean management. So these are examples of lean management success stories. Now the next I'm going to take is the Six Sigma management system. The Six Sigma management system basically emphasizes the availability of sophisticated and basic tools to staff, including modern and current technologies, and training to enable them perform optimally. What Six Sigma says is, you want your company to grow. If you want your company to grow, then there must be productivity on the side of your staff and your employees. Now, train them and provide for them the basic tools, including current and modern technologies that will enable them perform. It's very important. So Six Sigma emphasizes availability of sophisticated and basic tools to staff. You may have the staff that has the technology. You may have a hospital, and you have an American-trained doctor that knows how to operate every kind of machine. But you don't have those kind of medical tools or equipment for him to operate. He will definitely underperform. And some success stories of companies that use the Six Sigma management system are Motorola, of course you know Motorola, General Electric, Ford, Boeing. Dr. Akobo is no longer here. He knows he has been with General Electric before, so he knows they use this. Boeing, Siemens, and of course, governments. Not every government, oh. I said governments. I won't tell you the particular one. Not every government do the same thing, but some governments use the Six Sigma management principle. Another very important thing here is change management. I listened to previous speakers, and almost all of them spoke about adaptability to change. You know, one difficult thing with disruptive technologies is people want to do things the same old way. If you go to certain ministries, for instance, if you go to certain courts, for instance, they still prefer carrying files every day. They still prefer carrying files every day. People don't want to change. As the world evolves, changes are bound to occur in organizations and in every facet of life. However, it is often said that humans are resistant to change, as they tend to rather stay with the old ways of doing things. Each year, there are disruptions ranging from cultural to climate change to environmental to change in government laws, policies, and technological disruptions. As a leader, therefore, you must have a change management mechanism to mitigate the impact of changes on the organizations when they occur. With a good change management system, you can encourage everyone to adapt and embrace the new way of working. It therefore means that if you are going to change the technology or some technologies you use in your office, for instance, you must make your employees, those under you, follow suit. You must train them and help them to adapt to changes. You know, for instance, the lawyers here said that Rivers State government is the first to go into digital filing of cases and all of that. But I must tell you, before they were able to do that, I think I was in government then, I was a commissioner then, when Sinforest was doing that, they faced serious resistance. They face, so humans naturally are resistant to change. So as an organization, you must have a change management mechanism. Just like having other policies, you must have a change management policy. And you must have a succession management plan. If this director is going to retire, plan and begin to train the next director that will take over from him. If this technology is, this next technology that is coming up, instead of you to go moribund, instead of you to go bankrupt, start on time to envision those disruptive technologies that are coming and begin on time to train your staff to adapt to that change that it is coming so that it does not carry over. So change management is very, very important. Now, what are basic change management principles? One, understand change, plan change. You must plan change. And it's not enough for you to plan change. You plan change and also implement change. Then communicate change among your team members. It's very, very important. Planning for disruptions. These are 5 ways to proof your organization from disruptions or emerging technologies. So you have brainstorm scenarios, you have triage, and you upgrade your technology. You get a ready plan for emergencies and communicate same to your team members and customers. Prepare your people, foster a team-oriented culture, and entrench unity in purpose, synergy. This is a disruptive change matrix that can help you predict your disruptive changes. It tells you if it is low, if it is high, and the probability, and what to do when the probability is low or high, and when the impact is low or high. 5 steps to prepare your business for future disruptions. Recognize and the value of adaptability, identify potential disruptions, create an early warning system so that it does not take you unawares, prepare a change plan, start small, tolerate failure, and learn. I said this before. If you've seen an emerging disruption, you don't just bite more than you can chew, or bite more than start small. You might fail in starting small, but by starting small, it gives you an opportunity to rise up again, and then tolerate failure, and then learn from your failure, and then make progress. Conclusion. Disruption demands both strategic vision and operational excellence. The future belongs to adaptive, value-creating organizations. That is true. The future belongs to organizations that can adapt to change, that can adapt to emerging disruptions. To survive, the future, therefore, demands a blend of strategy with lean, with lean data-driven execution. Thank you for listening. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Once again, a true son of the soil. Welcome. Thank you, sir. All right, so before we continue, please pay very close attention. This is a call for a vehicle, a Toyota Corolla with plate number Bielsa KMK 540SC. Bielsa KMK 540SC. Please, it's a Toyota Corolla. Your vehicle is in the way of another, and they would like to move. Please, once again, if you are the owner or you know who drove the car to this venue, Bielsa KMK 540SC. It is a Toyota Corolla. Please do well to repark. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just to inform you that Zoom 36 Dental Clinic is here. You can go for your free dental consultation at their booth outside. And also to remind you that the masterclass for startups and founders currently ongoing upstairs. Thank you.
All right, so don't forget to follow us on our social media handles, Instagram and X. It used to be Twitter. A lot of people still love Twitter, but Instagram and X at PHTech_Expo. PHTech_Expo. That's for Instagram and X. For Facebook and LinkedIn, those of you who know that particular sign, it is Port Harcourt Tech Expo. Port Harcourt Tech Expo. All right, so these are the social media handles. You can see them displayed on your screen. Save them, follow them, engage. We'd like to hear news stories. We'd like to hear successes in the coming event. So once again, at PHTech_Expo for Instagram and X, Facebook and LinkedIn is Port Harcourt Tech Expo. So now we'll go straight to our next session. It is going to be on energy tech, and we have juggernauts joining us on stage this afternoon. Now, in no particular order, I'd like to call our guest, Dr. Mary Sibe, to come join us on the stage, please. Dr. Mary Sibe joined us. She's the General Manager, Unicell Limited. We also have joining us this afternoon someone that you probably have heard about and you've probably seen as he probably walked in. We'll be having Igor Welly join us from Renaissance Africa Energy this afternoon. Igor Welly brings decades of experience in the energy sector here in the Niger Delta, Nigeria. And then joining Igor Welly this afternoon on the stage. Well, the engineer, a very good friend of this program thus far. He is Engineer Felix Omashola. He is the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board, here ably represented by the Supervisor, Stakeholder Management and Government Relations, Mr. Yoki Ita. Please.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Chineduama is my name, and I'll be moderating this session. Yeah, Mary, remember, I love standing through my sessions. It's important that aside what we think we know about energy, oil, and gas in Nigeria, we also learn to scrutinize, because in scrutiny we continue to learn, and in learning we become more efficient. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all of you in the audience. So let's run quickly. Dr. Mary, let's kick this off. Please, I need 2 more mics on stage. Okay, so Dr. Daria Kobo, please, can you join us on stage? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back on stage, sir. You'll all agree with me that Dr. Dari's session, the first session, was quite explosive. Thank you for sharing that knowledge. Before we get started, I'd like to bring it to your notice that right outside the entrance to this facility, there's an electric bus, small bus, the one they call Korokwe in Lagos, that was redesigned and converted from the gas engine to an electric engine here in Port Harcourt. It was converted by a pilot who grew up here and was raised here, Captain Charles. And it's something that he'd like to scale up as a service in the city. And hopefully that should contribute to managing cost of public transportation. So let's dive in quickly. Dr. Marie, let's start. Historically, early days of oil and gas in Nigeria, historically, we know that the IOCs played a key role in development of talent for their space in Nigeria, and that may have started to die out. How do you think we can revive that level of capacity building so that skilling, education, and development within a higher institution space can be reintroduced as key for feeding manpower to the oil and gas space in Nigeria?
Okay, good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Mary James Sibe. I am an executive in the oil and gas sector. I'll just do a brief introduction before I answer your question. So I have a BSc team of an indigenous oil company, the foremost upstream production chemical company in Nigeria, where I've been able to deploy technology, enterprise system, a bespoke enterprise system to streamline operations. So coming back to your questions, to be able to do that with my experience across the international oil and gas and the indigenous firm, it goes back to building an ecosystem within the oil and gas sector. I believe it was Dr. Akobo that when he was making his presentation that talked about, alignment with education. What that means is that you need to go back even to the primary level. Our curricula has to change to introduce Industry 4.0, to learn, to build their knowledge and come back to transfer technology to the country. And for you to do that, you have to have what is called absorptive capacity. You have to have a baseline knowledge. And you cannot get the baseline knowledge if you haven't gotten it from the primary, secondary, and tertiary level. So you can't reverse engineer, you can't think innovatively if you don't have that baseline information. So we need to go back and change our curricula. There's also a disconnect between the academy and the industry. The academy is working on its own, creating their own solutions that are not applicable to the industry. There has to be a synergy. We have to have an ecosystem with the academia, with the industry, and startups. You need to develop local tools, local technology. We're looking at pushing the indigenous narrative. The NCDMB has done a lot. Presently, Renaissance has bought SPDC's stake. Seplat has bought ExxonMobil's onshore assets. They are pushing that, but in terms of capacity building, technology capacity building, there's still a lot of work to be done. We're not digitally mature. So it's an ecosystem that needs to be built for us to get there. Right.
So with what you've talked about, let me take it to local content. In terms of building capacity, and integration between spaces. Let me not use the wrong terminology. So let me use fintech, for example. Fintech in the financial space for integration, you see that CBN has a sandbox where tech developers can step in, build solutions around problems that exist. You see banks have sandboxes. What are we doing around creating central hubs that highlight the problems that face capacity within the oil and gas space in Nigeria from your space?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Firstly, I'm here on borrowed robes because I'm representing my Executive Secretary, Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe, who actually sent me here to represent the organization. Well, as a board, we've done tremendous, we've gone through leaps and bounds in capacity building. I can't begin to mention them. And if I start, a lot of people swim on me by the time I get out of here. As a board, we've done so much in terms of capacity. We've done hackathons. I thought I was going to come up with a keynote address that will set the tone for this engagement so that everyone will get to see and know what the board has done. Okay, so in terms of capacity building, yes. The 10-year strategic roadmap by the board has actually given credence to one, NOGIC JQS, that's a Nigeria Oil and Gas Industry Joint Qualification System where young Nigerian graduates are asked to go upload their biodata, their credentials and certifications as the case may be, so that once there's an opportunity, either for direct intervention trainings or project-based trainings by the IOCs and operators, we can go to that data bank and pick names that actually qualify them for these engagements, and we latch them onto those trainings. And we've had numerous success stories in that regard. Secondly, in terms of ICT and the tech space, we are not just only a regulator, we are a regulator of choice, an enabler and accelerator of innovation as a board. We've done hackathon. I think 2 years ago, the NCDMB organized the first ever hackathon on the oil and gas industry. And part of that technology is what we're able to use to harness the gas leakage framework by AMAL Technologies. NCDMB actually funded that project, and this was based on the $50 million US Nigerian Content Development Research and Development Fund. I thought since yesterday I've been thinking I'd hear much about research and development, but little or nothing has been said about it.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting there. So,
okay. So
speaking to the point you've raised about your hackathon. Now, when we want to look at that space, was that program or is that initiative in partnership?
It was a week-long event in Yenagoa, and so that gave credence to the 5 centers of excellence, okay, in Nigerian tertiary institutions like the Niger Delta University, because charity must, of course, start from home. And the Rivers State University, University of Port Harcourt here is one of the centers of excellence. The Modibo University in Yola, Foots Owerri, and University of Ibadan. So they have their different niches where they have to operate in some kind of tech ecosystem, specializing in not just oil and gas operations, but attendant linkage applications. So that's why I say NCDMB as an organization is not just your everyday kind of government agency. We're very innovative, even the staff strength. A lot of us have certifications and tech courses and all of that, so we're forward thinking. You guys are talking about Web 3.0 now. NCDMB, through its Nigerian Content Consultative Forum and the ICT Sectoral Working Group, we had started the initiating the Web 3.0 in 2021. While some companies and tech hubs here are just playing catch-up, NCDMB is one organization that's going to step ahead of a lot of even private sector driven.
I noticed, sorry, I'm cutting. I noticed you threw that one back that tech
No,
companies
no,
are playing catch up.
no pun intended.
I know,
I'm telling you that.
I mean, you're government backed, so you have that that financial power to get into that space. So yes, good stuff. But what you've talked about with the hackathon and trying to bring a lot more organizations into the space, I'd like to jump to Ms. Igoweli of Renaissance Energy. If you play in the business space in Port Harcourt or across the Niger Delta, for example, and you interact with business owners who have relationships with the IOCs, is Renaissance an IOC now, or?
It's a small IOC. We're the leading Africa energy company. That's what I want to be.
Beautiful. So when you hear those conversations, let me go, processes are via a certain calibration, which is international, right? Your valves and co. Given them
to. Yeah, and I know that because I was part of that story. It's something I've done. I've worked with them. There's a group called PETAN, Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, a group of indigenous oil and gas service providers to both upstream and downstream sectors. They've done a lot to invest in building capacity, including technology. Of course, where you need help, you need to borrow. You can go abroad and borrow, and then later, of course, you can. I mean, Pana Holdings told us what they did today. You know, with a Canadian company, and they own part of that solution. It's a Nigerian company. There's a Nigerian company that manufactures sunscreens. That's what the Striker does. So that's the way it is.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Dara Kobo, let me come to you with this. With over 50 years of oil and gas operations within Nigeria, it's strange that we do not, or we have not seen these oil and gas companies pivot to the other verticals within the space. For example, the last speaker talked about energy poverty. With the amount of exploration across the Niger Delta, there is no complementary electricity supply with the amount of gas being produced. So we do not see these oil and gas companies step into that space to provide complementary services that will scale up or improve our numbers with respect to energy poverty. Why do you think that is so, and what do you think we can do as a country to close that gap?
Hello. Thank you, moderator. First and foremost, let me thank my brother, Dr. Igoweli. We started as a business, resigned from General Electric, as a field service engineer, and came up, started with just one briefcase, and encountered Igoweli. He was the GM local content in Shell, and they pulled us out there. Today, we have one of the biggest facilities for specific activities in Africa. Talking about valves, measurements specifically. And also thank local content. Of course, there's hardly anybody who will not know PE Energy. So today I go by Pana Holdings, but no PE Energy. I'm sitting down here, one of my good friends here, Dr. Ojum Cyprian, who is the GM local content of Total. So the biggest problem is things fall apart. Things fall apart. The center cannot be held. There is no memory in the country. The local content that made the pattern, the local content that made people like myself. I left General Electric in 2009, and today I have over 125 employees, Nigerians working, and over 30 foreign nationals working. That local content should be sustained. Without that sustainability, if you don't sustain it, to sidetrack it to other industries, it will be difficult. What we have is not physical infrastructure. The president of Russia then in 1826 cloned himself and became a carpenter in Netherlands to learn how to build ships. He could not get the full apprenticeship. He then went back to England and learned how to build ship. Imagine that Russia is not sufficient in shipbuilding, in nuclear power, in agriculture, in everything. Now that the Europe and the world decided to cut economic sanctions, where would Russia have been? They would have gone into extinction. And that is the reason why today there is what they call the global south, the global north, and say that oil and gas is not going to exist. If we don't value creation, if we don't value manufacturing, it will not be work. Manufacturing is not an accident. I have case studies how Korea was industrialized. The only way to increase the GDP of a country is through value add. It's not by export, value add. If you get a wheat, how can you turn a wheat to a bread? So the activity in the value chain is what creates economic value and financial system increase. So in conclusion, the problem about energy transition or energy mix, there must be a dedicated democratization of the use of this energy. We have political mass in some places that do not even have a political mass. But how will you know the movement of people from Bayelsa to Port Harcourt and make sure that you decentralize that activity in Bayelsa so that they can function very well? By the time you pump petrol from Dangote refinery from Lagos and bring it all the way to Bayelsa, the cost of petrol because of transportation will be high. Even if Dangote sells as a nominal value at the port in Lagos, taking the refinery. So government should be able to democratize these energy sources all over the place. And the only way you can do that is to have what is called data democratization. Know where the gas sources are so that you don't take pipelines. The pipeline that feeds Indorama is coming from Obage. So why can't you go and put a manufacturing plant in Obage? The pipeline that feeds Indorama, this Indorama that is in Port Harcourt, that is operated by Indians, is coming from Obage. It's coming. But so the government should dedicatedly, they would have saved more money by putting the plant in Obage. Why do they not encourage Dangote to put the refinery just by the wellhead and can create peace? And the only way to create peace is what they call shared economic value. Because CSU does not work, CSR does not work anymore. Michael Porter has designed a system where he calls shared community value, where you make the community part owner of that system and tell them that if there is a shortage in supply of the gas to the refinery, you are also going to lose. Not give them classrooms. You give us classrooms, no teachers.
But isn't that what the PIA was designed to do?
Now, I can tell you about the PIA because I know the PIA inside out. Inside out. There is no clause in the PIA that I don't know. If I show my dashboard, you'll see every part of the PIA. The problem is that, look, when the brain is thinking about several things, there is no narrow part. There should be an orchestrated part. The PIA itself is a bullet of document. But it is like going to a party and Flavor is singing a song. People that are in that party don't even know what he's singing. It's just not their head. So we have a law that is interpreted by everybody in the way they want to interpret it. So government should now start to digitize those PIA. I can tell you, digitize those PIA in a way that there will be transparency and retention and measurement. What you cannot measure, you cannot quantify. What you cannot quantify, you cannot optimize. What you cannot optimize, you cannot grow.
Sorry, sir. To add credence, Mr. Moderator, please, to add credence to what Dr. Akobo said, it just brought my mind back to the capacity and what NCDMB has been able to do. The lady and the two gentlemen here seated by me are success stories of NCDMB. I'll start with my boss here, Dr. Igoweli. When I came into the industry as a young engineer, he was the GM Nigerian Content Development for Shell. I've been privileged to work with him on projects like the Polaco Pipe Mill in Bayelsa, and also been privileged to take Nigerians out of the shores to go train them on pipeline manufacturing. So those are aspects of capacity building, and we didn't just go to the field or classroom and do paperwork. It was on the back of...
Can I take you up on that point?
Go ahead.
Now, again, it speaks to the initial question I asked. We've taken abroad for manufacturing, right?
Yeah.
Capacity building.
Absolutely.
How much knowledge transfer was taken back to see that that manufacturing started or was brought back here?
Pretty good question. Now, as an organization, you don't just get indigenous technology just offhand. That's what we call technological transfer. You go to the big players, you learn from them. Even the developed countries of the world do same. You could see, you hear about technology intelligence and all of that. Some, it's a serious offense. So we trained 24 of these pipeline manufacturing technicians and brought them back to Nigeria. Some of them are in Yulong, in Lekki industrial area where the Dangote cement is. Some have even left the country because we didn't have enough of the pipeline manufacturing companies. We tried to set up one here at Tenerife. We've assisted a couple of them for pipeline threading and all of that, where you have the Prodeco facility. Is it LMA or so? Where you have the Prodeco facility, sure.
Yeah,
so a good number of them are currently working at Yulong Pipe Mill at Lekki, free trade zone.
Okay.
Yeah. So back to what I was saying before you raised the question. So Dr. Akobo, sorry, I started with my boss here. So we've been able to work on projects before he now left to be the director, external relations, and now back to Renaissance. Now, what are we seeing? If Nigerian Content as an organization did not have that political willpower and the framework to build capacity, there will be no Renaissance today. Renaissance bought the onshore and shallow water assets of SPDC. If we never had Nigerian Content capacity building grow into leaps and bounds, we'd never have the Owandos of this world who bought Agip and ENI. Same thing for Seplat. Today, Seplat, by next week in Lagos, they are going to celebrate their Nigerian Content Day. Okay, they've invited the board as part of their success story. They've been able to acquire assets from ExxonMobil. The lady here seated said she was in Baker Hughes. I remember I first knew Dr. Akobo when we went to commission the multimodal facility for General Electric. And he now muted to me that, look, I'm having a project in mind. And thank goodness, years later, we went to commission PE Energy. And I remember when he started, sorry, don't interrupt. So I remember when he started, I mean, he was like, he needed support everywhere. And I told my colleagues, look, we can't go anywhere. This is our own. We have to support him right from direct you on the path to go. So even the contractors, the vendors who now know, okay, there's a need in this place. So from that program, we're able to have some kind of technical needs assessment so we know what areas to go into. I could remember backstage, Dr. Welly and I were, we were part of the conversation where we're talking about FDIs. Aside from the Total Energies FPSO, we're talking about the Bonga Southwest now, which has been lingering for so long. And Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board has been able to step into that space to ensure that the contractual circle is streamlined so that we'll be able to have more FDIs and there will be jobs available to Nigerians. And when there are jobs, believe you me, there's going to be innovation and tech will take its right of place in the oil and gas sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's take 1 minute, and then we'll go to the audience because we're pressed for time.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Just to say, like I said earlier, we've brought some of these technologies home. Capacity has been built, yeah? One of the biggest issues we have is opportunities for those who have built capacity to work and create more value. And I think that should be the focus. I always tell people history is good, but history can become a problem if you don't move forward. And that's why for Renaissance, and if you check, it means new beginning. This is an indigenous, fully owned Nigerian oil and gas operating company, and we think we can actually be at the center of driving that new beginning. We can use our resources to solve energy poverty, industrialize in a sustainable way, and we're open to doing that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, I thought you had something to say. Okay, so let's go to Q&A. I think we'll be able to take 4 questions on this one. Can someone move the microphone to the audience, please? So the lady over there, there's another lady standing over there as well.
Skin diseases and a lot of things is gas flaring. So I actually have so many questions to ask. But in the course of the discussion, the questions have been answered some, but I still have a lot. So I want to ask.
Let's take the one about gas flaring. Dr. Akobo, you want to
Yes,
take
all of
that?
them are under gas flaring.
One about gas flaring. Dr. Akobo, you want to
Yes,
take
all of
that?
them are under gas flaring.
Okay. Let's take one more from that, please.
Okay. He said which.
Let's take one more from that, please.
Okay. He said which the huge amount of gas fled daily in Rivers State. What framework currently exists to help local innovators convert that waste into usable energy? Can I ask a second one?
No, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You are totally correct. The flared gas is what they call inadvertent gas. It contains what is called highly volatile reactive organic compounds. But government have put in place gas commercialization plan. Otherwise, converting the flare to energy sources. But there's a challenge. I'm also converting one in Chevron, converting flared gas into energy. The challenge is territorial challenge. And that is why we're designing a system, and I'm currently on top of that. Designing a system where we can have what is called a cluster system, because sometimes you can convert the gas, but the location of the gas that is being converted is probably very tough. So government also have penalties for companies that are flaring. If you flare, you will pay these taxes. But the question is that those people that have those licenses, why have they not commenced in earnest? Where is the dashboard for us to monitor them? And perhaps enabling infrastructure for them to have a common receptacle. Probably we can design a lot of mooring system around the coastal region to do it. So my sister, I think, NUPRC has taken care of that. And then they will do justice if somebody from NUPRC is here. But yes, government have taken good care of that.
Yes, sir. To further add credence to what Dr. Akobo has said, young lady, the board, through, this is a decade of gas. This decade is a decade of gas in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. As a board, we've modeled gas gathering facility, which is a DuPont gas facility in Delta State, Ndokwa, somewhere around there. I've visited those 2 gas fields personally, and we also have another one in Edo State, which I also went to inspect. That was 2 years ago. It was about 80% near completion. But we really don't know. Maybe it's part of the bureaucracy. But DuPont is currently functioning. So we use that as a board, as a role model that these things can happen. You all agree with me that everyone had modular refinery licenses, and then nothing happened. There was no implementation. But as a board, we're able to fund Walter Smith in Imo State, just next door after Ilele. And Walter Smith is refining diesel, refining petrol, and also LPG. So, gas is a cleaner energy for our environment to forestall any kind of environmental hazard. So we're playing big in that space. And we've also been able to partner with some tech companies and also entrepreneurs who will be able to develop softwares and other applications to ensure that we have a seamless, automated gas flow system. It's already in place. I wish we first had the keynote address before this engagement, so you clearly understand what NCDMB has done, that we've gone miles ahead of most of the things
Do
we're
you have a
discussing here.
dashboard for the public to see all of this innovation?
Everything is
what
in the
you're aggregating?
keynote address, sir. That's why I insisted that we should have had the keynote address who like kind of set the tone for this engagement.
Noted.
Thank you. So in terms of gas gathering, we have a role model. Okay, we have already a model facility in Delta State and also in Edo that's yet to kick off, though the facility is still there. Thank you.
Okay, can we get the next question, please? The lady over there.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Egwolo Onofere, graduate of Electrical and Electronics Engineering Uniport. I have a question. Recently, I just finished a professional training for crane operation and onshore and offshore rigging. And I felt maybe tech wasn't for me because I felt it wasn't involved in these. But now that I see that it's involved, I don't know, are there things put in place for someone like me to get more knowledge, like an intensive internship training? That's my question, that's all.
Sorry, repeat the question again, please.
Okay. I'm new to tech. I'm not very good at it, but I'm interested in it because I recently had a professional training for crane operation and onshore and offshore rigging. And I've been looking for a place to do my internship to get intensive knowledge on tech application in these areas. So I wanted to ask, are there things put in place for someone like me to learn more?
Absolutely. There's a platform in place, and that's the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Joint Qualification System. It's a platform where you upload your biodata, and you don't need to know anyone because NCDMB is a regulator of choice, transparency at its peak. So once you lash on with your data onto that platform, there's every possibility that you have a placement, and not just a placement, we also grab a job, because after that, we'll put you on the job training for about 1.5 years, 2 years, or thereabout.
2 years, and by the time most of them, they are retained actually. Most of them don't leave that place because if I can work with you for 2 years and you learn, there's no reason why I shouldn't retain you because you don't want to go back and pick somebody else. I think the issue is that the opportunities should be more. I keep talking about more. And even when we are backstage, I say one of the problems we have why people are complaining is that we just need more opportunities. And to get that, you need more projects, you need more production. The more activity you generate, the more opportunities for people like you, and then the complaints will be less. So yeah, if you can touch base with me after, I'll just tell you what to do and give you a number to call so you can follow up if there's opportunity there. Thanks.
Okay, so I also like to say that you don't have to wait for the opportunities per se. This is Energy-tech. Over 10 years ago, I deployed various operating systems across very different countries in an international oil and gas company. In the indigenous field, we're lagging behind technologically. During COVID, IOCs were able to move seamlessly to remote operations. Indigenous firms, some of them closed down. There was financial strain on them because they don't have that technology platform. So as a young person who wants to go into tech, you can take the initiative by yourself, create solutions for indigenous firms. Sometimes while waiting for the opportunities to come to you, you can create, there's a market for it, for those technology applications for indigenous firms. So that's one of the things, that's one of the ways you can look at it. You can flip the coin and create that value for yourself.
Awesome. Okay, our last question, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My communities, or has the PIA addressed that? Thank you very much.
Ego, you want to take that? Yeah. Because I can see the smile on your face.
I want to start maybe Dari is a very smart and versatile industry operator. But let me try first. Fortune, that's the name, right? Fortune, right? Yeah, thanks. Let me just try and play back the message or the question. First of all, is PIA HCDT. And you're saying with HCDT, that's more like a platform that should ensure participation of host communities in the industry. Is that the question? Yeah.
Can we get the mic to
part of this industry, and we also care about your welfare, and it's actually driven by the communities. They have their people who manage that fund and decide what to do with it. But that's not all. There is community content, there is local content, there is all the CSR which will still happen, then there's shared prosperity which somebody talked about. So we expect that each operator will also do more in addition to that. But that is a key the process for making those decisions. And that's what every operator will be held accountable for, including the regulators and all that. So, and for me, I think that is what it should be. This can change. We'll have a National Assembly, they can decide tomorrow that, okay, we need to expand the frontier and seek more participation. That's not a problem. But if you look at the divestment, just like we discussed earlier, lots of indigenous players have gotten into that space, lots and lots of them. So many of the IOCs, like my regulator said, with the capital I, have gone, and then the ones with the small I, and you can't argue with your regulator, have come. And most of those are Nigerian entities. So that means the value will stay more in country, and that for me is a big step. And also the people understand your culture more, you know, and then that should really help. But is there still a way for us to, you know, improve things? Absolutely, yes. Continuous improvement for me is key, and we should keep going. But let's be lawful. What will not help is that a group of people now go and just block one facility and say, until you get me involved in doing something that the law doesn't provide, you cannot produce. Because when you do that, it affects the revenue of the country, revenue of the state, your local government. Even those working there might be laid off, and even the contractors there will not get opportunity. I don't think that's what we want. Thank you.
Okay, on that note, our time is up. I think we've eaten another 5 minutes in. I'd like to say thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you as well to you, the audience. So we'll step down, photo session, and we run into our next session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Marie Sibe. Thank you, Dr. Akobo. Thank you, Mr. Igoweli. And finally, thank you, Mr. Yoki. It's a very powerful, enlightening session we've had. Please, you will step in front for the picture. Picture session, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Yokita, please. It up. Thank you very much. I'd just like to remind those of us, earlier we announced that the first 100 persons to enter the hall will be going home with iPhone 16. When we do the Raffle draw, just to tell you they are in the house, they are in the building. Please do not go, do not leave. 2 Samsung phones, iPhone, and of course the laptop that we talked about. We're not joking. Please do not leave the hall and make sure you stay to the end. Let's see the people that will go home with this. Another reminder is that the masterclass is ongoing. We'll also be having the personal brand advantage in tech, how thought leadership and visibility drive innovation by Ms. Olera is going on upstairs. The masterclass for startups and founders. The room is filled upstairs. So if you're a founder, if you're a startup person, please do take advantage of that platform and engage with other people. Mr. Iene is also up there to take a training on customer acquisition. Let's take advantage of these breakout sessions and learn more.
Okay, whilst we're waiting for the next session, once again, please take note of the social media handles. We're streaming live right now. All right, so at PHTech_Expo, at PHTech_Expo for those handles. You can see them there, WhatsApp, Instagram in particular. I know a lot of people like IG, so just get onto those pages, like, follow, share, so more people get to be aware of what's happening in Port Harcourt. Then another piece of information, I hope I'm very audible at the back. If you know you misplaced your debit card, the name here is Owe Samuelson Ebilado. If you try to pay for your drink outside and you felt your villager stole your card, they didn't steal it. You misplaced it. All right? So, Owe Samuelson, your debit card is with us behind the stage, backstage. So please come forward and identify yourself so we can give you your card and you won't be stranded. Owe Samuelson Ebilado. If you're at the booth or if you're within this area and this is you and you need your card, I don't know if there's money inside, but if you need your card anyway, come have your card, please.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder that the exhibition booth is buzzing. Before you leave the hall, please pay a visit to our partners. There's Zoom 36 waiting for you, free dental care, Hara, and the rest of them downtown. They are all outside. Please visit their booth before you leave. The next session. We'll be taking the next session now, creativity and tech. It's all been about science. Let's talk creativity. Let's talk music. Let's talk architecture, design.
So this is my forte when it comes to creativity. Once again, I'd like to thank all of you for sticking around. Before we make the announcement or ask our panelists to join us upstairs, some of them are walking behind. I'd like for you to indulge me 30 seconds. Please, if you can, a lot of you have been sat down for at least 45 minutes. Can you just stand up? Just stand up and, let's do something real quick. Stand up, please, very quickly, please. Everybody stand up. Please rise. Please rise. You've been sat down for over 40 minutes. Yes, I can see some of you already kicking your feet. Exactly. You need to move around. Okay? All right. Just move, stretch. Okay? Now, some of you left primary school 35 years ago. Some of you left primary school 47 years ago. So, very quickly, all right, we're going to do a 10 or 15 seconds exercise. Okay? Everybody good? My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes. If anybody can't reach their toes, forgive them, please. All right, are we good? My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes, my head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes, my head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes, They all belong to. It's okay. You people still remember school. All right, sit down. Thank you very much. We still have more great conversations on the way. All right, so energy tech session now. Sorry, creativity and tech. Like I said, this is my forte. I'm so excited this afternoon to have some of these individuals here. In no particular order, please, let's have a warm applause as we welcome to the stage Priye Isokiari.
My life is brilliant. My love is pure. I saw an angel, of that I'm sure. She smiled at me on the subway. She was with another man, but I won't lose. Said I was flying high, and I don't think that I'll see her again. But we shared a moment.
Hello.
That will last till the end.
Okay, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm moderating the session, Creativity and Tech. So I have here a speech that I'm going to read, and I'll be quite quick with it. Our theme for this session is Creativity Rewired. Creativity is intelligent having fun. That's a quote by Albert Einstein. Some refer to the creative industry as soft power, and they're right. Culture, art, and creativity shape how a nation, and in our case, a state, is seen, understood, and respected. From film and fashion to music and cuisine, these industries entertain and export identity. Good afternoon. All protocols duly observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Juliet David West II, and I am the founder and the creative director of Art in the Garden City, a multidisciplinary movement that uses creativity as a tool for social impact, heritage preservation, cultural sustainability, economic empowerment, and storytelling in River State. Grounded in 5 core pillars: art, culture, they say numbers don't lie. Right now, Nigeria is making a bold move. The African Development Bank is investing $614 million into the country's digital and creative sectors under Akinwumi Adesina's tenure, a powerful step towards unlocking youth potential, building a resilient non-oil economy, and creating millions of jobs. A joint report by Mustard Insights and LinkedIn projects the creative industry in Nigeria will hit $14.8 billion in revenue by 2025, creating 2.7 million new jobs. Experts suggest that by 2030, it could generate $100 billion annually. We've already seen what's possible. In 2024, Dirty December in Lagos generated $71.6 million from tourism, entertainment, and hospitality. That's just in December. The organic movement has now inspired the federal government to launch the Motherland 2025 Festival, a week-long event happening this December in Abuja and Lagos. So I ask, River State, where are you? For a state so rich in cultural diversity, for a state whose troupe has won national troupe awards consecutively, for a state whose framework for the RSCAC, that's the River State Council for Arts and Culture, was used to set up the National Theatre, for a state that has produced global superstars like the African Giant, aka Burna Boy, Omale, and Ajebo Hustlers, who will be performing later tonight, I ask again, River State, where are you? That's why we're here today. I'd like to thank the organizers for trusting me to create and lead this session and for embracing the vision when I proposed its inclusion on this platform. We hope our audience will be inspired to spark a gradual mindset shift, paving the way for a future-ready and prosperous creative economy. So let's get right into it. Our panel theme is Creativity Rewired, Shaping River State Through Tech and Creativity, curated by Art and Garden City. This panel explores technology and creativity and how they co-author a future that's efficient, expressive, inclusive, and locally grounded. We're seeing it already. AI-generated films like those showcased at the Nigeria Artificial Intelligence Film Festival, creators like Miss Techie, Toby Ayeni, using tools like Kling.ai, Pika, and TikTok filters to bring mannequins to life, performance arts like David Zelda's Duplanger Dance, driven by AI, invisible solar panels in South Korea that allow windows to generate power while maintaining beautiful aesthetics, AI-powered retail innovations by Isha Ambani's Azote, 3D printed tech-enhanced fashion worn by innovators like Mona Patel, sound-sensitive lighting transforming live stage experiences. Technology isn't replacing creativity. It is expanding it. Today, we've invited some of River State's most dynamic minds, digital creatives, architects, tech founders, urban thinkers to help us imagine a creative economy where cities are smart but also soulful, landmarks are iconic and intentional, tech and urban planning serve the people, and streaming empowers our stories. Billboards, ads, and public screens are more creative. Collaboration becomes infrastructure, and innovation protects our cultural diversity. After the discussion, we'll move into Q&A session. Now, just a quick note to make sure everyone gets a chance to contribute. I kindly ask that you keep your questions short and clear using the simple format, name, organization, question. If your question starts to take a little too long, I will respectfully interrupt you. So please don't take this personally. We just have a little time to really get all we have to say. So without any further ado, I'd like to call on Priye Isokarari, a visionary entrepreneur who shaped Africa's creative economy as founder of Aristocrat Group, launching stars like Burna Boy. He was an early executive producer of the influential podcast, I Said What I Said. He also runs Aristocrat Lab, a creative hub supporting artists across multiple disciplines beyond music. Now CEO of Duncan Investment Limited, he leads a major clean energy project in River State. Priye is passionate about innovation, youth empowerment, and driving cultural and economic growth. Welcome, Priye. Please welcome Peter Vanigo, a tech entrepreneur and founder of Target ICT Limited, who builds impactful tech solutions for businesses across continents. Born and raised in Port Harcourt, Peter champions positive stories from the Niger Delta through initiatives like the Niger Delta Forum, as well as podcast Tech Your Business and Green Tech Pulse. His work shows how local entrepreneurs can compete globally while uplifting their communities. Peter is a versatile entrepreneur. He pioneered retailing gourmet-style bole king. I'd also like to invite Frances Basti Opoyo, an architectural designer and urban visionary, blending design, culture, and sustainability. Her work includes landmark projects like the Benway Governor's Lodge remodel, Port Harcourt's Air Assault Golf Clubhouse, Salvation Ministries Cathedral, and the Lagos National Theatre rehabilitation, to name a few. Francis champions inclusive community-centered design that reflects identity and improves lives. Welcome, Francis. Please welcome Ibim Kuki, a Nigerian mixed media artist. His piece, King Jaja's Storyboard, is part of the British government's permanent collection. This was recently done. Congratulations, Ibim Kuki. I'd also like to welcome Laura Pepple, a multidisciplinary Nigerian creative whose work bridges architecture, visual arts, film, and performance. Born in Port Harcourt and trained in the UK, Laura combines cutting-edge technology like 3D modeling, VR, AR, and AI with storytelling to create immersive, impactful experiences. In 2024, she earned Best Actress nominations at both the Africa Movie Academy Awards, AMA, and the Zuma Film Festival for her lead role in This Is Lagos. Welcome, Laura. And finally, I'd like to welcome Donald Okudo, a creative director, social entrepreneur, and civic innovator based in Port Harcourt. He heads Mesh Advertising and Design Studios, MADS, and he leads multidisciplinary teams, crafting impactful campaigns and spatial designs. Donald is also founder of I Am Vocal, a nonprofit advancing citizen participation in governance through data-driven transparency tools. For over a decade, he has created TEDx Port Harcourt, turning it into a transformative platform recognized globally, including as the TED Countdown 2025 anchoring event. So welcome. So we're all here. So I'd like to start off with our questions. I think they've eaten a bit of our time, and now they're rushing us. And when our panel is the most interesting from everyone else. So here we are. Question number one. What's the role of creatives in rewriting the future? Art in the Garden City believes creativity is not aesthetic, it's a tool for shaping futures. As creatives operating in this digital era, what role do you think we're being called to play in designing not just beautiful things, but livable, inclusive, and sustainable systems in River State? I think this will go to Priye Isokari and Donald Okudu.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. For what we're being called to do right now as practitioners in the creative industry, I believe is, as you said, shaping new systems. But these systems need to show that the art and creativity is not just about expression, but there's impact in what we do. There's an economy that is being built behind all the creative expression that we need to be able to show that for every camera guy here, for every sound person, every graphic designer, it goes beyond just the jaya and the enjoyment. Mm-hmm. So we are, I think for our role right now in River State is to show that there is a solid creative economy, and how can we come together to shape through infrastructure, through investment, and build something that is worthwhile for the future generation.
Fantastic, thank you so much. So Donald, what would you like to add to this? Want to use my microphone while you're
Hello. Greetings, everyone. Happy to be here. As creatives from the region, we have a huge responsibility in terms of determining what the landscape should actually look like. And based on the kind of entities that we are, which are visual creatures, the style and the format of the things that we put out there should serve a true function beyond its aesthetics. So part of what we're trying to drive is how do we push for young designers, developers, creators within the space that would actually design things that serve, more or less, design is a product of function. So how do we drive a generation of young builders to actually build things that can actually help improve the ecosystem at large? From billboard designs to how we want to tell our stories and how we want to present ideas. And over the years, if we look at
narratives of the Niger Delta forward, I do apologize for not calling earlier. Sorry about that. Thank you, welcome. Okay, so we're going quickly to the next question, but before I start that question, I'm going to give a bit of a brief. We often talk about smart cities in terms of speed and connectivity, but what about soul? What about legacy? This next question is about how architecture and creative design can help us tell deeper stories through the places we build. The question also asks how the use of technology will help in urban planning. Imagine all indices were set. Would Transcorp Hilton, for instance, restart building its Port Harcourt branch at its current location off the Olobansojo end of the Ever Road, given how that area has now become an eyesore, even making the land a difficult sell, I will presume. So the question goes, as cities like Port Harcourt aim to move towards
more smart and tech-integrated infrastructure? How can we design buildings and public spaces that reflect our culture, respond to our climate, and reshape the skyline in ways that are both functional and iconic? Can technology help us build not just efficient cities, but soulful ones, rich with identity, beauty, and landmarks that draw people in and stand the test of time? I think this question will go to Francis Bassi, Laura Pepple, and Ibim Cookie. So starting off with Ibim Cookie.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So when we speak on landscape and reshaping landscape through architecture and design, we have to look at the reason why we design. And currently, in Nigeria and Africa, we don't design to solve our own problems. We copy designs from the West and incorporate Western solutions here. For example, if you look around you keep seeing that the windows of buildings are getting smaller by the day. And this is because it's a design copied from South Africa. But here in Nigeria, we have heat, we need the air, and we're supposed to be designing to be bringing the air in. There's no reason why you should have buildings that can't function properly without air conditioner in a system that does not have stable power supply. So I think when we start designing to solve our problems with our own challenges, we change the concept of how our designs are. And I'm not just speaking as an architect, I'm also speaking as a visual artist, because our buildings before, we have columns and pillars that would have carvings of our ancestral stories. But these days, we've eliminated those things and picked up Gothic designs from the British people. And then we keep having pillars and columns that have POP cast on them that tell nothing in our stories. So you go to places like Lagos, you go to the Oriental Hotel, and it feels like you're in China. You go to Abuja, and you snap by the National Mosque, and you think you're in the Middle East. You go to Lekki, and all the buildings makes you feel like you're in a small estate in London. So we need to start thinking of why are we eliminating courtyard designs when we have communal lifestyle here? And I feel like these conversations will help us to reshape the architectural identity and the design so that when people see our buildings, they know that, okay, this belongs to this particular group of people.
Fantastic. Okay. Francis Bassi, what would you like to add to it?
Good day, everyone. Firstly, if you want to talk about architecture and the urban fabric, it's impossible not to talk about the three actors. So you have the government or policymakers, you have the architects, existing buildings, but we have opportunity to create nicer things in other places that have been provided for. Secondly, when plans are being made or policies are made, they are made to take into considerations innovative ideas. If you look at cities across the globe, most times the designs or the crazy things we see that we like, those lofty ideas, they have to be kind of thought out. It's intentional. So you get to a city like Dubai, for instance, the landscape or the skyscape is intentional. So we do not really design with intention here, right? We just design for either just livability or quick money, So we need to find a balance between aesthetics, like he said. We need to find a balance between aesthetics and functionality. So that's that. Then for the architects, it's a whole broad conversation, right? Conversation one, copy and pasting, which Ibim has already mentioned. We need to think more. I think that's a continuous narrative, even amongst all the sessions that came before us. A lot of people were talking about cultural approach. In 2017, I wrote a paper on the cultural approach to design, considering Lagos and Kampala. It was a comparative study, and it's a continuous narrative that we do not design anymore for ourselves. We kind of just pick something from somewhere else. Now, if we look within, with the cultural approach, we choose how we design our spaces, our buildings. Innovation is better. Innovation is, we can now create things that are meaningful, things that are bold, and then architects also need to be very bold. You need to say something, and you need to be bold about what you're saying. If you talk about cities like Lagos, you have Lagos designers and architects who are just doing their best to speak whatever they want to say, whether good or bad. So, yeah.
Okay, so Laura, what would you like to add to this? Please, just have 1 minute.
Good evening, everyone. So to add to that, I'd say as an architect as well, a lot of the design process starts with the site analysis, which I find that many people that design here in Nigeria and in River State tend to miss out on. This is where you do a lot of the investigations on what happens in the area, how is the circulation in that area, what's the noise level, what's the culture there, what's the behavior of the people in the evening, what's happening, are they partying in the mornings, is it quiet? The more you start to do these investigations, the more your idea and your design will be shaped to serve the people that live there. What's the climate, how often does it rain, how hot is it, or where's the wind direction from? These things govern how your design is going to come out. And by the time all these investigations happen, before you start to make the designs, you find that the city will start to shape itself. And in this stage is one of the places where tech can even come in, because you can collaborate with data analysts to put together all these informations. Business habits, cultural habits, like what's the process like? Well, the more we start to incorporate the site analysis and these investigations, the more I think our city will shape itself into something that really represents our identity as a people.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the next question is on streaming, and we'll have KL Baba, pardon me, Peter Banigo, Donald Okudo, Pire Zokwari, and Laura Pepple handle this. The question goes, streaming platforms and docu-films now shape which stories travel and how we are remembered. How can we use digital media to create and protect narratives that reflect the depth and richness of River State, not just its surface, and what opportunities exist for people who want to enter the space but aren't sure how to, where to begin, what opportunities exist to learn, connect, and begin telling stories. I would like Peter Banigo to start. And please, we have 1 minute each.
All right, good evening, everyone. So there's this thing that I always say, that if you don't tell your own stories, someone else will tell your stories for you, and the story they're going to tell is a story you probably don't want told. So I'll give an example from this new media and our stories. Back in 2008, we were in the middle of the whole militancy, brouhaha and everything. Everybody from outside River State felt we're all being bombed and shot every single moment. And I was a young, very young, had a lot of time. It really hurt me back then. So because of that, I created a platform back then in 2008. That's the Niger Delta Forum, also a Facebook group. I am a Niger Delta and I'm proud of it. There we opened it up, let everybody come, post their stories, their culture, their everything on there. And it's really spread, it really became very popular. But let me tell you something, this platform has been on hold. I just posted for about 10 years now. But the funny thing is that till today, I checked it this morning, people searching for terms like Uwarusun from Kalabari, Ugelempa from Opobo, Opobo Noatam, Ibani names and their meanings. These are things we posted years ago. I still get traffic from there till today. That's something we can all do. You know your stories of your different places. Create something. It doesn't cost anything. Create something, post your stories. And I advise this because I'll be a bit above 1 minute because of this. Just an extra one. So why I'm saying this, why I'm saying we should own our stories is because now there's AI. Almost every session mentioned AI. I'll give a brief this thing. How AI works basically, AI is a program. AI consumes a lot of data. Data such as videos, photos, texts, data, all sorts of data. And it makes sense out of this data. You know, everything works by principles and laws. So our languages work by principles and laws. So AI understands this, tries to predict what comes after each thing. So now, if this AI now that we are using keeps being fed by data that is not our data, what comes out from our ChatGPT? What comes out from our Claude? It's not going to be reflective of what we really are. So I think that's my point for this.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, so could you add anything to Koyo Baba? Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, can you see? I hope you're seeing well. Okay.
I'm tempted to stand because I'm a stand-up comedian. So. I think part of my concern is you look at this part of, look at our city. I was talking to someone a few weeks back. I said, do we have streamers? We have people who see the opportunities and possibilities that we can create for our ecosystem when we have people that are streaming. Because what was happening then, HIP TV wanted to scream an award show that is very big with Pella. And that would not have been free. And I'm asking myself, how many people want to do event? Let's say we're having Tech Expo, and somebody's saying there is this streamer in Port Harcourt that has millions of followers, and we can pay that person or get this person on board. So my concern is this. A lot of persons from this part, you do not see the opportunities and possibilities that we can achieve with streaming. And it has gone, people are hosting concerts and they are streaming their concert and people are paying them. There's an app called VIP. There is VIP, there is Zoom, there is a lot of things that people are doing. People are holding conferences, people are creating stage play, and they will take that stage play and they will stream it for people to watch. And I want to say this too, that we need creatives who are thinking of digitalization and globalization. And one of the things that will make you achieve that, embrace streaming, do that. In my last show, it was a comedy show, this same arena. Guess what? I had a ticket that people were paying for. They were not in Nigeria. I had people who were not in Nigeria. They paid for that ticket. It was even cheap, as much as the price for the regular ticket. And we sent them a code, and they were part of the comedy show. And I looked at it, I said, if I publicize this enough, I can get 1,000 people pay, and it's like another event center. And that's the possibility. That's what people would do. You want to do album launch, you want to do a lot you can do. Okay. But I don't want it to be a one-off things. The cheapest streaming that we hear is I go live on Facebook, I go live on TikTok, but I want you to see a career in it. I want you to diversify, and then you see that if you stream consistently, you will get monetized. If you don't even get monetized, you can from that platform begin to project your product and your brand, and a lot of business will come out. Thank you.
Exactly. So I think I'd like Priya to come in here to put a few words on this, since this is something that you're quite familiar with.
So yeah, with streaming platforms and with the opportunities that they present, I think, especially around us telling our own story, I think one area we need to look at is what are the stories that we are telling? What stories are we trying to tell? There needs to be, as Peter said, his own mission was to dispel the negative rumors of the Niger Delta through the platform he was building. As a musician, what is your own mission and what story are you trying to tell? I always find that when you show up authentically as yourself, there's this guy here with a Chan, very popular. He's very rooted in the culture. And he's telling the culture through his music. So and right now, because we're on the global stage and everybody is watching, when they see the attire, when they hear the language that is not, it's not as similar to, let's say, what's coming from Lagos, they dig deeper to find out where is this from, what is this about, and that is the tool that we have at our disposal. So we need to learn and think about how to tell the right stories or position the right stories through these platforms. Monetization is is an option that everybody has, but how are you? What story are you selling to the people? What are you telling the people to pull them in, to teach them something about who you are and your culture? So that's where I see this, or how to utilize and tell stories better through these platforms. Okay,
thank you very much. So for Donald, Okudu, and Lara, I would like to just, as part of the question that I'll need like some input on is, people who are interested in this, where do they begin? What opportunities exist to learn and connect? And how do they begin telling their story? So what would you advise?
Thank you for that question. There are many accessible platforms, because a lot of times when we think about Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, we kind of think about it for fun, for play, for banter, but then these are very important avenues to tell our stories. Even if it's from a banter standpoint, how do you incorporate the culture, the language, the style, our ethnicity? Like, how do you incorporate that into those skits that we make? A lot of producers and actors that are, turning to YouTube to start their own channels to tell the stories in the ways that they want to tell them, the ways that they even have ownership over those stories. And I went to Ebony Life Creative Academy. It's an academy that does scholarships for people that want to act, editors, directors, writers. There are many of these platforms. So I think it would be important to just take the bold step to reach out to these people that run these organizations, make your applications, go to these events, network. Sometimes we do a lot of events, but people don't focus on the real targets of like the real reason why you're there, to network strategically. So yeah, I think that's one of the ways like to get great opportunity with these things that we have. And another thing I wanted to mention is like the right stories need to be told. Because when people mention River State, Port Harcourt, we don't have representation that is important. And even us, like we tend to play on the stereotypes that have been assigned to us. Maybe what's Port Harcourt Bole? Who goes you? You know, things like that. Like we are way more as a people. A lot of great things have come out of Port Harcourt. You know, the King Jajas, the Ken Sarawiwas, Isaac Borough. If the problem is like the current affairs and history, subject nature of it all, we can add a bit of magic to it with our storytelling. Maybe add some fiction. Maybe King Jaja can be a superhero in your story. Or you can make Ken Sarawiwa, like normalize him to, you know, the everyday man and add a love story. You know, something like that. And then when people start to do their research, it will point them immediately to like where these people come from and what our true identity is.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to go to number 4. So Donald, you could add that part to this so that we're just running for time. So number 4 has to do with advertising, billboards, public storytelling. So the question is, from digital billboards to social media campaigns, the way we communicate in public space is shifting. How can creatives use these platforms to affirm identity, drive meaningful engagement, and shape what people believe about where we live?
Okay, so I'll just address the last session briefly. So today, while I was at the exhibition area, I was asking if anybody knew what the God of Thunder was in their own ethnic group. And unfortunately, within the Niger Delta, they only knew of Shango, which isn't from here, which places a problem. So I think it's important that we begin a documentation of our oral history, because for every leader that dies, for every elder, grandpa that dies, the part of your story dies with them that hasn't been documented. And in that way, we can begin to explore the interrelationship between ethnic groups and the stories and the interconnectedness of everything. That way, a lot of the stories, whether big or minor story, can be saved in these archives, and new stories can emerge from that. And that way we can begin to investigate our cuisine, our fashion, and everything. It is being documented, and from that point, we can begin to draw more inspiration. And if that is done, leading into this, you have a more cultural approach to the kind of campaigns that you want to build. The things that resonate with the locals, rather than, it's the same problem with architecture. Everything is being borrowed. So identity is lost in all of these things. And most times I see people do campaigns and the rights and the literature is in pidgin. And I often question, the person who can't read in English would not read pidgin. So we have to be very intentional about the mediums that we choose to share the ideas that we want to. So if you're going to go pidgin, go audio, so people can understand you. So it's to be very intentional about, do you want to be understood or you just want to be sophisticated for the sake of it? You know, and as we address inclusion in all of this, is to make sure that we are intentional about the mediums that we are showcasing these campaigns on.
Fantastic. And Francis, would you like to add anything to this? Briefly, we have 1 minute.
Okay. So one of the things I would like to say is architecture is a very strong medium for storytelling, right? So you go into, let's say, a city like, if you go to Eastern Europe, for instance, you can tell by the architecture that it's been highly influenced by Islamic architecture. So we need to go back and find our souls or find our identity and begin to tell those stories with how we design. Your architecture should want to say something. Don't just pick somewhere and you want to say something. And so because you want to say something, your architecture begins to have a soul, begins to tell of who we are as a people. He talked about carvings. We have, like, there's so many things that we have that we are no longer exploring. For instance, the Insipid symbols, which was used mostly in Cross River, the Igbos and the riverine areas. So those things can easily be explored and included in our design, and that way we begin to find our identity back.
Okay, fantastic. I see Ko Baba is holding his mic, so I can't tell him to stop. So please go ahead. So do you want
to... Okay, let me I want to say something about in telling our stories. I hear this a lot, and it gives me concern. Emphasis or the stories are too far. We want people to talk about Iceboro. We want people to talk about, and we have a lot of Gen Zs, and what they like to hear the Burna Boy story. They want to hear the Timaya story. They want to hear the Rotimi Amechi, the Wiki. They want to hear Julius Ago's story. So I must say this, that we have to bring the stories and make them see the realities. They want to hear about the wonderful things he has been doing as a creative act. So in telling our stories, we don't need to be too far. That's part of our biggest challenge. We know all the histories about King Jaja of Opopo, and we don't know what is happening of recent, and it gives me concern. And okay, for Port Harcourt people, I also want to I am a firm believer of digital billboards, and the rest. So when I do my event, I prioritize billboards. That's why you can see Mayor Pitakwa, you see 100+ billboards, because Port Harcourt people have a mindset that for you to have so many billboards, you have so much money. For you to have so many billboards, the budget is large for the event. Also, we have people who don't know that how you are brand for these billboards are quite different with how you do a couple of things. So for creatives that are listening, it's not just the numbers. Let me not mention numbers. You're scared. Readability and a couple of connectivity is important when you try to display or expose your creativity from this channel.
Fantastic. So, like, the reason why I brought this question on advertising billboards, right? I think it's something that personally irks me. I feel that we need to be more intentional on the sort of images we have on our billboards, right? With the sort of creativity, the sort of thought process. I think I'm now becoming a panelist, right? So I apologize. So that's what, that's why this question was brought up. I don't know if there is, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Do we have any digital billboard here?
Yes, we have.
Where, please?
We have one at
Rumola.
Just outside Rumola, inside GRA. I use one during my show, Market Square, Javinic, and Genesis.
And Genesis, yes. Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay, that's okay. Okay, then I also wanted to talk about, you also mentioned about, talking about our future. Right, I mean our present, like the stories of present. But for instance, when I did the first International Women's Day, I was privileged enough to find out from the great people of the National Museum Port Harcourt, and they told me about that we had the Niger Delta Queen. Do you know who that is? That's Queen Kambasa of Grand Bonny, right? That was the first time, and I have the stories of Queen Amina of Zaria, Queen Idia. I'm just knowing about Queen Kambasa this year. So we need to know our roots, to know where we're going to. We need to know, for me personally, we need to know our past, our present, so that we know where we're going to, and not just concentrate on just our future. That's just me personally. That's what I feel. Then I think for number 5, the question is, what would it take to build real bridges between disciplines, between the architect, the artist, the musician, the comedian, the fashion designer, the storyteller, using digital tools and platforms? For instance, tech mogul Mona Patel tailored with tech in custom Tom Brown, alongside her 2 canine companions on the red carpet at the 2025 Met Gala. Or closer to home, Ghanaian actress Nana Akua-Addo in her 3D stunner at the 2024 AMVCA. What kinds of collaboration could redefine River State's creative economy? I'd like Donald to start off.
On that one, I do believe that things should transcend. So part of the things that we've been advocating for is how do you watch culture transcend, so that for every generation there's an interpretation of an already existing design that actually matches or reflects the time that you are in. And for the most part, what we've seen within the region are the particularly ceremonial outfits for burial, weddings, and one of those things. So what we've been trying to advocate for is how do we ensure that from your area outfit, from back then to now, how has the style evolved into modern sense, so that historically it's been archived. One of the things that we can actually explore is experiment on the silhouette of the outfit. Because for the most part, the only person that has done anything remarkable within the fashion space personally is Ugo Monye. He actually flipped the silhouettes of the traditional outfit, and he made them almost Bauhaus, if I may use that term, almost brutalist in form, very structured, geometric. And it's the one thing that has actually gotten a lot of attention. So we have to give room for experimentation, redesign these outfits that speaks to the culture, but also drives a lot of interest for more people to even want to wear the outfit beyond burials and weddings. And
fantastic. Okay, Priya, what would you like to add to this?
I think about cross-collaboration.
And sorry, we have just 1 minute. They just dragged my ear.
Okay. Regarding cross-collaboration across disciplines, which is fashion, music, film, arts, in River State, I feel like what we need to do to actually enhance collaboration is create more physical spaces for people to actually come and collaborate. Once a year we come for these conferences and we drop our ideas and say one or two things, and then we all leave and go to our individual silos and operate and do our things there privately, and then come back later on to come and tell everybody again what we've done the past year. I think we need to move away from that. One of the things we're doing at Aristocrat is creating a cultural and creative hub where the musician, the tech guy, the filmmaker can all come here and have a shared space, shared services, and also a community. Because, for instance, now, for every music video, you need a stylist or you need a director. So there are mediums and that you can pull people together, but I feel like to enhance it in the States, we need actual physical spaces that are promoting collaboration. I think what we do right now is all operating silos, but we need to be a bit more accountable that when we say these things about collaboration, we're actually going to follow through.
Fantastic. So how do people in the audience reach, if they wanted to contact your organization, like where do they go to?
The easiest will be social media. I think you can follow Aristocrat Group or Aristocrat Labs. That's Aristocrat with a K, ARISTOK, RAT Labs. That's our cultural and creative hub. I think from that hub, that's where actually Bernard started his career. That was his first studio in Port Harcourt.
Wow, fantastic.
And
so that's history.
And we've kept that going, and we're trying to develop beyond just music now into other arts, and also provide services. Because I think right now in the entertainment space, we feel like we should be investing more in infrastructure and providing services for the younger, the next generation.
Okay, thank you. So the last question, it's looking ahead, what is one thing you believe must happen to ensure that our cultural diversity, River State's true gold mine, is not only preserved, but made powerful, profitable, and central to the state's tech-driven creative future? Keo Baba, would you like to say something?
Okay, so I will just speak personally. Everyone's talking about storytelling. Earlier this year I did a show. I'm from Opobo. Earlier this year I did a show called King Jaja, and it was done in Alexis Gallery in Lagos. And just like I said, one of the work is currently been added to the Commonwealth collection of the British government. And the entire show is basically about the story of King Jaja. You know, young people these days, nobody wants to sit down and read a 160-page book. People want visual images, you know, and I incorporated tech in that whole process because this is a story that happened over 150 years ago. There was no documentation, no picture of King Jaja, the chiefs, and the war with Bonny. You know, I used sort of like AI prompts and the rest to generate images, which I hand-painted, you know, and did this exhibition. So this is a gold mine. You know, you have artificial intelligence being used in art. You have virtual realities where we can create virtual rooms where people can come and experience these stories of our island communities that happened, you know, hundreds of years ago and be able to just know what happened that time and sort of like witness these things in real time. You know, same way in terms of like preserving our cultures. We have 3D sculptures which we can do. You know, he spoke about the area house. You know, next year I'm going to be doing the Lagos Biennale and I intend doing an area house of about 8 feet. Where people can walk into the area house and then experience what it means to build houses with George wrappers and have our women who have fattening rooms and the rest of them, you know, experience this culture without going to our community. So I feel like it's a gold mine and the Rivers State government or just even private sector should support this because imagine if we had a Port Harcourt Biennale or if we had these exhibitions happening in Port Harcourt.
That's why we're here.
We would have these foreigners come here to experience it instead of all of us traveling to Lagos to go and talk about Niger Delta.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Peter, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I think we need to be more intentional and then we need to have culture shapers, catalysts, people who can take responsibilities like what he's talking about. In my sector, I have a couple of persons who do that. People who know these stories should come out and decide to create something. But most times, which is the most important factor here, even when you say you want to create it and you are lonely, you are broke, you don't have enough. So what I ask creative to do, we must see how we can come together and support people who have substantial ideas like this.
Fantastic.
People, yes, it is
fantastic.
very important.
They're dragging my ears, so I'd just like to have Peter in, please. I'm really sorry. Please,
okay,
just
so I think
30 seconds, please.
As usual, I'll go back to the tech part of it. I'll just give an example. Sometime about this cultural diversity and language. Sometime last year, around August or September, an opportunity came out on this freelancing platform, twine.net, training AI. I mentioned AI data earlier. So what they were saying was that they're going to ask you 10 questions and you're going to answer them in your local language. I shared this opportunity to a lot of my friends who speak Kalabari, Ikwere. I think one of them is behind there. Ikwere, Igbo, and Co. That data was used to train AI. They were paid for that thing, $100, $100 and something dollars and things like that. So there are opportunities like that. That was on twine.net.
Can you say that again? Like people in the audience can.
So yeah, twine.net. So there are opportunities to train AI, and now they have AI from people speaking their languages in their dialect. So that's how we bring tech into this.
Okay, fantastic. There's supposed to be Q&A, but I don't think there's time for that. Oh, see the red lights. So, you know, you've just heard about vision, the innovation, and truth. So this is how we are going to rewire River State. So through memory, imagination, and collective design. If you want to build with us, this is your invitation. So thank you very much, and sorry that we took your time. Yes. Goodbye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
She's the one pulling my ear here. See, Chioma is the one.
the Russians.
Thank you very much.
We are Oga boys, so.
I was almost thinking that if you wanted to release an album on stage. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you. Please, photo session. Don't forget the after party. Right after all of the sessions, all work and no play. We listen, we talk, we even play harder. Picture session, please. Creativity and tech, your picture session, please. Creativity and tech. Picture session. Media, please also flash live stream sites, please.
My life is brilliant. My love is pure. I saw an angel. Of that I'm sure. She smiled at me on the subway. she was with another man, but I won't lose no sleep on that, 'cause I've got a plan. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. I saw your face.
Personal branding in tech, ongoing upstairs.
And I don't know what to do.
Startup session has just rounded up by Mr. Ifedi Eze, Mr. Eliezer, Aja, and Mr. Yene. They've just rounded up the startup session, and personal branding session is ongoing for people in tech.
As we walked on by, she could see from my face that I was flying high.
All right. Don't forget, if you're looking for a job in tech, those discussions are happening upstairs as well. Take advantage of this platform. 365 Global Consulting. Please meet them at the desk outside. Go ahead.
I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. There must be.
All right, so it's time for us to get to the next session. It's going to be Med Tech, and this is very, very important for us here in the Niger Delta. So I'm going to be calling on stage the panelists for this session. Dr. Tenye Isokorari from UPTH Prime. Very, very important. I look forward to having him talk to us this afternoon. We also have Denyefa Ambaka Deremo, public health pharmacist and operations and supply chain manager, Zipline. And obviously, their moderator is on stage, and we're going to have a great time because it's no longer business as usual, as the saying goes. We also have Philemon Ukane also coming through. Tenye! I know you haven't seen me in a while. All right, I'm so excited to see Tenye. It's been a while. Going way back from Uniport. And Philemon Ukane.
Okay, we also
Philemon,
have
Philemon Ukane. Philemon Ukane.
we also have chief. And so it's hurtful when we say our health sector, the only available option for certain things is Jagba. Take off. Dr. T, let me start with you on this one. Is there a mic beside you, please? Yeah. So let's start from the top. What are the most significant challenges facing Nigeria's healthcare system today? What would you say these are in your opinion?
Okay. Thank you for having this. But first, I'll complain. Why is healthcare always coming last? Okay, there's more. Okay, interesting. All right, I think one of the biggest problems we have in healthcare is accessibility. It's accessibility. You see, people believe that healthcare can be achieved, can be gotten outside the country. But most of what we have here, we've not even optimized it. And that's where technology comes in. It's beautiful what tech is doing in that space. I'll give you an example, right? We are UPTH Premium. We're actually the private arm of University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. So I'm just going to give you the public and the private part of it. The UPTH is about 45 years, and on a weekly basis, they see about 8,000 patients. But guess what now? A good friend of mine, Dr. Chinonso, they stopped this app. It's called Our Doc. Within the first 2 weeks, they were able to register 20,000 patients.
Applause. Round of applause. You guys are hearing great numbers here.
Now, what I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to show us what tech can actually do to healthcare. Now, they set up this app, this system, and what it has done is that people know that they can get healthcare in Nigeria, but they do not know how to go about it. So you see, when it comes to tech, there's so much. When it comes to information dissemination, people look at tech in terms of just technology, the devices. It's much more than that. There's a lot that the healthcare depends when it comes to tech, AI, the blockchain, especially when it comes to validating the pharmaceutical value chain. There's a lot tech has to do with healthcare. So it's accessibility for me. People need to be able to access quality healthcare. The cost will come in later, but they should access that.
Okay, let me jump to you, Dr. Appa. With the state of infrastructure of health facilities around the country, what are the steps to be taken, both by the public and private institutions, to step up standards and efficiency?
Thank you very much, and I'll say thank you again to the organizers of this. But first, before I answer the health question, let me state this so that it will be on record. Yesterday in the Agri-tech sessions, we talked about how to bring equity as a conversation in it. I'll say this today, that until Nigeria stops using core members as teachers, we will not have it correct. And until we move core members into the agric space in its totality, we will not also get out of food insecurity. That must be the way we should go. Because when we discuss tech, education, if we don't get it correctly, we'll still produce doctors that are still not tech savvy, healthcare professionals that are still not tech savvy, and it brings us back to the problem that we're discussing today. Infrastructure gap. Because in my thinking again, the man in the village, in one rural community far-flung, deserves to get equal care as the man in the urban city. So we don't have the numbers, the Jackpot syndrome is there, so what do we need to do to equalize that? This is where technology steps in. And of course, you can see obvious infrastructure gap vis-a-vis manpower deficits, but you see the gap. How do we fix it? I'll give you the biology story in trying to see how we do it in the primary healthcare space. We do not have the numbers, but then the plan is, if there is a health facility, it should be easy for that health facility to reach out to a doctor away from that facility so we can leverage. If that facility is not having a doctor close by, we can have a higher cadre healthcare worker. Unfortunately, in the healthcare space, how we have trained healthcare workers, we trained it without some considerations. We lowered the cadre for training of healthcare workers. We have doctors, we lower down to JHUs. And we forgot that gonorrhea does not reduce in its intensity. It is gonorrhea in Abuja, Port Harcourt, and in the creeks in the Niger Delta. So we must need to strike that balance using technology, and that's why this conversation is as interesting today. For us in Bielsa, we have created a data hub for data organization as a structure so that we can get numbers. If you don't know what the problem is, you can solve it. And so we have that level of sensitivity to see how, when there's a gap somewhere, we can fix it. Now, with digitalization and the conversations thereof, we can better make these applications of healthcare work for the people there. What we do in Bielsa, again, knowing infrastructure gap, we have collaborated with a tech company that provides us an electronic medical record system. That in itself, it's commonplace in a conversation, but that is when you are in an urban setting. In a rural setting, it's big deal from data, how to get connectivity, and all of those. However, in piloting, we're having excellent conversations, how we can harness these potentials together and see how the underserved easily we get care from what we do. Maybe after now, probably mention what we have done in collaboration with Zipline to see how in Bielsa, the farthest distances you can go to can be reached in an hour. Let me say this, with collaboration from government and Zipline, anywhere I go and mention this, if you have a snake bite anywhere in Bielsa, you will die faster if you try to come to the capital city. But then through Zipline as a technology, you can reach them, and in less than an hour, very likely, you can get an anti-snake venom. And that is how we're bridging the gap around infrastructure and look at it carefully so that we can improve our health indicators. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let me get to you, Pharmacist Enyefa. In your opinion, how can data be leveraged to improve public health outcomes?
Thank you very much. If I can take you from what the last speaker said before I come to the question. When it comes to, I think our keynote address speaker talked about blue ocean strategy. In a market that is very competitive, we have a lot of innovations coming up. Just in the last 5 years, there's been a proliferation of startups across the country and even in Africa at large. But there's also something about providing access, right, at the point where it's needed. If we look at Zipline's innovation, which is what the last speaker just spoke about, it's providing access at the point of care when it's needed, wherever is needed. Take, for example, if we try to equate it on a road infrastructure level, we know that there's been a lot of projects ongoing to improve the road infrastructure in Nigeria, but it's still not at its optimum at this time. And the blue ocean strategy there is, how can we bring a complementary system to tackle the issue of poor road infrastructure, right? We have, I call them road networks in the sky, right? And that's what we are leveraging at this point to ensure that wherever is needed, we get those access. Now, when it comes to the issue of data, I think that's a very critical point in terms of improving public health outcomes. For example, not to mention particular states, but in certain states where we have epidemic outbreaks, I think we're all familiar with the Ebola outbreaks. We've had cholera outbreaks in certain parts of the nation. In terms of harvesting data or leveraging data to improve these outcomes, it's important that we now see where artificial intelligence comes in to provide predictive analytics. And to provide that predictive analytics, you need a sufficient database. What is currently happening in Bielsa, for example, where there's a creation of a data hub to ensure that for every health outcome, we have a reference data, right? That is a good starting point. Not all states in Nigeria have that at the moment. But if I'm to say, to improve our outcomes, right, in terms of public health, that would be the first step. We need to first tackle the problem of not just data integrity, but even putting together a system in place that in each of our states and even the country at large, we have a solid data network at the level of the ministries of health. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Let me go to Philemon. A conversation was held earlier today, and of course, I couldn't tackle the speaker at the time or respond to the speaker. For a clear reason, she talked about data privacy, right? As a developer, what ethical considerations should be taken into account when developing within the medtech space, considering data privacy? If I'll put it in context, today when you go to the hospital, or every time you go to the hospital, if it's a different doctor, you probably have to start your medical history all over again. Yeah, we've had that experience a few times. I don't know if anybody else experiences that. So I'm asking, why isn't it easy for me to just step in, doctor clicks on something and can see my history? But there's feedback that there's data privacy laws. So how do you think development of technology around the medtech space should manage this issue?
Okay, so I'll start by saying that currently what I'm working on is what I refer to as the digital infrastructure for diagnostics, more like diagnostics as a service. And one reason why we are building that is because when you're done with diagnostics at one particular hospital and you get treated, you do not have access to that data, right? And if anything comes up or you go to another area, you'll be requested to perform the test again. That is you spending double, right? Now, that brings into question the data privacy. In medtech, there's a lot of work to be done in that area because for this to work, for data sharing to work, there has to be a system to allow for a proper authorization for your data. So if, for example, you want your data to be shared between doctors or hospitals, you should play a role in authorizing that action. It shouldn't just happen that, oh, your data is found with another doctor automatically, right? You have to play a role in authorizing that action. So that is one consideration that we should pay attention to when building systems and infrastructures that empower sharing of data for continuous care. Because at the end of the day, all of this is geared towards ensuring that you have you have proper health care and also you have the best of care. Thank you.
Let me quickly add, maybe on a light note, when you say you must be in the conversation for your data to be used, that should be when you are not very sick. Because when you are sick, you need help. These conversations are out. But then we must get it clear in the principle of quality improvement in healthcare. Your health information is your right. Any hospital you go to, they attend to you. You just tell them you need it. The worst that can happen, you pay for photocopy. They photocopy for you and give you. You gave them the information, it's your right to have it. However, two doctors can discuss on the folder, on the case, without your consent. That is not data protection rights and all of those. It's also to help you and also improve systems. So in developing it and discussing rights, there should be data protection rights in digitalization and how this data is not found in public spaces for no reason and not among professionals that are into your own care and follow up as the case may be. You may not also be very correct to say you need to tell your history to a doctor every time. That is why there's documentation. So a doctor can just know this patient is a program patient, this patient is hypertensive, and ask maybe a further question to see why you came that day, or if it is for a routine follow-up. I put this context to the conversation. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, Chief. Dr. T, sorry. Time, please.
Time, okay.
Dr. T, let me get to you. I want to move us now to funding. I love what you've done with the UPTH premium. How should private players in your space drive funding for not just building bigger facilities, but funding for improving their hardware within those facilities?
Okay, thank you for that question. I know why you sent it to me directly. Before I start with that, I'll give a short story, right? You see, when you talk about funding, you have to look at the policy around the space. 10 years ago, we set up Nigeria's first online pharmacy. That was 10 years ago. It was in Body Thomas I set that up. Now, after I had set up that facility, we realized that there were no laws governing online pharmacies. So the only way you could distribute drugs, you had to have a brick and mortar pharmacy. So we now had to set up a pharmacy in Lagos, in Abuja, and in Port Harcourt just to be able to distribute. Now, we now got people ordering from all over the country, Gombe, Katsina, everywhere. So we tried to engage to say, okay, what do we do, right? Do we have to have a pharmacy in all these places? It's impossible. Now, of course, now we have software as a medical device. We have other innovations. NAFDAC is doing a fantastic job. They've been able to create policies that support this. But where I'm coming from is that when you talk about financing first, there has to be a policy to support that. Now, when we did the UPTH Premium, being a PPP project and a collaboration, it's like you're swimming in the blue ocean, like my elder brother said, right? There's nothing, there's no template. It's even difficult for you to even explain to the banks or to investors how you're going to go about it. So you see, for the ideal thing is that there is a value that should be created in healthcare. And so what happens is that when you have platforms like this that allows healthcare to be brought to the fore, and you have the media space where you have influencers talking about healthcare, people begin to appreciate what healthcare is all about, and you begin to have investors come into the healthcare space. But to be honest, it's not easy. But I believe there's a lot that needs to be done in healthcare. When it comes to innovation, when it comes to disruptions, it's much more than the devices. I keep saying it's much more than devices. We need to understand how our processes, automation, and the tech space come together to create the value for the patients.
Okay, with what you've just said, let me touch an area that, Philemon, I'm bringing this to you. Is there a world in which you envision that you can have hospital management systems in a blockchain that provides analytics for investment? So in simple terms, every patient who steps into the hospital could be tokenized and becomes an asset for predictive investment. Dr. T.
Yes, so that is possible, but the challenge that needs to be solved to enable that to happen is solving our poor data systems. So currently, there is no way to get national health data in one pool or one database that is accessible for that to happen. So until we fix our data systems, then we can start talking about how we can make analytics based off that information, based off that data.
Sorry, can I
jump in there quickly? Go ahead, please.
Okay, you see, from an investor perspective, right? When you look at healthcare, you know, when an investor looks at your business model, they do not see the people. They see in terms of numbers, revenue, projections, right? So there's a space for that, really. But you see, when it comes to healthcare data, you have to be very careful, right? HIPAA makes it difficult for you to really use someone's data in your predictive analysis, as long as it's not clinical, right? So if I tell, for example, an investor, say, look, this is the amount of patients we have, and based on this, we have this revenue, right? It borders on being ethical, right? So it's a gray area which we have not fully exploited, but there's something to do with, there's something there. But when it comes to blockchain in healthcare, now this is for the entrepreneurs, the techpreneurs, right? There's so much space when it comes to blockchain in validating drugs, validating tests, ensuring that end-to-end value management in the healthcare space is managed. That is the space that nobody is playing in, and there's so much to be done there.
So with this, I will drop this on you, Denyefa, before we go to Doc for the last question. What do we do about commodity security, right? There's talk about a lot of fake drugs in the country. There's talk about drugs being sold in the open market. Is there a world in which we could deploy technology to track every medical commodity that is manufactured and distributed in Nigeria?
Yeah, so for this, there has to be a two-pronged approach to solving that issue. When it comes to open market distribution of drugs, it's actually, permit me to say, an epidemic in Nigeria, right? Because it's widespread. But looking at it from the perspective of regulation, there has to be two things that needs to be done. We have NHIA, right, which is the National Health Insurance Agency. There's a policy around insurance where every citizen, if I say by the show of hands, maybe by the show of hands, anyone here that is under an insurance scheme, a health insurance scheme, can we just identify either public insurance or private health insurance? Can we identify? So it's far between, like there are a lot of people that are still not under health insurance. By the National Act, it ought to be mandatory. But in terms of implementation, that is where the fault comes in. It is not being effectively implemented. That is the first step for us to get, at the subnational level, get our citizens under the health insurance scheme. What that does is it also provides a predictable cash flow in terms of managing a sustainable drug revolving fund. So if we take, for example, in 2005, Kano State is actually a model for most of the states in terms of running a sustainable and functional drug revolving fund. What if, for every state, they said after God is government, Abi, in terms of power, after God is government. So government has a huge role to play in this. Most states, about 20 states in Nigeria, have a drug revolving fund, some more functional than the others. But essentially, to provide commodity security and quality assurance of the medications that we get as citizens, there has to be that sustainable drug revolving fund. And to end on that note as well, I think it's also very important when we talk about commodity security, the citizens also have a role to play, right? If you go to a pharmacy, or if you go to let me say a kiosk, we have kiosks. We see some people that sell agbo, and then they'll tell you that this thing cures gonorrhea, it cures cancer, it cures this, it cures that. Trust me, you don't want to know the production process behind that. Even when we talk about it's coming down now, but there was a time where there was actually an increase in terms of skin conditions, vitiligo and the rest, even skin cancer, because of those substandard and adulterated products. So as a citizen, the onus now falls on us to even be very intentional about where we get this kind of commodities from.
Okay, last question before we go. It's coming to you, so you can...
Let me add this, and we need to be emphatic about it. The open market for drug system is a no, no, no. We have poor storage conditions with the open market. Before now, you go to Gutter Lane, my one. You go to Aba A line. You see the conditions of these drugs, and they come to our pharmacies. I mean, we will never get better. So technology needs to step in so that we can better place this. Let DMOs be created in states. Then we have technology to drive these commodities from the production, the pharmacies being produced, or how they are imported here, and how they reach. Now, where will technology come in? Proper barcode system, blockchain, everybody knows what is original, what is fake, what has been adulterated, and what has been denatured. So we must start the conversation to discourage the open market drug sales. That is critical to all of us getting well with the drugs when we procure them.
Awesome. Last question coming to you, so you can hold on to your microphone. Defa talked about the drug revolving fund, DRF, and you also talked about the DMO, drug management organizations at state level, right? and he touched on about 20 states having those laws supporting their drug revolving funds. Unfortunately, we know that performance is subpar. In your opinion, what should we do as a country, as a region, as a state? Is it more laws to support funding for public drug revolving funds, or is there a strategy around fundraising for public-private partnership to play in that space? Let's do it in 1 minute, please, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me quote my deputy governor, and he says, "Until the mouth gathers, it cannot whistle very well." Healthcare has everybody sitting in this room as a critical stakeholder. Nobody steps out in the conversation of healthcare. But quite often when the discussions come up, everybody is taken aback. Everybody say, no, it's for the doctors. We must come in this cooperation, in this partnership, to make sure health works. And the interesting part is, nobody knows when he or she will fall sick. So why not we prepare for that day and make sure the healthcare industry, the hospitality in healthcare works. Now, Dr. Tanye is big on the hospitality in the hospitals. But then we want everybody to be that interested in fixing that. That brings me to answering your question, to say, for us to get a drug revolving fund to work, for us to get DMOs in states to work, everybody must be in the room and have this conversation sincerely. It's just corruption that has not made it work. And if this corruption borders directly on our lives, we need to sit up. This is where the techpreneurs come in. How do we get it correct? How do we collect the funds correctly so that the drug revolving fund can be sustained? That's the business. And so we must be intentional. Time is not on our side to say a few, but I told Philemon yesterday that we can build an app that can be a hospital online, that these conversations will hold. The future is here. Technology will take over. AI, they say, will take over. I said it is in the future. Until you need a surgery, you may not probably step into the hospital. So we must start having those sincere conversations if we must live longer. And thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to the audience for listening. You want to do Q&A, Choma? Okay, one question from the audience. There's a hand raised over there, and I think doctor and one person over there. Okay.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Opara Augustine and I'm the founder of Health Bumper and Health Insure Tech Company. Interesting conversation we've had this evening, but something was left out. I think one of the panelists did mention it close to his closing remarks. Healthcare concerns everyone in this room. I like the fact that he took a sweep to ask how many persons here are covered under one form of health insurance or the other. It's worthy to note that Nigerians are not covered under any form of health insurance. Majority of Nigerians, we have less than 10% of the populace covered under health insurance. And that's where the health insurance companies come in, because the cost of access to health is also a problem. People would not ordinarily want to take agbo or resort to other means of taking care of their health if the getting to the hospital or accessing medical care was affordable. Now, also in this insured and tech space, so that's where we come in to minimize the cost of access to healthcare services. Now, but the challenge is this. For companies like us, like ours, we do need support to drive this enlightenment campaign to get more Nigerians onboarded in the insurance space to be able to access this healthcare. but we don't get those kind of supports in the South. I'd like to ask if there are resources that can help insurance companies like us, startups like us. Everything doesn't have to be in Lagos. We are homegrown here. We're in the South. What can be done to encourage us to help onboard more people and have better access to healthcare? Thank you.
Dr. Apa, you want to take that, please?
Okay. Healthcare in itself is a business because of, if you look at the value chain of it. So as a startup, you may need to look through the value chain of healthcare, invest somewhere, get funding to fund that your passion.
This one's not on. Okay, all right. Down for that picture. Doc, I'm sorry, the timer locked the systems out, so they'll come for their pictures. Thank you very much.
Very much. Medicine and tech. Medicine is important to everybody. Thank you, Dr. Ten. Thank you, Deifa. Thank you, Dr. Apa and Philemon. Brilliant section. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge. Very quickly, before the raffle draw comes up, we just have 2 more sessions. 2 more sessions. How bad do you want the iPhones? We have 4 phones and a laptop. And of course, the after party and the pitch. Stay put in the room if you want to get one of those. So very quickly, we're going to business strategy, scaling and funding. To moderate this session is Chinedu Ama, so just stay put on stage. Do not leave the stage. We'll quickly call on the convener for Startup South, Uche Aniche, a name we can very much relate with. As Uche is coming, head product press meet, Ayo Adewu, please. We're delighted to have you on stage to share your wealth of knowledge. This is for business people, this is for startups, this is for anyone who wants to scale, who needs to hear about funding. Mr. Ibisiki Erotoru, not sure. I would also like to quickly call on the CEO of Downtown. CEO of Downtown, please. Please join us on stage. Chimene. Mr. Chimene, thank you very much. Thank you. CEO Downtown. Would also like to invite Mr. Osasere Atohebe, please. Interswitch. Vice President Sales and Account Management, Interswitch Group. Mr. Osasere Atohebe, please. Join us on stage. Thank you. Chinedu, you have the floor.
And thank you to the audience for staying with us. We are almost at the end of, oh, nice to meet you, sir. Well, almost at the end of this. After this session, we will get into sustainability, and that's the last session for the day. So let's get to this quickly. Microphones beside everyone, please, confirm. Okay. Uche, let me start this conversation with you. Why should anybody build a business in the first place? Why?
Chinedu, that's a very interesting question, and I'm sure you want to set me up with that question. No, but don't worry, I understand. Why should anybody build a business? The question is, why shouldn't people build businesses? You see, when we talk about developed world, when we say there is a reason why some countries are classified as developing countries and others are classified as developed countries, right? A lot of times, people make the mistake of thinking that the reason some countries are developed are because they have what they say is government. Government has done this, government has done that. But in essence, the reason those countries are classified as developed are because there are people that have been able to find solutions to problems that they were able to commercialize in large scale. And it is that in so doing, they are able to not just create employment, which is like the basic, like the foundation of most of what happens. In fact, some of the developed countries are now going beyond creating employment as a metric, because they go beyond that to actually create better society in terms of infrastructure. So I was saying to myself like a few days ago, a lot of the things we complain about, we say, in Africa, we don't have infrastructure. If you go on Twitter, you will hear a lot. we don't have infrastructure, we don't have this. And the question is, we don't have infrastructure because you have not built the infrastructure. And I'm sure a lot of people will pick fight. Because in this climate, it is government that's supposed to build infrastructure, right?
Yes.
But when you think about the fact that one of the reasons we even have internet the way we have internet today is not because government built base stations. It's not because government built fiber optics cable, right? It is because MTN came in and built base stations. If not, we would have been left with Nitel. How many of you remember Nitel? We would now, although if Main 1 did not see opportunity to do fiber optics cable, we probably will have the fiber optics cable that Nitel, the Niger whatever it is, that Nitel did like how many years ago. That's the only thing we would have had until Main 1 did it, until Glo built their own fiber optic cable, until MTN and Facebook and the rest of them partnered to do the recent one that has just happened, right? Yeah. That has brought it closer to our shores here, right? So if Main 1 hadn't done that, we probably would not have that infrastructure. Government would never have ever done that because they have no reason to do it. So that's why we should build businesses. Businesses requires, we need to be able to look at opportunities in some of those problems and things that we call challenges, and build businesses around them so that the society can transform. All right? And so, Chinedu, in a nutshell, the reason we should build businesses is to transform the society and to create better lives for all of us.
Thank you, Uche. You thought I set you up, but you put that into perspective, right? So you spoke about infrastructure. Osas, let me come to you. InterSwitch, yeah? Literally one of the giants in our payment space in Nigeria, which has invested in infrastructure. Can you let us understand how InterSwitch is looking to interact with small businesses? What are the portfolios that small business owners can look at, short-term, mid-term, and long-term, partnering with InterSwitch?
Okay, thank you very much, Chinedu. Like you rightly said, at InterSwitch, our focus is on providing digital solutions that helps to empower our community and businesses. And over the years, we have been able to, in a very good way, when other people didn't see that vision, we're able to create infrastructure that has enabled payments in the economy today. And one of the things my MD prides himself with is the fact that for every major player you see today in the payment space, there's hardly any of those players that InterSwitch is not today powering. So we have moved beyond just providing those infrastructure in payments to now begin to provide infrastructure in energy by building forecourt solutions today across the various filling stations. We have a strategy that covers health, energy, real estate, transportation, and social services. And basically what we're trying to do is to replicate the successes that we achieved in the payment space today, which has given birth to the likes of the Paystacks of this world, the Flutterwaves of this world, to also see how we can provide infrastructure in all these other real sectors that would also enable small startups to also leverage that infrastructure for growth.
So let me take this a step further. Do you have sandboxes in these spaces that will enable small, young developers get in and build solutions in partnership with you right now?
Okay. Currently, for payments, yes. For the various other spaces, is work in progress. Like I said, we have a plan around it. It's our heart strategy. We're now trying to deliberately begin to build those sandboxes, like you mentioned, to be able to bring these startups into play, where they can now build broad platforms that they can now leverage to now co-create and build other things on that. So that's part of our plan, basically.
Okay, because the reason I asked is we have a lot of issues plaguing us. I'm coming to you. As a country, there are heavy conversations we have, and I mean, I'm sorry. I'm apologizing to both of you, but nobody wants another fintech. That's the truth. Because you will admit that everybody is literally doing almost the same transactions. We're all connected to the same people, the same disco, the same MTN, the same. So Ayo, let me bring this to you. Being a product developer in the fintech space, what is the plan? I mean, we saw when there was an attempt to move Nigeria cashless, yes? And we saw, just like when we got mobile phones and there were kiosks where you go to make phone calls, we saw the rise of POS outlets. So the question is, in the fintech space, what is the next step? Because for people who are in agriculture, for example, retailers who go to, in these parts, they go to Waterside to buy fish. They go to Brass. Those women and men in those islands do not have POS terminals. So people who trade with them literally still need to carry cash to those places. So in the fintech space, what is the next step to extend digital payments to that point?
Okay, thank you so much for that very, very powerful question. Also, thank you to the organizers of this event. It's my first time in Port Harcourt, and I'm really surprised at the scale of this event. It rivals any event we do in Lagos, you know. So I'll pick it from 3 different points quickly. The first is embedded finance, right? It means that for every product, for every sector, because value is equal to quote and unquote, right, monetary return, there is the need to find a way to embed finance in what you are doing. So what we will see going forward is a number of products, a number of founders in different sectors. We will start looking at how to close the ecosystem, right? So you're creating an ecosystem where you know that the trade and everything you are doing, from logistics to sourcing, you know, to distribution, everything will require money, one way or the other. For the farmers in the rural areas, you know, when they are done farming and they harvest, they can't eat the food, they can't eat the produce in the rural areas. They have to bring it in. Transportation has a financial aspect to it. So with time, we will see that there's the embedded finance part of it. The second one I want us to pay attention to, we don't yet have a lot of fintechs. We don't have enough fintechs yet. Let me just say it out there. Now you may not believe me, but let me just tell you this. Okay, let me just tell you this. Before now, we know the top banks, United, UBA, First Bank, GT Bank, and all of that. In the last decade, you've had the likes of Premium Trust, Providus, Taj, Jay's Bank, and some of these banks, maybe Jay's is a little bit old, but some of these banks keep springing up, right? But they make their money, they bank their customers, and they have quotas that they must meet. If not, they will just, you know, CBN will just say enough of what you are doing. So it means that whether we look at it like that or not, there is still a big gap that will keep being filled by fintechs. Now, let me give you an example. The people who deal with shares, our parents, they bought a lot of shares, right? Growing up, all I knew was, oh, I have shares. My parent had shares in First Bank. They had in this. When it came to our time, we're not really interested in shares until recently, when companies like Bamboo, RiceVest started doing all of that. But we will see something, that for every young one that is here, they will have at least one fintech app on their phone, right? Let us look at young ones that are 5 years below the age group here. They will also have fintech apps in some years' time. Except if we are saying we'll not give back to more children, and we are saying that, oh, we will not have any other person, we will always need it.
So let me go to Chimene now. You play in the crypto space. My question may be a bit sneaky, right? It's exciting. People are buying tokens, buying gift cards and all of that. You guys are trading. Is there a future you see in Nigeria where that sort of service could become a token for the woman who's selling fish somewhere in the hinterlands, and you can link it with fintechs for trade?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for that question. But before I address that question, I think we need to start from demystifying the crypto space in Nigeria, because we have this notion that crypto, to a large extent, you use it for pyramid schemes and Ponzi and stuff like that, right? So crypto is a tool. So what happens is, if you have a tool, it is malleable, right? So you use the tool to build stuff. Now, talking about this, the first thing now is in terms of movement of funds. It will be easier. Let's say if we build the collections, right, on the crypto rail, it will be easier for them. Now, we are battling devaluation, lots of things. The market woman in that place, she doesn't have access to USD. But if she's transacting and she wants to hedge against Naira, losses from Naira, right, she can actually off-ramp from crypto and move it to USDT easily without her knowing how it happens. But she knows that, if I'm making this transaction, I can easily take this money in USDT. But she's receiving NGN. Simple. Now, the second one would be, like he mentioned, about the fact that we are seeing lots of people diving into the fintech space, downloading fintech applications and stuff like that. So, syndicate financing, right? What most people know about crypto is buy and sell. It goes beyond that. Now, if I want to make it easier for people to invest, although the regulation would not allow us for now because of SEC, but they are working on something, a RIP program, right? So when that comes out, it will be easier for cryptocurrency companies to actually offer syndicate financing. What that means is retail financing. 10 of us will come together, pool our funds. I bring 1 million, she brings 500,000, pool our funds, we have 10 million, and then we pick a company that we can invest in, and there's transparency, right? So I don't have to think about, what is my shares here? I just go to the blockchain, I'm seeing that, I've gained like 20%, 15%, it's easy. If I want to sell off, I can easily sell off. There is a ready market for that. So instead of me, so what will happen now is that it will be easier for investment houses, right, to use this to pool funds, and then they make decisions for us. They invest in the companies they want to invest in, and at the end of the day, there's returns, and everything is settled on the blockchain, right? So syndicate financing, that's another thing that we should be looking at.
I love that perspective. Please, a round of applause, please, because he's just taking our minds away from I'm buying Bitcoin, I'm buying, right? Understanding what the value is. Which brings me back to you, Uche. Since the advent of the startup conversation and the lingo became commonplace, Series A, Series B, Series D, to the point that a lot of us got confused and stopped trying to understand which series, whether it was BMW 3 Series or 2 Series, right? Why did that become the norm for us to build a unicorn? Is it that the Nigerian business startup entrepreneur was afraid of going the route of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, for example? That's one. Number two, have we not understood also, like Chimenem just broke down, that the blockchain technology, tokenization, is also a channel that could be exploited for fundraising for these small businesses, or businesses in general?
Okay, so first off, I think we started First things first, why are we building businesses? You asked me that question in the beginning. The reason we're building businesses, in a nutshell, is to make money, right? Almost everybody in Nigeria is a business person. But I think is when push comes to shove, then we begin to question the type of businesses we're doing, right? Just say that everybody else, almost everybody else is hustling. But if you're going to build real value, then you need to build substance. You need to be solving real problems, right? But at what scale are you solving those problems? Now, the reason the series became a norm is because there is a scale, there's a group of people, there's a generation that decided to do things differently. And that generation they have a prototype from Silicon Valley. They have people they're watching. They decided to do something differently. And they want to be able to build businesses that can grow really big. And they're in a haste to do that. And so, if they are going to get funded, a lot of the funding that was coming to them was coming from outside of Nigeria. It was coming from Silicon Valley, right? And that funding has a structure. A lot of that funding comes from people you call angel investors and VCs. Venture capitals is what VC is. And VCs typically would get money from people you call LPs, limited partners. Now, limited partners give money to VCs to invest in startups. Now, they are one layer above the angel investors. The angel investors will typically invest their own money and they are using their own experience to help the startups grow. But the first things first, they are looking for people with ambitious dreams, ambitious visions. They are looking to solve something really big, right? Now, that structure that we are discussing here has something to do with the timeline by which the LPs are expecting returns from that money. Typically, it's between 7 to 10 years. So whatever you're building must become really big within 7 to 10 years in order to be discussing exit. And what is exit? Exit is an ability for us to get to a point to build enough value that somebody else feels and sees the value and can pay more premium on that value. Right? And if they can pay more premium on that value, all of us who gave you money at the initial stage can exit and allow this person to take over and help you grow even bigger. Another reason is because we need to create wealth. Just recently, I think it was 2 days ago, Tech Cabal published a story how some people, some founders, not founders now, some early employees of MoneyPoint became billionaires by virtue of trading their shares, the shares that they got from the beginning. They became billionaires, just ordinary employees. Now, that's the kind of thing that every startup is trying to create. The ability to create billionaires from normal people. And that's what's happening in Silicon Valley. Energy just did the same not quite long ago. The startup in Abuja. So when you talk about those series provide the opportunity for this kind of transactions to happen. You understand? So that's why those series happen. Now, why are we not going the route of the normal Nigerian exchange? It will not provide us that type of exit. The Nigerian exchange is still not very liquid enough to provide that kind of exit that the startups are looking for. But I'm aware that a lot of work is already being done. The current CEO is doing a lot. I know that they're trying to convince Flutterwave, for instance, to list part of their shares on the stock exchange, right? So a lot of work is being done, but I think in the end, a lot of us need to begin to rethink the type of businesses we are building. And I think that's where we need to start from.
Thank you very much, Uche. I'd wish we would have more time for this conversation because there's at least another 10 questions that I'd have loved to ask. But nutshell is infrastructure. First, why we build, how we build, and what we are building on are things we've looked at. Then managing that structure, holding what you've built on, right? I think these are things we've looked at today on this panel. Hopefully, like we discussed, was mentioned yesterday, we will continue to have these quarterly sessions where we can extensively discuss these topics under the platform of the Harcourt Tech Expo. I think I'm at liberty to take 2 questions from the audience before we wrap this up, so that the last session of the 2025 edition of Harcourt Tech Expo would come on stage. So 2 questions, please. Yes. Can we get the mic?
All right. Thank you very much. Very interesting conversation. My question will be around risk management and the threats you face. Experience from the work I do has shown that a lot of proceeds of crime is dissipated through, the space that you operate. And I know that there are regulatory demands on you, including that which is applicable to the normal banking sector, the deposit money banks and all that. The CBN has a risk-based cybersecurity framework. From investigations which we do, a lot of times proceeds of crimes are dissipated through your space, and it's affecting confidence in that space, confidence of ordinary Nigerians. I'd like you to share with us what you're doing among yourself, because over time, confidence might be eroded. If people complain, we make complaints, and there are no closure to these complaints. It's always usually that, oh, it's the customer who didn't do this, and there are no transparent investigation. And this is not to say any of this or any of you seated there is doing this. So from the fintech space, from the the Web3 angle, what are you doing among yourself in terms of prompt investigation, in terms of building forensic capabilities to do such investigations when you have these things to work on? Thank you.
Uche, you want to take that? Or Osas, you want to? Okay.
Okay, so this has always been a concern, right? Because, in fact, when the industry started, the growth was on the premise of transactions not being traceable. That was the premise, right? You can just do anonymous transactions. Nobody knows where it's coming from. Nobody knows where it's going to. That was it. But now, the good thing right now is that if you move funds from anywhere to a centralized exchange, now what we do at Downtown is we make sure that before you can have access to over 50,000 naira, we have up to level 3 verification. Everything that we need. There is no interoperability. Now, if somebody carries
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. The full session is coming through. We're trying to effect our time management, so please do bear with us. We know you've been sat here for a while, and we want to get this wrapped up. We're getting to the final session this evening. We're coming to the final session this evening. It's on sustainability and tech. All right, so I'm going to call the panelists to come to the stage very quickly. We'll be joined by very vocal and very powerful voices on this conversation. Engineer Dapo Adesina. Engineer Dapo Adesina, President of the Electric Mobility Promoters Association of Nigeria, and they champion Nigeria's shift to cleaner transport systems. Also on this panel, Christabel Altroid, founder of iRecycle, a tech-driven waste recovery platform scaling recycling access across Nigeria. And then finally, Clinton Dandison, Executive Director, Aspire Climate Vanguard, using digital storytelling and grassroots mobilization to amplify this type of conversations. It's talking about sustainability and tech. Please. Careful, watch. Okay, and finally, the moderator for this session. She is the founder and CEO of Engage PR, a media company here in the Niger Delta, Chioma Aniwe. Welcome her to the stage, and the show is hers.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. I think it feels good to be on this side of the hall and just sit down and talk. Thank you. So as our session is, I've been the timekeeper behind the stage, so I would not want to flout the timing at all. So our session is going to run differently. I will just tell you about these people, and in 2-3 minutes, they tell us what they are doing in the environment, and we are out. Take questions, and we are out. But the most important thing is, I would like you to know who they are in case you need to engage them further after now. But I promise you, we'll keep to this 19 minutes that I'm looking at. So I'll just start with Christabel. Christabel, first of all, is a CEO of iRecycle. So I would also like to state at this point, sustainability, we're all about keeping the environment safe. We hear things about climate change, environmental safety, and all of that. That is why we are here. So, and I'm a big fan of advocacy in sustainability. So Christabel is the CEO of iRecycle World, a sustainability-driven initiative dedicated to promoting recycling, waste management, and environmental education. Passionate about creating a greener and cleaner future, Christabel has been at the forefront of empowering communities, businesses, and young people to embrace sustainable practices. So you tell us a bit more about what you do when it gets to you. So let me tell you about Clinton Dandison. Dandison is a prominent voice in sustainability space. He's the member of Forbes BLK, a fellow of Oxford School of Climate Change, and a climate reality project leader. He is the executive director of Aspire Climate Vanguard ACV. He leads initiatives like the African Climate Creative Fellowship. That's an interesting one. Please, you just tell us about it. And recently launched Port Harcourt Climate Week. It's coming up in August. He will tell us about that. To empower young people in driving climate justice and community-based action. Clinton focuses on building capacity through green skills training, digital advocacy, and climate storytelling under the leadership of ACV. He supports youth-led action on just transition and sustainable development, and of course, environmental equity. That's Clinton. So you just tell us a bit more when I come to you later. And then I bring to you Engineer Dapo Additional, who is a Q&A, that's quality assurance, quality control, and sustainability expert at GOPA NG Limited, bringing 2 decades of experience in planning, implementing renewable energy, telecoms, infrastructure, and sustainable transport solutions. He's a visionary pioneer, president of Electric Mobility Promoters Association of Nigeria, EMPAM. If you look outside, I don't know how many of us have visited the electric bus outside. Please take time and go there. So that is those are the people that Engineer Dapo leads. So, very quickly, I've told you about my panelists. Very interesting. The interesting thing about them is the fact that they want to keep the environment safe. So I will start with Christabel. Tell us more of your work in Port Harcourt in Niger Delta. What have you been doing with recycling? I promise to keep to time, so I will just give you 3 minutes, and that's your... So say everything you want to say under these 3 minutes.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Good evening, everyone. At iRecycle.world, we're leveraging a reward-based mobile app to allow individuals, businesses, and organizations to schedule frequent pickups of their recyclable waste, and they can also track and measure their impact over time and earn rewards while doing that. So our goal for this is to make recycling easy, convenient, and accessible to anyone, anywhere. Thank you.
So how do you get, what technology are you using to get to this product, as in to get to these things that you recycle?
Okay, so via the mobile app, we do digital campaigns through social media, community activations, school tours to tell people about how the app works. But since the AI movement started, we've also explored building iRecycle.digital, which is your AI recycling assistant. It gives you, information, education, anything that you need to know about how to recycle the right way, access to, verified recyclers all over the world. And there's also a community forum where you can share ideas with, other members on the platform. But the key feature for iRecycle.digital is the impact, how we tell the story of your recycling impact. So you can explore it even right now, www.irecycle.digital. You can impute, for recyclers, you can impute the amount of plastic, aluminum, paper, whatever kind of waste that you've recycled over time. And it can tell you in any language that you want, pidgin, any language that you want. It explains your impact in understanding. So for example, if I come and I say, as a recycling firm, we've recycled 30,000 kg of plastic over time, anybody, not just anybody, might be able to understand what I mean by that. But what iRecycle.digital does is it breaks this down and it lets you know that, okay, this means that we've been able to save this amount of CO2 from, polluting the environment. That means you can think of it like, that means we planted this amount of trees, over time. It really breaks it down into, terms that anybody can understand, like saying, that means think about a vehicle going from, Lagos to Abuja 50 times, saving that amount of CO2 from the environment. So it just really breaks down the impact in understandable terms. So that's what iRecycle.digital does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So anybody that needs information will meet you after now.
Organization we do a lot of work around organization. We do a lot of talk on how can we drive change in the issues of climate change in Port Harcourt. And the truth is that nobody is going to come to save us. And as an organization, we've been able to leverage technology. And we also believe so much in the power of strategic partnerships, where we're able to build an ecosystem of young people, young voices across Africa to teach them how to use technology. And when we talk about technology, a lot of people think like you need to start building a software, you need to have to create a web app and all of that. Someone who has a core background in IT and degree in computer science, I've been within the tech space for some time, and I noticed that some of the issues or the barriers why we are not making a lot of progress is because we always want to innovate and create and do something that we feel like is very big before we think we've done something. So, but at ACV, we are able to build this digital community across Africa. And just last month, we launched the call for the African Climate Creative Fellowship, which is one of the biggest calls so far this year on climate digital campaigning. We had over 1,500 applications from over 30 African countries. So we're connecting everyone. And this is also giving birth to the Port Harcourt Climate Week, which we are just launching. We have a booth behind. So we are trying to see how we can model international programs like this, which have worked in New York, in San Francisco, in London. And we're bringing the first ever Port Harcourt Climate Week this August in Port Harcourt. I think somebody should give a round of applause to that. And we're trying to see how we can, I'm taking a lot of time. We're trying to see how we can build a community around it and see how sustainability is interconnected to everything. So let me not take a lot of time.
I want to believe is a call to action for young people who want to get involved in Port Harcourt Climate Week coming in August. Please check their booth and indicate your interest. Finally, Dr. Dapo, tell us about the electric vehicles and what you're doing at MPAM.
Thank you very much for inviting me on behalf of Electric Mobility Promoters Association of Nigeria, also known as MPAN. I'd like to appreciate the organizers of this Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2025 teamed Emergence, and I'm glad to represent the association. I serve as a pioneer president of this association. What about MPAN? MPAN is a coalition of stakeholders across the electric mobility ecosystem. I call it ecosystem because we have, it operates across different sectors, starting from the transport sector, the energy sector, and the environmental sector. Now, electric mobility is using a form of electricity to power mobility systems. So instead of the traditional internal combustion engines, which is called ICE, so they use electricity to move the vehicles from point A to B. Then when we talk about EVs, it's stereotype in people's mind, cars and buses. No, we have different layers of EVs, starting from the two-wheelers, which we call the bikes, the three-wheelers, which are the kekes, and the four-wheelers, which could either be a car, medium-sized bus, large buses. And so we have stakeholders that operate in this space, as well as we have assemblers of electric vehicles in Nigeria, could either be assembling or manufacturing, licensed by the NADDC. NADDC is the Nigerian Automotive Development and Design Council. So we have also people who work on the soft side of things, creating applications where they map out the charging station across Nigeria, service stations where you can get service to maintenance. And we also have those who are to the battery side of it, because provision of energy, somebody will ask, we don't have enough energy in the grid. Where do we get energy to charge these mobility systems? That's why we are using, a number of our stakeholders use distributed renewable energy systems, where they use energy from the sun to power their mobility systems. So for the last mile 2 and 3 wheelers, you have people who operate in that space using battery swap technology, where within 3 to 5 minutes, you are able to switch your battery and get another one to keep you going. So just like I mentioned in the software side, you have people already mapping the charging infrastructure across Nigeria. So we also looking at the environment side. From the battery technology, you are looking at the disposable life of a battery. When you reuse it, it gets to a time you have to recycle it. You have people who are working in that space, as well as decarbonizing. Our goal is to decarbonize transport system in Nigeria by taking out a number of carbon from the environment through carbon market and carbon trading as an incentives into the energy transition plan of Nigeria to get us to net zero by 2060, which transport sector takes about 25% of the 5 major sectors listed in that document. So I'm glad to be here. And so we have those stakeholders across Nigeria. Somebody's asking, at the launch, somebody said, we don't have electric care here in Port Harcourt. I'm so surprised, but we have some stakeholders who have indicated interest from UK who are bringing in tricycles or keke, as you know, E3-wheelers, and in short time, I might be back in the city again to help with the commissioning of that. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Port Harcourt, let's appreciate him, please. Have 5 minutes left. One lucky question. Judah, is there any question for them? Anyway, like I said, the session is going to run in such a way that you can talk with them after now. So, I'm sorry, my panel, this is what you get when the principal is your mom. You obey all the school rules. I must keep to this time. Thank you very much for this session. We'll go down for our pictures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so to finally bring all the talk, all the gist, all the information that we've been sharing throughout the course of this expo, I'll be bringing to the stage Paul Confidence, the CEO of HARA Africa, to just quickly talk to us about demystifying crypto. So whilst the pictures are being taken in front, you can see the panelists for sustainability and tech. Whilst that is going, please, once again, the CEO of HARA Africa, Paul Confidence, is coming up for 5 minutes on the stage.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I know we're already tired, so I won't bore us a little bit more than we have gone. Thank you so much, the organizers, and all protocols duly observed. I think my colleague, Mr. Chimene, has spoken quite a lot about crypto and demystifying it. I should talk about some of the things we're doing in HARA, specifically around crypto. So right now, as he had said, people consider crypto as it's a big deal, it's complex. How do I get a digital currency? All of those very fancy words and big things that people say about crypto. But think about it as your data on your smartphone. So you need data to access WhatsApp, you need data to access Facebook or Instagram, and the more you use this platform, the more the data gets consumed. So it's more like you're paying to use these platforms via your internet. So the same thing happens with digital currencies, and that's how crypto comes to play. So what's Hara doing? Because of how unique and how I would want to call it special crypto is, we are trying to introduce it to everybody. So Hara is building a technology where you don't need to think of crypto as something too complex, something too complicated to get to use. You can basically just start buying crypto with as low as 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, 5,000 naira, and then asking yourself the question of what am I going to use this to do eventually? So we know how wonderful our Nigeria currency is and the ups and downs it faces. Having to hold stable coins like USDT helps you, on the long run, save yourself from devaluation. So, not to take so much of our time, and like I said, to bore us a little bit more, crypto is the future. First, it creates decentralization. From Nigeria here, you could pay somebody in Australia, you could pay somebody in America, you could pay somebody in the UK with cryptocurrency. And like I said initially, it is just a digital token that helps you purchase or sell. Thank you so much, and we should enjoy the rest of our evening.
Thank you very much. That was demystifying crypto. So we want to get you intimated with something that the government has been doing recently. You heard him, you saw him a while ago, you saw him yesterday, and today he's going to give a quick wrap, a quick brief on what the government has been doing. And all of this is on local content. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to bring to the stage Mr. Yoki Ita. He's representing Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe, the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board.
Well, good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please, for apt of time, I'll need to snap up this session. It's actually, it was actually supposed to be a prelude to a technical session. Unfortunately, we had to juxtapose some items, and here we are. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Alabo had to drag me back in here, and that cost me so much because I had to leave a virtual meeting to join the session. So once again, let me thank you, organizers, and all the participants here at the Tech Expo. And I need you to know what we're doing. Well, like I'm telling you, my chief executive is actually speaking through me, and this is a keynote address to these year's edition of the Tech Expo for the energy session of the Port Harcourt Tech Week. Well, I don't want to bore you with the protocol, but I'll say distinguished dignitaries here present, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm here to speak on behalf of my Chief Executive and Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe. So it's indeed an honor to stand out before you at this pivotal gathering, ladies and gentlemen, that reflects the bold spirit of innovation and transformation that actually defines Nigeria's aspirations in the 21st century. Next slide. I commend the organizers of this Tech Expo for curating a theme that truly captures the essence of where we are and, more importantly, where we must go. Emergence. Next slide, please. Emergence is not just a theme, it's a call to action, a declaration that we are stepping boldly into a new era, one where Nigeria, and indeed Nigerians, must not only participate in the global energy transition, but to lead it. Next slide, please. At the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, our mandate is very clear: to drive local content in Nigeria's oil and gas industry while fostering the growth of indigenous capacity across the energy value chain and its linkage sectors. Beyond compliance and monitoring, we as a board actually see ourselves as strategic enablers, building foundations for our future where Nigerians, not just participants, but pioneers. Nigerians are not just participants, I beg your pardon, but pioneers in the global energy and technology ecosystems. Our energy future cannot rely solely on resource endowments. It must be driven by the depth of our local expertise and our ability to innovate. Next slide, please. For too long, we have exported raw commodities and imported solutions. We've had examples of when tech started, we needed to bring Indians to come develop our solutions for us. But today, that paradigm must shift. Indigenous capacity building is indeed at the heart of this transition. By investing in people, processes, and partnerships, we are shaping a generation of Nigerian engineers, scientists, software developers, entrepreneurs, and innovators who can compete and collaborate globally. NCDMB, in our bid to contribute to the tech space and develop homegrown solutions to solve the peculiar challenges of the oil and gas industry, has made concerted efforts to foster creativity and innovation. Next slide, please. In this regard, we sponsor the Nigeria Oil and Gas Technology Hackathon to stimulate the creativity of young Nigerians. We have also invested in modular refineries to reduce import dependency, supported LPG value chain development to promote cleaner domestic energy and also built human capacity pipelines through vocational training centers. We've championed the local manufacturing of key oil field components and established the Nigerian Content Innovation. Is it time up already? Is it time up? Because I can't hear myself. Okay, so I can continue. Thank you. I say the board actually sponsored the Nigerian Content Science and Technology Challenge for students in Nigerian tertiary institutions. This challenge was indeed an eye-opener for us as a board to the fact that there's still so much innovation that Nigerian youths are capable of if given the right environment. Imagine a world where real-time data informs our energy policy decisions, where local engineers design renewable energy hardware suited to our environment, and where Nigerian startups develop blockchain systems that enhance transparency in the energy value chain. These are not distant dreams. They are actually within our reach. We must invest in digital literacy, promote science, technology, engineering, and math education, STEM, and ensure policies are responsive to the fast-evolving technology space. Nigeria's most valuable resource is not oil or gas, it is our people. Across the country, we are seeing brilliant solutions emerging from our universities, tech hubs, and local communities. From clean cooking technology to off-grid solar innovations, Nigerian entrepreneurs are also solving real problems with real impact. To scale these innovations, ladies and gentlemen, we really need deliberate support structures, access to funding, exposure to markets, and mentorship. Next slide, please. NCDMB is expanding its innovation incubation program to provide these critical linkages, because we believe that the future of energy in Nigeria will be built in Nigeria by Nigerians. We are also working closely with the Bank of Industry to administer the $50 million Nigerian Content Intervention Fund for Research and Development, designed specifically to finance local technology development, patenting, and commercialization of indigenous innovations. The Research and Development Fund led to the development of a gas leak detector and circuit board production center in Abuja, promoted by Amal Technology. And as the global energy narrative shifts towards sustainability, Nigeria must align its growth with environmental responsibility. But we must do so in a way that recognizes our developmental needs. Gas, being our transition fuel, offers a unique bridge between economic growth and climate ambition. And so lastly, NCDMB is committed to being at the forefront of this journey, enabling capacity, investing in innovation, and building bridges between energy, technology, and sustainable development. Now, let the conversations that begin here today spark action in boardrooms, in laboratories, in communities, and policy rooms across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise to this challenge together and ensure that Nigeria's energy future is prosperous and proudly Nigerian. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Good evening.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're done. Thank you. Thank you.
We're done with the speeches.
Yes, and we do still have the raffle draw.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're listening to us and you're outside, if you're at the booths, this is the time for you to come back in because the draws are about to come through. Some of you, or at least, one or two of you, gonna get your hands on the telephones, the smart devices, and the laptops. You saw them. They are not going to go back home with the team. They are going to find new homes tonight. So once again, if you are at the stands, if you're outside, I hear some of you are playing video games outside and board games. Well, somebody's going to get away with some of the devices. You have to come in at the moment.
Backstage, Mr. Donald Okudu, we need you, please. Efe, media team, we need you now.
I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running.
4 phones to go. 1 HP laptop. If someone is outside, bring them in. What are we?
When I'm looking for trouble, it's cause I know that I got you. Wanting more best everybody, oh. And it's because of your kung fu. I know the time that I'm out of control. You hold me down. You never let go.
You know anyone outside? Let them come in.
See all the battles you'll be fighting, and I'll be right there with you.
just hear me. My baby, you know, say you got love for me. I do, when I call your name, you shakala for me. I go be your, you come be my Julie. I go be your, you go be my Julie.
This is DJ Incredible.
Over them all. If they want tongue Goliath, I be David for life. Oluwade my side. Over them all. If they want tongue Goliath, I be David for life. Oluwade my side. Over them all.
Are we all in?
Over them all. Over them all. Over them.
Am I hearing some people praying?
Well, it's.
Did I hear someone speaking in tongues to win
It's new phones and a new laptop, so.
one iPhone 16, two Samsung phones, and one HP laptop up for grabs? Who would it be? We just spin, and if we get to your number, you are the lucky winner. Just it. Media, are you ready for us?
So you're going to see the spin, the spinning wheel on the screen is going to be done live.
You're still making noise instead of you to be praying. Media, we're ready when you are. Let's spin. Just to remind us that the iPhone 16 is for the first 100 people that walked into this hall. You might just go home with it. The other phones is for everyone. They're for everyone, the Samsung phones. The HP laptop, anyone can go home with it. Media.
Why are the girls so happy about the iPhone 16 though?
TikTok.
Oh, TikTok. Oh, okay. I hope somebody who really needs a laptop gets the laptop today. Oh, it's now you are shouting amen. You were not shouting before. Wow. Hey. But on a scale of preference, let's be honest. Let's talk, young man to young man. When it will start. Calm down. You shouting, I'm very sure you will not get it. You will not get it. And if you get it, we will beat you. Yes, look at him. If you get it, I will make sure you will not leave here. Honest now. Between the phones and the laptop, which one is actually more important these days? Wait, hold up, ninjas, hold up. If you are team phone, say I. Wow. If you are team laptop, say hey. Wow.
The laptops are not.
Wow. It's like this laptop is the one that is really important. Yes. If you had known now, you would have come since. But anyway.
Right here.
See them?
I've got it. Samsung. iPhone 16.
Brand new. It's not London used. It's not Nigerian used. No. It's heavy.
So let's go. All prayers are now shut down. If you didn't pray before, so we do the Samsung. The iPhone 16 will be the last spin.
Is
Media,
it up
let's
now?
go. This is.
Is it up now? It's up?
Oh, we need to go down so we can be seeing it.
Wait. Name. Sister is you. We have new phone, We have Chidera. Chidera has a new phone.
If I be honest, she in control, she feel on it. If I try to calm me down, you like this, I like in my love. I love in your love. I'm trying to show you up.
Okay. Friends and families can go. Wait. The friends and families can go. Only you.
Hold on. Something is happening here.
Oh, she won.
First of all, we need to investigate Chidera. Chidera won a phone last edition.
Wow.
No. Let's talk about it. Did you do a 21 days fasting before this?
You didn't do anything. Are you paying tithes? Wow.
Oh my goodness. Second time in a row, you're winning this.
Can you confirm? That's the name. We all saw the name.
I'm tempted for you to tell us which hospital where you were born, your birth certificate, your name, your any other thing to identify you. Please let's appreciate. Let's just applaud this slog.
There you go.
Show it. Wait. Should I give her?
No. Bad belly people.
Should I give her?
Are you sure? It's okay.
On behalf of the Harcourt Tech Expo 2025. First of all, we say thank you for coming, and we hand over this to you. Are you a volunteer?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Nature just has a way of paying people back. That's the honest way. She volunteered last year, and this year she's here as a volunteer. Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay.
I'm tempted to tell Chidera not to show up next year.
Hey, Chidera, don't come again, Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, I would like to call Mr. Bedema, Tech Expo. To present the next one before the spin.
Okay.
Dr. Sibe, get ready. All right, let's spin. Let's go.
All right, let the spin start. Let's
spin. Are you praying? Too late. Let's go.
My mind is telling me something. Ikiruka! Ikiruka is you? Wow. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
No, we need to see that.
Mind you, this is for everybody that walked into this room that registered. It's for everybody. So it's just coincidence that it's happening to volunteers. It's for everybody that registered.
Remaining the iPhone, that's the big one. Okay.
And the laptop is coming.
All right.
Mr. Belema, please.
All right.
Shoot one.
Nkiruka Amadi.
Is that you?
Is that your birth certificate?
You don't have a twin.
What's your genotype?
All right. Mr. Belema, please do us the honors.
It's working.
On behalf of Harcourt Tech Expo team, I present to you Samsung.
All right, well done, well done. Well done, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's check again, let's check again. Team iPhone, say ah. Team laptop, say hey. It's gonna go down tonight. All right.
Media, refresh, 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 please. Refresh before you spin. Just spin it for longer, please.
I didn't know vex for me. Say I never go you since, but I hope that you are well. I hope you're my girl. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you about
Mr. Sibe, Dr. Sibe, please. You help us hand over this one. Next minute.
See my shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you. Let me be your friend in need. The money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. Don't go suffer, 'cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes you
One last Samsung before we get to the iPhone.
you always stay in my mind. I deem me gone, gone, gone. Cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself.
All right, so we've all noticed that the first two winners have been female. Now let me know, like, I want a man to win this next one, and because it's looking like as if the men are not, they are praying, it's not reaching the ceiling of this place. Eh? So please, those of you who love your brothers, hope and pray your brother gets the laptop or the other phone. Because if the girls carry everything, it's only TikTok. Oh, at least that's what people say. It's not me. Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
I can't even sleep one night.
We want a man.
I carry you for my mind. I don't dare think of you. Calamity for my head. I can't even hold myself. I want to take some selfies. Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́. God no fit gree make dem take you away from me. I don't dare think of my mind dey loose. Ọ̀dọ̀ ewu, wúyẹ̀ mo, can I be your lover? Don't leave me sober. Without you, my girl, say this life will be over. Life is nothing without you. There is something about you.
Media, are you ready? We're spinning, we're spinning. DJ, take it down. Let's spin.
Another girl. Olawale Eniola. Wait, oh, has she gone? Eh, she's here. Oh, Olaru. Hey, this, why? Why are the girls? These girls say.
Wow. Identification, please.
Your birth certificate. ID card.
Local government, which other documents? The man, is that people didn't pray before
I don't understand, oh. What's going on?
What's going on, the guy? Okay.
Congratulations, Joy. On behalf of the Harcourt Tech Expo 2025 team, I want to present this to you. Fortunately, you're not a volunteer. Otherwise, I would have subjected this to intense forensic investigation. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. So good news in the house. For every phone that a volunteer won, we're going to take another one for non-volunteer to win.
It's going down, people.
Is that how you clap for us?
It's going down, people.
So before we go ahead to spin for, okay, we finish this session, then we do 2 extra spins for non-volunteers to replace the 2 volunteers that won the earlier one.
So do we still have a phone left?
We have an iPhone.
Yes,
left.
yes, okay, yes, it's the iPhone people. Yeah, all right, so we have the iPhone 16 and the laptop left to be won. Hey, please, young men, if you've never believed in God, try today now. We have like 5 minutes. Hell, I want to give a man this thing. 3 girls have come and they have gone. When they're calling you now, they'll be saying, you don't have new phone. It's not nice. It's not nice. DJ, up it. Okay. FM Media, please come to the stage. FM Media, please.
To present the next one is Dr. Jimson. Dr. Jimson, please. The iPhone. This is for the early birds. The first 100 persons that walked into EUI this morning.
So they're going backstage, they're going to spin the computer again.
I noticed that at 6:30, I saw some people at the gates. And I was wondering, did they sleep at all? I hope that that's one person that made it in so early. I hope that the world or the nature smiles on you this evening. If you're that person I saw this morning, may nature be kind enough to you to win this.
Okay, so don't forget, after all of dancing and hailing people who carry the laptop, there's an after party. The DJ is going to go wild out. It's Friday after all.
Ajabo hustlers are in the building.
All right, so it's going to be a good time. Just relax with us.
Media, let's go.
The screen is up again. Let it be a man. David, your name, they just pass your name, oh. Wow. Michael. Ifeanyi. Oh my God. Daniel, they pass your name, oh. David again. Hey.
The man, pray harder.
Spin. Clever James. Clever James. Okay, we have confirmed that Clever James He's the real person that is standing in front of us. And finally, our prayers have been answered. A man. A man. A man. Oh, a man. Finally.
That is awesome. That is awesome. You finally broken the jinx. Great. On behalf of the world-class Harcourt Tech Expo 2025 team, it's my pleasure and privilege to present this special iPhone 16, designed in California, original to you. Congratulations.
Look at it. It's not like down you, so open it well, open it. Show them.
Steady chasing the bar, they concentrate. Anytime I do, whether night or day.
Congratulations. Yes. James, just let me know if you need an escort and take it to your house.
Oh, it's so good to see. So good to see. So wonderful seeing all your smiley faces.
Wow. Congratulations. Wait now. If you did not win, calm down. All right. It's the HP laptop.
So we've established that this is the one everybody's waiting for, Abi.
So we still have 2 more phones for non-volunteers to win after now.
Yes, we still have 2 more phones that we're going to give out. But I'm giving out the HP, right?
Well, I think we should just do the HP as a grand finale. Let's take 2.
Okay, so we can do
the 2 phones.
2 phones, all right?
We may not have them to show now, but I promise that we're going to give anybody that wins either in cash or So this category is strictly for non-volunteers. If a volunteer's name pops up, we'll have to spin again. If a volunteer's name pops up, we have to spin again. And because, hello volunteers, please, can we calm down, please? So this is how we're going to go about. Remember the two phones they've been giving out? So this segment, if your name pops up, all you have to do is to go to that corner, search, we'll give you the what do they call it now? No. The Samsung that we gave to the other people. You check the specification on Jumia, and the money will be transferred directly, immediately, and you will confirm that. So, are we ready? I said this is for non-volunteers. Let's go. Let's spin.
Spinning now. Spinning now. You know you always Ontario Benjamin. Ontario Benjamin. Ontario Benjamin. Are you a volunteer? If you're a volunteer, we have to cancel it all.
Are you a volunteer?
If you're a volunteer, we have to do it again.
Media, let's spin again. Please.
Media, spin again.
Hold on. The chairman steering committee overrode our earlier decision and said, give her. So come up.
Benjamin, the oil on your head is plenty.
So you just go to that corner. Once you confirm that the transfer has been made, you can come here and tell us. Check the price. Mr. Belema, please check the price and let her confirm that is the price. DJ music while we wait for her confirmation, please.
All right.
Modernization. She gave me one impression.
Okay, so
okay, let's take another spin while she's doing her business over there. Let's go.
What name? Kalu. Has Kalu gone home? Is he here? Hey, he's a man, oh. He's a man. Kalu. Oh, dog who you is. Money is entering this. Banker is entering. Kalu. Wait. ID. What to verify?
Identification, please. We need an ID.
Anyway, anyhow, you know, say you go for me.
So how much did they give you for equivalent of the phone?
200,000 naira.
Otari, check. As he entered, make sure, check.
As he entered, are you sure?
Check your app. Is the balance correct?
Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's spin while we're waiting for Kalu to confirm.
So I call your name when I ask me.
If you want more spin.
FA, please come to the stage. FA Media, please come.
DJ, give us music while we're trying to.
B7 in my car. You be my G.
Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. 'Cause I did, yeah, we my guys. I got hello, greet everybody for you. Body just shake bello. What is up on tele?
Alright, DJ, take it down. Mr. Carlo, can you confirm to the audience of Harcourt Tech Expo 2025 that you have received an alert or a phone? Please tell us.
No. Oh, you're waiting. Network. Okay, wait.
Mr. Carlo is an evil man. He wants to make sure that he has entered and it will stay for some minutes before he can speak.
Check the app. Don't use USSD. Check the app.
DJ music while we wait for him to confirm.
Only reason why them they call me alone. While you be fin, I'm still leading, kill anything. I know fitness. You know go fit in my.
Another. If you know, you know. But if you don't know, now you know.
Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. You think about us in town. Now you know. Now you know.
Hello, DJ. Please tell us your name and what you got.
My name is Carlo Chima Carlo. I got 200,000.
You have confirmed, Abi. Carlo, check again, oh. Refresh. You know.
Congratulations, Mr. Carlo.
Carlo, we'll see outside, eh? Nay, don't go too far.
FFF. What they call it, friends?
We are friends. We have been friends for a while.
All right. Let's take the final spin for the phone session and we do the laptop now. For non-volunteers. The final spin for the phone now. Media, let's go.
Women in tech. Women in tech. You should be afraid of women in tech. Hey, what name? Amarachi. Where's Amarachi? Is Amarachi around?
They're non-volunteer.
Amarachi is around. Women in tech. When all of you who don't know Amarachi today, if you don't know, now you know.
All right, so Amarachi is a volunteer. But the chairman has said, spin another one because Amarachi has worked so hard. So we'll do one more spin for one non-volunteer. One more spin for non-volunteers. We can't, Amarachi has worked too hard for us to take.
Wait. Hold up. Has he entered? No, we didn't hear you.
My name is Amarachi Omezi and I've received alerts.
How much?
200,000 naira.
Say it well.
200,000 naira.
200,000. Okay, it's okay. All right. So, Claro for Jagaban. Claro. Give space. Hello, chance.
Jude, this reminds me of when they called Davido for an award. The stage will just be full.
Yes. Protocol. Claro.
All right, so the grand finale now for the laptop.
Hey.
I'd like to quickly call on the Director, Commercial Industrial Development, Barrister Lina Okara from Niger Delta Development Commission to give this grand prize.
I'm praying it's a man, shall I'm not lying.
What do you think, a man or a woman? A man or a woman? The men, your volume is low. All right, media, let's go. One final spin and we are done.
Ifeanyi, David, Chris, Jude, Chikezie, Ola, where are you? But not praying hard. Oh, David.
All right, let's go.
I'm praying for you. David Eke, I'm praying for you.
Who goes away with the HP laptop?
A woman again, oh! Faith Abba!
Please take it down. All right. Since the rules were not clear at the beginning, we'll give her the laptop and we'll do one more. One more for non-volunteers, please. One more laptop will go to a non-volunteer. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Faith. And on behalf of the organizers of the Harcourt Tech Expo 2025, we hereby present this laptop to you, Faith. Congratulations
This is DJ Incredible.
So she has opened this new laptop.
DJ, please take it down.
All right.
DJ, wait now. We're still going to party. Just wait. Your body is hot. Wait. All right, Faith, show us your brand new tear rubber laptop. Well done. Congratulations and enjoy your laptop. No, one more. The laptop has landed. The second laptop. All right. DJ, give us music while we wait.
Emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is the emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is the emperor, the conqueror, the emperor, the conqueror, the emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. Zobu, zobu, anybody.
Toya dike, menu dike, toya dike, menu dike,
DJ, take it down. I would like to invite the Deputy Director from Commercial Industrial Development, NDDC, please. A director.
Are you Uche Finebone?
Sorry. Deputy.
Are you sure?
Deputy Director. Mr. Friday. Who?
The draw was done. Okay, they said we're doing it again. Media team, they said we're doing it again.
We're not giving to any volunteer. We made the rule very clear.
Okay.
No volunteer is getting. This is for non-volunteers, please.
Okay. All right. Non-volunteers. So we have to spin again. Oh.
Spin again, please.
No. Spin again. Spin again, please.
Let's go, please.
Favor Bennett, if you are a volunteer.
Do not bother coming out. Thank you.
If you are a volunteer.
This is for non-volunteers. This is for non-crew members. All right. So,
wait. Hold on, media. Hold on,
media. Please hold on. So the team has said we will give him a laptop, not this one, but he gets a laptop from us, from the team. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Fine, Bo.
And this is to announce that non-volunteer, no technical crew, media, if you worked on this project, you are not in this category. This is simple rule. You are not in this category. All right, volunteers, please, can we have some silence in the hall?
All right.
Thank you.
Media, one more time.
Media, one more time.
Okay, what name's gonna pop up now? Jude Oguzo. Are you a volunteer too?
Okay, let's spin again. Spin again.
Spin again. Christopher Samuel.
Spin again. If it's a volunteer, spin again.
If you're a volunteer, don't worry.
Please, if you're a volunteer, do not bother coming out. This category is not for you.
John Unadim. Hey, John is not a volunteer. Oh. He's not a volunteer. Okay, John.
Congratulations.
All of my guys when they tell me everybody animal. Who be that girl with the shake I keep it for bag me and one tie like a whether they keep in a real or fake, I bet just say back come. How you go send me money, then I spread the money, then you go get it back.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Mr. Hirobo Friday. I'm Director to CID, Commercial and Industrial Development, NDDC. On behalf of the organizers of Harcourt Tech Expo 2025, I present this laptop to you. Congratulations.
Open it. DJ play music while we wait.
Check. Make sure it's not fufu that is inside. John, does it look like a laptop? Are you sure? Check, oh. Make it not be a laptop, boys. Check. She was Faith.
Where is Faith? Please, let's call all the people that won gift to take a group picture now.
And don't forget, right after this is the after party at Jabot Hustlers. We have Jabot Hustlers coming through. It's going to be entertainment.
Where's Amarachi?
Amarachi.
Please come and take picture. Hello, the people that making transfers, please come this way, take picture. The 3 volunteers that we canceled earlier, because your name came out, we're making transfers to you. Please come and join the picture session. Where is the second person that won a laptop? Where is the second person? The after party starts in 2 minutes. While they take their picture, I would like to say, for those of us that applied for hackathon and the pitches, you will get an email. The process is still ongoing. You get an email from us for a later day for the pitches and the hackathon. On behalf of the organizing team, on behalf of everyone that worked tirelessly for Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2025, would like to say thank you to our Please, before they take this picture, I would like to invite the directors from NEDC to take a picture with them. Would like to say a very big thank you to all our speakers, all the moderators, everyone that shared their wealth of expertise, everyone that left their busy schedule to be here. Thank you. Thank you for giving yourself to Port Harcourt Tech Expo. Thank you for imparting knowledge. For everyone that walked into this room to participate in Port Harcourt Tech Expo, thank you. Thank you for making it a huge success. For all the volunteers, I don't even know how to thank you. Thank you for making this happen this year. And please, by next week or the upper week, make sure that you see us for your certificate of service. You deserve it so that when you're looking for a job, you can always use it. Thank you, volunteers. You made this happen. For every member of the organizing committee,